It has application. It has application in radiation shielding. It is amazing material. Only thing, when you have such a material, you really need to focus on working. You have to have resources to do that.
Right. So this is what
Okay.
my intention was to understanding what is your supply chain at this moment for sodium ion battery. Lithium ion, we understand where the supply chain is coming from. Sodium ion, I'm
Yeah.
not so sure about it. USA has a stable supply chain at this moment.
Yeah. The next speaker. Are you going to talk about sodium ion too?
No, I only talk about the solid state lithium metal batteries.
Oh, solid state lithium, solid
Yes.
state battery. Okay.
So you guys don't face any resource crunch for production at this moment, either sodium or lithium. The supply chain issues.
Yeah. So say it again. I didn't get you, sir.
I'm just looking for whether US has a stable supply chain for either lithium or sodium. Or you're
Just
still
the
establishing for the sodium. That's what my
sodium battery or sodium metal?
sodium battery.
Okay. Yeah, I think for lithium battery, they have a supply chain. No problem. China has created that supply chain.
Yes.
No problem.
That's a stable thing that I understand.
Yeah, but for sodium battery, they are still developing. There is one company who has done sodium ion battery, and they built large units for stationary batteries, but not really. It's getting into. It's very difficult. Sodium is heavy, so lithium ion makes more sense for vehicles,
Smaller applications,
mobile
especially
mobile
mobility.
But sodium is a little bit heavy. But sodium is still very interesting, in my opinion.
Yes. In terms of science, it's a
Because
very
it is
interesting.
lot cheaper and lot more available in the world,
Yes.
including in our bodies.
Yeah, that's a different kind of sodium, I would guess. It's not, you're not using sodium chloride.
No, lots of sodium in our bodies.
Yes.
So,
And I hope that is not going to be the source supply chain, right?
no, but that's a source of
The
energy in us.
ocean is enough for that.
Right. Oh, lot. But actually, that sodium is very important in our body. You know that.
Yeah.
If sodium becomes less or more, if it becomes more, you get diabetes. If you get less, you get hypertension and so on.
The potassium pump balances your blood pressure.
Yeah, that's correct. So are we still 5 minutes away, right?
Yes, we are still 5 minutes away. So Jared, what sort of sodium technology you guys are looking at?
Yeah, we just got a project from Department of Energy, United States, and we are working on the membrane development for sodium batteries. So using polymer and non-silicon composite membranes.
Okay. So this is for US specific, or you are going to put up globally?
So I mean, we're using this SBR project as seeding project. So seeding funding. So we are delivering our own technology, maybe not only United States, but also in the international, also workable.
Yeah, because India does not have lithium at this moment. Known sources are very small. Even if they are small, they are not been utilized commercially for extraction of lithium. So sodium is going to play a lot in India's energy storage issues. We have a lot of soda ash supply. We are the third largest country in the world to produce soda ash. Also,
Yeah,
we import have stable supplies from international structures as well. So sodium is going to be very important for India. Lithium, although it is lighter and better performance than sodium at this moment in terms of cyclability.
Absolutely. I think
sodium is still a very good interest because of that, because we don't have lithium. And establishing a supply chain at least requires 10 to 15 years of prior work. So at this moment, but 2030 goal of India to at least have 50 gigawatt hour production manufacturing, that is on lithium alone will be very difficult. And that is why we are looking at sodium. And I was asking whether what is the situation in USA in terms of what, how much, since lithium is very stable supply for China and USA, which are ACC's maximum on manufacturing. About I think 95% or 94% of the manufacturing of entire global supply is coming from these two countries. So lithium supply is very well for USA and China, but other countries it is going to be difficult. The supply is already in constraint. So alternatives in terms of lithium is going to be very useful for India. So you guys can look at it as a market as well to India. Come in here. You guys can come in for R&D structures that we are placing in COE RVT. So those kind of things are very welcome structures. So look for collaboration, whether it is
Yes.
for economic benefit, whether it is for R&D structures, because we are cheap. We are very low cost in our services. You can look at it if you guys need some standard testing or non-standard testing. India has a lot of laboratories for that. COE RBT is certainly going to give you a very good infrastructure for this kind of. So this is what the COE is about, and this we are looking at two chemistries, primarily lithium, but sodium has to have a play in there because we don't have it. That is the primary structure of India. I believe the USA has stable supply chain for lithium for at least next 25 years. So transforming it to other chemistries, other elements, I would say, will be a slow process. But eventually USA will be looking at replacing that as well, because the demand for ACCs are not going to go down. This is why I was asking whether USA is stepping forward with any policies to see alternative or post-lithium technologies. I know where a lot of work is being done by USA at this moment for post-lithium, but I don't know whether they are for small-scale players or large-scale players. Do you have any comment on whether how many small-scale players are in USA for manufacturing of lithium ion batteries? Yeah, either of you can answer. I'm looking at the USA ecosystem. That's what I wanted to know from your side.
Yeah, like AJ.
No, I can't. I'm not up to date right now. So you go ahead and answer that question, because I'm doing a lot other things, philanthropic things for India.
I don't know too much sodium batteries. Like you mentioned, sodium battery in the United States, only one company working low energy sodium batteries. But the sodium batteries is lot good potential. So now to China in 8 years to work on sodium batteries, that means could be a very good potential for like a substitute, not substitute, maybe like support lithium batteries. That's why we put a lot of efforts on sodium batteries. Okay. But not for in the world, not too many companies work on sodium batteries. That good.
Manufacturing is still not there as it is. R&D is typically the current status. Is it true?
But you know what? Let me tell you my 2 cents worth. India has to have collaboration with corporate world. Unless, whether it is in, you know why China grows so fast?
Yes.
Because Chinese producers and the corporations are joined hands together, just like in US also.
Yes.
Academia and corporate world and government has to come together to develop technology. This is not what's happening in India. In India, they distrust each other.
They don't distrust. I think the distrust in technology is because of non-standard methods of testing. And that distrust, we are eliminating it through standard testing at TRL5 at this moment. So that will grow. At this moment, what I see in India for ACC is the low, the EV market is yet to open. That is why you have low market at this moment. When it opens in 1 or 2 years, then you will see a
I'm
large
not talking.
sections.
I'm not talking about markets or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the mental positions.
Yes,
I talk.
R&D, yes,
I
we
talk with.
recognize that issue.
I talked with many industrialists in India.
Hmm.
I talked with people like Dr. Kare and NCL and everybody else. And both of them are not going to trust each other because the industry says, no, they are just do research. They don't know. All that stuff.
That's why we created the COE. The purpose of COE is to bring along these industries. At this moment, we have a couple of partners, industrial partners, who are helping us with the machinery development and the process development. And then we will transfer that to our target is approximately 25 startups to go through for manufacturing.
That's good.
We are bringing along already the industry.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I think
we are actually serving 20 industries with our R&D services at this moment in the first year itself.
That is very good.
So I think it's time for Dr. Rane.
Yeah. Good morning, all. Welcome to the third day of first World Rechargeable Cell Technology Conference. To start, we have the first session. So to start with, I request Dr. Sumit Rane sir to chair the session. Go to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. So, welcome to the first World Rechargeable Cell Technology Conference, WRCTC 1. Started from 1st to 3rd July. So, today is the last day. So, we have these first sessions. There are 4 lectures. So, first will be Dr. Ashok Joshi on ceramic sodium batteries. So let me introduce Dr. Joshi. So Dr. Joshi has completed his PhD from Northwestern University. He has many honors and awards, charity and other in his credit. So he is the Pioneers of Progress Award of Science and Technology, Days of 47 State of Utah, 2014 Maxwell Lifetime Achievement Award at the hands of Honorable Sharad Pawar, and so on. So Dr. Joshi is a philanthropist engaged in the development of building of 3 schools serving 2,000 underprivileged children in rural India. One of the schools focuses on mentally challenged children. He helped build a career for learning of life knowledge. He collaborated with Westminster College for the Room to Read project to be implemented in rural Indian villages. Dr. Joshi is also actively involved in community development, serving in various boards like Board of Trustees, Salt Lake City Community College, board member, Industrial Research Institute, Premier Innovation Institute formed by Congress of USA, and so on. So Dr. Joshi is a well-recognized innovator and high technology entrepreneur. Dr. Joshi has developed several technologies in the energy, environment, and biotech fields. He is an inventor of more than 145 issued US patents and has over 20 pending US patents. He was responsible for commercializing 4 products, 2 used for industrial use and 1 for medical use and 1 for industrial use. Dr. Joshi founded 6 other companies, of which he sold 3 companies and still runs with an active interest in 2 other companies. So we are fortunate to have Dr. Joshi in the very first session of this WRCTC 1. So I welcome Dr. Joshi to give a brief talk on ceramic sodium batteries for energy storage.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody there. What I was going to talk is really sodium batteries using ceramic electrolyte, basically. That's the my talk. The next slide, and it will be brief, but let me tell you that when you talk about batteries, when I'm talking about ceramic batteries, probably you know that sodium sulfur battery is developed by ABB, NGK, and so on. It is a battery based on beta double prime alumina. The first beta prime alumina was really invented by a company called Ceramatec. Later on, I was the CEO of Ceramatec. And then, of course, NGK and ABB developed batteries. So but these batteries are only meant for stationary energy storage. So sodium is heavy, the ceramic is heavy. It's not like polymer separator or even sodium. So these particular batteries are right now, our target is to use it for stationary storage, where the weight, little bit weight, 10, 20% more weight than lithium batteries doesn't matter at all. And so, so that is what it is used for, is large-scale electrical energy storage. The next slide. Okay, this is the sodium sulfur battery I'm talking about. You know, NGK, it says that demonstration of these batteries. Actually, they did 51 megawatt batteries. Yeah. So anyway, they used it for a wind farm and so on and so on. Very successful battery. Spent billions of dollars, both ABB and them. The problem with this battery is high temperature, about 350 to 450 degrees C. I call it 400 degrees C average temperature. And since sodium and sulfur are very active anode and cathode, the safety issues really did not favor these batteries, although the performance was amazing. The next slide. Is, of course, the advantages of this battery is, of course, high energy efficiency, very long life cycles, actually. We always used to say 5,000 cycles. Low cost because it's just sodium and sulfur, and sulfur is basically available at throwaway cost. So actually, it is very easy to install. But as I mentioned earlier, that the disadvantage is high operating temperature. It says, I wrote down 300 to 250, but it actually into range of 400 degrees C. Significant safety hazard, and that's why ABB, when they had fire at their facility, they closed down this thing. My next slide. So what they did, they said, well, in order to make a safe battery, let's do sodium. Let's change the cathode and let's do sodium nickel chloride batteries so they can reduce the temperature. And they went up to 250 degrees C instead of 350, 400 degrees C. And it is also less corrosive than sodium sulfur. It has a higher voltage than than sodium sulfur battery. So the volumetric energy density is very high, but the gravimetric density was lower than sodium sulfur battery, because sodium and sulfur both are pretty light. And here it is nickel, so a little bit more expensive also, this particular battery, but less corrosive, and so there are certain advantages. General Electric developed this battery, sodium nickel chloride battery. My next slide. So what we did in Ceramatec, by the way, this particular presentation is when I was at Ceramatec. I left Ceramatec about 8 years ago. And so this was a work that we did when we were at Ceramatec. So beta alumina separator is very good when you want to operate it above 350 degrees C, as I was saying. Its optimum performance is at 400 degrees C. But then Ceramatec was working on ceramic material called Nasicon. And Nasicon is a wonderful material. It is not at all affected by the humidity, while beta alumina is affected by the humidity. And so the processing of Nasicon is extremely easy compared to beta alumina. Beta alumina required platinum envelope to sinter beta alumina green parts. So anyway, we developed this very wonderful material called Nasicon, which can operate at less than 200 degrees C. And that would enable us to really do decrease cost, because it can cast longer, no corrosion and nothing. So that's why we focused on Nasicon material. Next slide. So naturally, Zebra battery with Nasicon, that's what we developed with US DOE, Ceramatec, and SK Energy, SK Innovation from Korea. And we, 3 companies got together and developed this battery, which operates at less than 200 degrees C. As a matter of fact, we built the battery and went to Italy. And with the Italian car company, we actually developed the entire car. So it's a great battery system, actually. But there are so many other battery systems. We still have to see whether this battery will make it commercially or not. We don't know. Next slide. What is Nasicon? Nasicon is really sodium zirconium phosphosilicate. And my scientists developed this material. They worked on it for almost 10 years to develop optimum Nasicon material. And the reason I'm saying optimum Nasicon material is because the Nasicon material developed before, that is in early 1980s or late 70s, was also non-stable material. It would degrade in humidity. It would degrade in any kind of harsh environments. But we developed Nasicon material, which is not only highly conductive at lower temperature, but also pretty stable in all kinds of environment. And the next slide. So we developed this material, the typical Nasicon material degraded earlier in 1982. That carried out. They said that, well, it's not chemically stable as much. They tested it in Nasicon in molten sodium at 300 degrees C. The next slide will show you that what we did. This is the experiment that we did, and we put our sodium Nasicon tubes in sodium and checked whether it is stable or not. 8-hour cycles, and so we did carry out this. And we found that after 3 years of continuous operation, Nasicon was stable, very stable. And this was a breakthrough for us, tremendous breakthrough. So that's what we did. The next slide. So we also cycled 200 times, 1650 hours of operation, and we find no degradation at all on Nasicon. And so we were very comfortable using Nasicon. The next slide. So, but our problem was really on the cathode side, that the nickel grain growth started after several cycling. Okay, and that limited our cycle life. And so we were working on that, how not to do that, how nickel can remain in the same particle size. That will improve the life. The next slide. So as I mentioned, we developed this 250 watt-hour, several units of sodium nickel chloride cells. And then we took these cells and put it in a series and parallel configurations and developed several higher watt systems in our laboratories. The next slides. Anyway, this is how it looks like, 250 watt-hour system. The next slide. So what Pacific Northwest Lab and RIST did is that they collaborated with each other, and they had an idea that they said that we want to use thin beta double prime alumina because it was already proven and we had patents, so they don't want to encroach upon our patents using Nasicon. So they took thin beta double prime alumina, and that way they can reduce the resistance of the solid electrolyte. And that's what they did. And they were fairly successful in developing planar type of zebra battery. The next slide. And of course, PNNL, Pacific National Lab, which is a Department of Energy lab, they announced that they really made a significant progress because, first of all, they suppressed the deleterious nickel particle growth by temperature reduction. Almost they went into 190 degrees C, and even sometimes they went into 150 degrees C. And they reduced that, and that was their big gain in developing this battery. My next slide. So I mentioned actually that my talk will be very brief to Dr. Kali. And the reason is I'm I'm retired for last 10 years. We did this work, that's fine. But right now, they're still developing this kind of electrochemical system using Nasicon. Nasicon is a very interesting material. Nasicon can be used because on one side, you can have organic mixtures. On the other side, you can have aqueous mixtures. And so think of all the permutations and combinations you can do. So it can be used for heavy oil upgrading. It can be used for hydrogen generation. And we have patents on those because I really believe that after lithium-ion batteries, hydrogen fuel cell will be used for mobile applications. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Doshi, for enlightening us in sodium, small talk on sodium batteries, then sodium nickel chloride, which a zebra, it is a new this thing to me, and alumina membranes and so on. So on behalf of the organizer, but still I am not feeling you are retired. So whenever we met, some new things we discuss. So that is not an indication you are really retired. So thank you very much, Dr. Doshi.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I am thankful to you.
Dr. Rane, there seems to be some questions on the chat.
Yeah. So 1 minute. Yeah. So from Jalpa. So what's the capacity of the battery and what is the cost of each battery?
I don't know. Answer is because it is not commercial yet. So the cost of battery is irrelevant right now. It is in the R&D stage. Did you hear me?
Yeah. We are here. So is there any other question from the audience?
Yes, I have one question about the Nasicon. Yeah, AJ, you mentioned Nasicon is very promising materials. You also mentioned it possible can use it for hydrogen production. Can you tell a little bit more how can be used for hydrogen production?
Yeah, that's good, Jared. You see, if you go on to my patents, one of the patent is on hydrogen production using Nasicon. Because Nasicon is material you can use on one hand one organic liquid and for example sodium iodide in methanol, and on the other hand you have water and use. If you look at the free energy of formation, that thing itself is a battery that will go immediately. On the other hand, it will from sodium hydroxide. You can convert that sodium hydroxide into sodium iodide. That's the only energy you require to make hydrogen. So really, when you are talking about making hydrogen, right now, you cannot make efficient hydrogen unless, minimum voltage that you require is 1.7. But typically, they operate it at 2.3. Because of over voltage and all the losses and all that. Here, you can really operate it at 1.1 volt total. And so that is why there will be a breakthrough if you work with Nasicon material. Nasicon, everybody in the world should work on. It is an amazing material. And if you can if you can really perfect it. And probably I may not be around when you develop all these things and commercialize it, but I think you should guys do it.
Yeah, very interesting materials. Yeah, definitely.
Very, very interesting material. And so, and not only NASICON, I'm now reading, I'm still keeping up with the literature. I'm reading in United States, they are developing sodium conducting glasses, very stable sodium conducting glasses. And they can be very thin. And those sodium conducting glasses, Jared, are very important because that's the one which is gonna get into this factor, not just NASICON, but sodium conducting glasses. And sodium, using sodium chemistry is most important because it is the cheapest chemistry compared to lithium chemistry, So that's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question from the audience? So I think there is question from Jayshree Mahadev. Will it replace lithium battery? Yeah. Will it replace lithium ion battery?
What is replaced lithium ion battery, in my opinion, which Japanese have already started it, is the hydrogen fuel cell driven cars. California already has about 28 hydrogen filling stations. And Japanese, Toyota is coming out with 50,000 cars based on hydrogen fuel cells. And that's where, to answer that question, whether it replaced lithium ion initially not replaced, supported or additional thinking is hydrogen batteries. And the advantage of hydrogen batteries right now, there is disadvantage. It's too costly compared to lithium ion. But on the other side, the advantage is that it is a lot more environmentally friendly than lithium ion batteries. If you can make hydrogen cheap enough, then it is great.
Thank you, Dr. Doshi.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much.
So now we have a next speaker, Dr. Jared from Strategy Energy Technology Incorporation. So let me introduce Dr. Jared. Dr. Jared Liu is the Director of Research Storage Energy Technologies. Dr. Liu has worked on novel functional materials for battery and solar cells for more than 12 years and has extensive experiences with the synthesis and preparation of new electrode materials and solid electrolyte materials for high energy solid state batteries. Dr. Liu has served as a PI for high performance solid state batteries development and battery materials production recycling supported by NASA, DoD and DOE. He received his PhD from Sun Yat-sen University in Material Science. After he joined Professor Zhongwei Chen's group at University of Waterloo, Professor Arumugam Manthirama's group at the University of Texas at Austin, and Professor Chad Jing's group at University of Missouri, Columbia, as a postdoctoral researcher working on lithium-ion batteries. Dr. Liu has more than 35 publications. He joined in storage energy as research scientist in 2018. So I welcome Dr. Jared to give the talk on from liquid to solid, a path to safe and high performance rechargeable lithium ion metal batteries. So
Okay.
Dr. Joret, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rennie, for your kind introduction. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So first, I would like to thank you, Dr. Kelly, the invitation to attend this meeting and discuss with you guys for battery technologies. So as mentioned, my name is Jared, Director of Research at Storage Energy. I'm very glad to be here to represent our CEO, Dr. Feng Zhao, to give this talk. Before my presentation, I would like to take 1 minute to talk our friendship with Dr. Joshi. Actually, I only met Dr. Joshi AJ once, about 2 years ago. In my first impression, he's a very mild gentleman, has a lot of wisdoms. And our CEO, Dr. Feng Zhao, always talk about him, but to express how grateful he will have, he has so grateful friends in his life and in his career. Dr. Joshi, I think Dr. Feng has worked in Dr. Joshi's company, Thermotech company, for more than 10 years before he has his own company. Dr. Joshi is not, I think he's not only friends and or boss for Feng, but also great mentor to help him, to guide him. So for my understanding is Dr. Joshi has a very big impact to Feng. Thank you very much, Dr. AJ. I mean, hopefully we can meet again in person in the near future.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I will start my presentation. Yeah, in this presentation, I will first have short introduction about our company. And after that, I will give a brief history about solid state batteries and the current progress effort made to improve solid state battery performance. Finally, solid state batteries related R&D activities at our company will be also introduced with some of the latest discoveries and development. First, so I will take a couple minutes to introduce our company. Our company, Storage Energy Technologies, is the R&D company. The key technology is battery. We provide battery solution to energy storage problems. Except the batteries, we're also working on other electrochemical devices like a solid oxide fuel cell, wearable supercapacitors. Those electrochemical technology are our main focus. Other than that, we also have other projects working on advanced ceramic manufacturing, including least garnet materials, LISCA materials. I mentioned also the NASCA materials, like AJ mentioned. So as Dr. Feng worked with AJ for more than 10 years, he has a lot of experience on this ceramic processing. So we also work on advanced materials. That's where we know the materials and the chemistry are the fundamentals for the device if we want to achieve high performance. Storage Energy put a lot of effort on in this area. Like novel battery materials, like electrode materials, anode, cathode, and electrolyte materials development, and also high performance catalyst exploring for chemical fuel production, like carbon dioxide conversion to fuel, and also ammonia synthesis. So our company, Storage Energy's mission is to use our technological capabilities and expertise in advanced materials to design and develop viable commercial products with clear technological and cost advantage over current technologies. Our key aspects are the energy storage, energy generation, renewable energy system, and the environmental solutions. So our company is located in beautiful Salt Lake City, state of Utah, and in United States. So we, as I think Dr. Joshi knows, we have very beautiful mountain views, and also we have a lot of great national parks. So we welcome everybody to visit Salt Lake City and our company for any potential collaborations. So the middle photo is our current company building, and the right photo is with our R&D team. I think it took a couple of weeks ago. And Dr. Feng is our CEO, Dr. Feng, and I'm here is me. Okay. I think this is kind of short story, history of my company. Our company is founded 2011 from 2011 to 2016, we don't have too many activities. Since 2017, our CEO, Dr. Feng Zhao, joined this company as CEO and take over the management team. Since then, we are very active in energy storage field. From 2018 to 2021, we have received 21 grants from United States Army and the NASA, US Navy, and the US Department of Energy. So we will use this grant as seed funding to develop different cutting-edge technologies. So far, we have 10 employees in our R&D team, 5 research scientists, and 5 research engineers. So we put IP as a key value of patents, key value of the companies. We have 2 provisional patents have been filed, and all 4 patents applications are in preparation process. Since 2018, we grow very fast. Our current location, I don't think our current location is big enough for pilot battery production. So we will relocate to a new facility, so with at least 20,000 square foot to build a pilot battery production. So we will produce line to produce high performance batteries for Navy fighter jet platform and also other civilian applications like electrical vehicles and consumer electronics. So we are planning to have another 10 to 20 employees to conduct this R&D work and also production work. And after that, we also were using different technology to build a patent portfolio. For the technology we develop and storage energy, we are targeting 2 main market, defense and civilian applications. For defense market, high performance energy storage system, stationary power generation and conversion, and chemical fuel generation are our focus. For civilian applications, we will focus on the electric vehicles, consumer electronics, energy storage system, battery material production, and recycling. So this all for our company short introduction. So if you need more detailed information, please do not hesitate to contact our CEO, Dr. Feng Zhao. So I think other than that, I think it's time to move forward for the discussion of solid state batteries. Next slide. Sorry, looks like very scary, but I believe everybody is very familiar to these pictures. So we almost see and or hear this kind of news every day, every week. So whatever from small electronics we are with our daily use cell phones, laptops, if we laptop also can be a safety hazard to airplane, to electric vehicles, and to larger size power plant. So it happens every day. So the potential gains of lithium ion batteries technology are limited due to safety hazard associated with the organic liquid electrolytes, so which are flammable and volatile and corrosive. So that's why we need to think about how can we avoid this hazard. So since the current lithium ion battery is using organic electrolyte, so we need to put lots of additional component like a special BMS cooling system to ensure the battery system is safe. So more component means more weight or more value will be added in the battery system. The energy and the energy density will be a trade-off. However, the demand is continuously increasing for high power, high energy, and long-lasting battery without compromise on safety for battery market, especially for EV market. So the global electrical vehicle market size is projected to reach 35 million units by 2030, and from an estimated 5 million units 2021. So what we can do is to seek new chemistries and a new cell design to mitigate the safety issue without compromising the energy and the power density. So storage energy has aimed to realize a battery technology that achieve both high energy and a high power density by using a high safety electrolyte technologies. Solid state battery with non-liquid electrolyte has emerged as the holy grail for safe, energy dense, and reversible storage for electrochemical storage. The top 2 figures, are the typical design of liquid cell with graphite anode and metal oxide cathode, and the solid cell with lithium metal anode and a lithium metal oxide cathode. Since high energy lithium metal is used as anode in the solid state cells, the capacity of lithium metal is about 3,800 milliampere per gram. The weight and the value will be significantly reduced compared to liquid cell. So if we're using graphite anode, because the graphite anode is only about 350 milliampere per gram. So the energy density impact level will be increased from 150 watt-hour per kilogram, 250 watt-hour per liter, to increase to solid state cells at for 250 watt-hour per kilogram and 750 watt-hour per liter. Because we're using less materials, reduce weight and volume reduction. So back to the history of solid state batteries R&D. So it has over 40 years since discovery. As AJ mentioned, the Nasicon was developed and discovered in about the 1970s. The solid state technology was accelerated since Oak Ridge National Lab. LiPo electrolyte was patent was issued in 1994. I think since then, about $1.5 billion industry development has been put in this area to further mature the solid state battery technologies. Because the advantage of solid state electrolyte, the solid state batteries will be much safer than liquid system, so which improved energy density, long cycling life, and shelf life, also can be operated in a wide temperature range. So more, the next slide, okay. This slide has a more detailed information to show the benefit of solid state batteries over liquid batteries. The first case is the conventional solid state battery electrochemistry using lithium metal anode with conventional cathode like MnC metal oxide. So because the non-combustible electrolyte will reduce the risk of thermal runaway, so we're allowing for tighter cell packaging and improve the volumetric energy density. Also, the improved safety will only need a much simpler battery thermal management like a cooling system. So we will further decrease the weight. The cell structure is also able to use in bipolar structure cell construction to produce higher voltage and high energy. The capacity of lithium metal is much higher than the graphite anode. So it also is able to use in thinner anode to achieve higher specific energy and volumetric energy density. So in addition, the formation time will be significantly reduced for solid battery system. So we have at least 5 advantages, but each advantage can reduce the cost for the solid state battery. This is case 1. For case 2, anode free. So that means only use the copper foil will be for the current collector. For this case, it has all technology advantages of phase 1, but plus further improvement of energy density because we're using less materials. Same as case 3, lithium metal anode and next generation cathode, like conversion cathode materials. So it has all technology advantage of case 1, but because it uses earth abundant low cost cathode materials like sulfur, the cost will be reduced further. So both case 2 and case 3 are very promising technology, but they have more challenges as well. So this technology only has been demonstrated in lab scales. So we are talking large scales, so that we will talk more for case 1. So as I mentioned that battery, the battery market is huge. And because the benefit of solid state batteries over organic liquid electrolyte, the solid state batteries can be used in different market segments from small capacity for Internet of Things to large capacity up to 1 kA for capacity for large scale energy storage. So far, the prototype solid state battery with capacity about 100 milliampere for wearable and a smart textile has been demonstrated. The academia and the industry are working hard to push the technology for larger format applications like portable electronics and the transportation like electric vehicles. The solid state batteries market is huge and they increase very fast. The global solid state battery market size estimated to grow from $60 million in 2020 to about $500 million in 2030. Only 10 years, almost 10 times. So we talk about the advantages and the applications and the market size of solid state batteries. So it sounds a very promising technologies. So why not commercialize yet? So because it has been developed heavily almost 30 years since LiPoN in 1994. Because compared to liquid system, solid state system is more complicated. First, it is limited ionic is the limited ionic conductivity of the electrolyte materials. For most solid state electrolyte, ionic conductivity is under 10⁻³ Siemens per centimeter at room temperature. It's far lower than liquid system. Second is the limit electric and ionic conductivity of electron materials. That means we need to add additional electric additives and solid state electrolyte in the electrode, which will cause more issues like interface reactions and solid state interface resistance. The next issue is the electrochemical stability. Some solid electrolyte is non-compatible with state-of-the-art electrodes, like lithium metal anode. With lithium metal, it's very negative potential, it's very active. And also high voltage MNC cathode, because high voltage will be also cause much more side reaction with the electrolyte. So this limitation will limit their applications. So the next challenge is the manufacturing, because in the whatever lab scale and the industrial scale, solid state battery production process is totally different from current liquid battery production line. That means that we need drop-in technologies for large scale solid state battery production at low cost. The cost, it matters. But whenever there is a challenge, there's an opportunity. As shown on this map, so a good number of companies from startup to large companies in worldwide are working on solid state batteries using different electrolyte technologies. For example, Samsung, LG, Toyota, and Panasonic and Hitachi are many working on sulfide-based technology. QuantaScape and Sony and working on oxide-based technology. Hydro-Quebec, CO, and Solid Energy are working on polymer-based electrolyte. Different from the dry polymer electrolyte, solid storage energy electrolyte is semi-solid. We're located here. This is the city of Utah, very close. I mean, not close, maybe 10 hours drive from California. Different from the dry polymer electrolyte, storage energy is semi-solid, but each electrolyte has its own advantage and disadvantages. So we will summarize these advantages and disadvantages in next slide. This slide is to compare 4 state-of-the-art solid state electrolyte. So dry polymer and then composite electrolyte like a PEO-based electrolyte. PEO-based electrolyte has good stability against the air and the lithium metal anode, but not electrochemical stable with high voltage MNC cathode. Mostly working with a lower voltage lithium iron phosphate cathode. In addition, it has a lower ionic conductivity at room temperatures. So normally 60 degrees C is required for operation. Because it's polymer, the interface is properties with the electrode is better than oxide-based rigid electrolyte, but it's still worse than liquid electrolyte. And next is oxide. So oxide-based electrolyte like a garnet, LGO, has a good stability with air and the lithium metal anode, and also has good electrochemical stability with high voltage cathode, because it has a very wide electrochemical window up to 6 volts. But the main issue for this kind of electrolyte is the interface with electrode, because it's very rigid, it's solid, it's very high interfacial resistance. And also the processing problem, because it needs high temperature sintering. And also it's very brittle, it's hard to make a large format cells. Next is a sulfide-based electrolyte. Recently, very hot top materials like LGPS. This kind of material has very good ionic conductivity, like can reach 10⁻², but this electrolyte needs additional protection to mitigate the stability issue with air, lithium metal anode. In addition, it also has electrochemical stability issue with high voltage cathode materials. The last column is the semi-solid polymer electrolyte developed at storage energy. So our polymer electrolyte has all advantage over the other three electrolyte. The only concern is, I think, is the air stability, because we are using lithium salt in the polymer electrolyte. But I think this is not a big issue. If we can operate in the dry room, it will not be a big issue. So in the following several slides, I will talk more about our solid-state battery program. The objective of our solid-state battery program is to produce new high energy density, high power density lithium battery with improved safety and lower the cost with long cycling life and kinetic life. This project is a combination of research, development, and the industrialization program. Yeah, for everybody knows, for a successful project, we need the ecosystem. That means that we will seek worldwide collaboration from academics, R&D partners, suppliers, governments. For market segment, we mainly target defense, electric vehicles, space, aviation, and consumer electronics. The commercial potential for our safe, low cost, and high energy solid-state battery is big. So we're interested in all sides of customers, from early adopters to bigger volumes. So US Department of Energy has set a battery price target of less than $80 per kilowatt hour by 2030, so which is quite aggressive. The most effective way to decrease the price is to increase the energy density. Current US DOE Battery 500 program is working on lithium metal anode, high energy nickel MSC cathode, and sulfur cathode to try to reach a cell energy density up to 500 watt per kilogram. So different from this Battery 500 program, storage energy safe battery technology aims to increase this further the specific energy density over 500 watt per kilogram, and also achieve excellent cycling life in pouch cell level. So in order to reach target energy density and other properties, so each component in the cell need to be optimized, including electrolyte, electrode materials, whatever cathode and anode, and a membrane, and the cell structure and the testing protocol. So in following several slides, I will talk about the polymer electrolyte development to how to mitigate the safety issue and improve the cell performance. So this is our current, I mean, maybe not current, but since we work in polymer electrolyte since 2018, I think we have a long journey to develop a very good electrolyte materials. So this slide highlights the continuous improvement in electrolyte properties achieved by our ongoing electrolyte development, including increasing ionic conductivity, decreasing interfacial impedance, and significantly improved Coulombic efficiency of lithium plating and stripping, which will allow a long cycling life. The new generation polymer electrolyte, so as shown in the left figure, has a 3 millisiemens per centimeter, which is comparable with current liquid electrolyte. The interfacial resistance is only about 100 ohm, so it's about 20% of our first generation dry polymer electrolyte. And our new polymer electrolyte shows a 40% improvement of lithium metal reversibility, indicating less side reaction and forming very high quality ACIO interface that enable a long cycling life of lithium metal batteries. Next slide. So this slide shows how we synthesize and optimize our freestanding flexible solid polymer electrolyte. First, we screen UV thermal curable recipe polymers and optimize the cross-linking chemistries for high mechanical polymer strengths. So our polymer electrolyte can be freestanding, and it is also twistable and very flexible. So since we know the plasticizer is plays a very important role for flammability, because a solid state battery, the biggest advantage is it's not flammable. So when flammability is very important for solid state batteries. So we tune the plasticizer composition to make it fire resistant. So as shown in the right figure, we're using propane or the torch or even high temperature flame, the membrane, it cannot be ignited. So now look at the weight capability and the cycling performance. So figure on the left, compare the weight performance of different generation of polymer electrolytes. As shown in this figure, our new generation polymer electrolytes allows about or more than 100% fold higher discharge rate compared to first generation polymer electrolyte. So it can deliver up to 80% capacity utilization at high current density, about 10 milliamp per centimeter square. That means about a 5C rate. In addition, our solid state batteries also demonstrated excellent cyclability. So after 2,000 cycles, so we still can reach 80% capacity retention. So with a reasonable high current density at 3 milliamp per centimeter square, and then the cyclability will not be affected by increase the energy, this electrode loading from 1 milliamp hour per centimeter square up to 2.7 milliamp hour per centimeter square. So that means our solid state battery have very good weightability, even lower single electrode or single electrode. So this slide is demonstrated the excellent counter life, because we're a contractor with the defense. So the battery for defense, the second life is very important. Also the counter life is also important. So this slide demonstrated the excellent counter life and a low self-discharge for our solid state batteries. So both testing are according the US ABC battery test manual for electric vehicle is very standard testing protocol. Counter life is, as mentioned, counter life is very critical requirement for defense battery application. So we have tested our solid state battery in about 110 days. At room temperature testing, almost negligible impedance arise, and capacity fade in 6 days, and the 4.2 up cutoff voltage is very also negligible. So which should very promising for counter life. And under counter life. So at the right side figure is much lower. So we are just charge the battery at 4.2 volt and hold for 30 days, and then we check the voltage and we check the capacity. So do the calculation, so we find that less than 1% per month safe discharge is much lower than current liquid battery is about 5%. So it's very, so actually we meet the requirement of the defense, the contract. And for those cells are the coin cells format, so but we need to demonstrate the prototype in pouch cells. So for pouch cell evaluation, so we have 250 milliamp hour and 2 amp hour, which are our current standard size. As shown in the right side, right figures, these cells show exceptional cycling stability with negligible capacity fade over 500 cycles. And these portable cells have we have tested this batch, we have tested 3 cells. So we have very good consistency on cyclability. So, but we can make a 250 and the 2 amp hour is our current standard, but based on our customer requirement, we can customize the pouch cell size and the format to meet their requirement. Next, so safety always comes first. So on air penetration testing was also conducted on a fully charged 250 milliamp hour pouch cells at 4.2 volt. So we net penetrate twice. So after 2 times penetrations, no short circuit, no exothermic reaction, no electrolyte leakage was observed. So interesting that the pouch cell still can hold voltage at about 4.1 volt, and also was able to discharge. Even the cell cannot be recharged, but can after penetration still have capability to discharge once. They're very interesting. So based on the testing results, our solid-state battery can meet the level 2 of the UCAR hazard testing protocol. So very safe batteries, very safe electrolyte. Then come to our last slide, the conclusion. So as I mentioned at the first part of the presentation, we can conclude that solid-state battery market is still in very early stage of commercial development. So most company or lab demonstrate a very small scale. So that means it's not practical. So that means a pilot scale production is for medium and large format. So will be very critical for validating technology and commercial progress. So I think many of you may should see the news. So in the United States, a lot of solid-state batteries got a lot of investment, but I don't think there's any companies have significant leadership position in this early market. So who and what kind of technology can lead this technology in the market? So let's finger crossed. So and the second part, we talk about our current development of current solid-state battery technology. So Storage Energy has launched a large R&D program in order to develop large scale of production for solid-state technology. So based on the prototype with solid-state technology demonstrated in our slides, which showed very promising performance. So besides electrolyte shows, we have very good electrolyte, but besides electrolyte shows, high speed, low cost, drop-in manufacturing process also is a key challenge to bring the technology to market, because the cost, we need to bring down the cost, bring the cost down. So next for our development is to try to make a fully functional solid-state battery module, not cells, not coin cells, not pouch cells. We need to develop module. That's one the customer want to see. It's very practical prototype for demo to our customers and all these adopters to show our capability. I think that's all my presentation today. Thank you. Thanks very much for your time and attention. I'm very happy to take any question you may have. Hello?
Dr. Rao, can you please ask the question?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Jared. So the talk is open for a discussion. I think Dr. Prasad Rao raised the hand. So, Dr. Rao?
Yeah, it's a nice talk. Thanks for such a talk. Just I want to ask one question. You have a pouch cell with a 2 ampere hour pouch cell. What is the mass you are using, and what type of chemistry you are using here?
So only I can
mass
tell
of your
you
active
the
material.
Chemistry is the electrolyte material we're using semi-solid electrolyte. So and for now I don't think I can tell more about the chemistry of the cathode and cathode. I only can tell you that we're using solid state electrolyte, these pouch cells.
What is the mass? Mass also you cannot tell?
Mass, the total mass, I cannot remember the mass. So we calculate the energy density is more than 250 watt-hour per kilogram. It's based on the mass of the electrode, based on total cells, total pouch.
Okay. So how many cells are packed into this pouch, or how many layers of your cathode material? Can you tell that at least?
I think for the 2 amp there, I mentioned for 250, I think it's about around 4 to 6 layers.
For 2 ampere hour pouch.
Yeah, because these are our scientists make the cells. I didn't remember how many layers, but we can. we can reduce the layers because we can use a very high thick electrode. So we can make a 8 milliamp-hour per centimeter square loading. So I can significantly reduce the layer of the in the pouch cells. So for now, this patch I think we're using around 4 milliamp-hour per centimeter loading. But we can make it even thicker, like 8 milliamp-hour per centimeter square loading.
Okay. Did you see any degradation after 500 cycles, or it's still continuing?
Yes, I think the trend is similar. The trend is similar. It's still degradation, but it's very slow.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there any other questions?
I have a question, but I will ask him when I meet him in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to be meeting in person.
Right, right. All right.
So if there is no question, yes, someone is asking.
I have a question related to the conductive additive. So you have active material and then you have solid electrolyte. So what is the conductive additive? Do you have any conductive additive, or the active material itself act as an electronic conducting material?
So you mean the electrode or electrolyte?
You have basically on the cathode side, you have active material and then you have electrolyte mixed with that. And then you may have some conductive additive, right?
Yeah, we do have using carbon black as the electric conductive additive.
Okay. In that case, can you just sort of briefly tell what is the ratio of the active material, conductive additive, and the solid electrolyte in the positive electrodes?
I only can tell we can increase our active ratio to 95%.
95%. And then so remaining 5% is electrolyte and then conductive additive.
Yeah, I think it's not 99%, 92 to 95%. I think 95 we can reach.
Yeah, because it is pretty large, pretty very high loading. I mean, if you are able to achieve to that extent, it is really good. Then you can really achieve 250 watt-hour per kg. So
yeah, that's why we targeting high energy density. We put the limit. We want to push the limit.
So typically you have just 5% for both, 5 to 8% for both solid electrolyte.
I want to clarify that our electrolyte is not the conventional solid state, so semi-solid state. So we like for the 5% is the carbon and the binder.
5% is the carbon and binder, and then you have just 2 to 3% solid electrolyte. That means,
I mean, so the porosity is still filled with electrolyte because we are electrolyte semi-solid. We're filled up in the pores. Nice. So we don't calculate how much after cured. We don't calculate how much.
Yeah, just now you gave the impression 5% binder and then about 93 to 95% active material means there is no solid electrolyte at all. So
yeah, in the dry electrode, we don't put solid state electrolyte there. We just for the dry electrode, we just using conventional process to make electrode.
Sorry, what is that? That's very confusing.
So for the dry electrode, we don't add solid state electrolyte inside. We just using conventional process make electrode, like binder, active carbon black, and active materials.
Aha. So you mean to say the positive electrode doesn't have solid electrolyte at all?
No.
That's very interesting. How do you get the ionic conductivity within that?
Like I mentioned, so where the pores, still pores, will fill up our semi-solid electrolyte. Where our solid state very good availability will be penetrated in the pores.
I see. So it will make the role of the liquid electrolyte. That's what you are trying to say.
Yes.
Except that liquid electrolyte is low viscous and your electrolyte is slightly high viscous. That's all, right?
Yeah, slightly higher, but very comparable. So we don't want to be very high. Very high is hard to
penetrate into the pores.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your clarity. Yeah,
no problem.
Thank you to Jared. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am thankful to Dr. Jared for sparing his time on this occasion. So the next speaker is Dr. Thomas from Hazen Research Incorporation, USA, and he will talk on improved manufacturing methods for advanced nickel-rich NMC batteries. So I welcome Dr. Thomas to enlighten us.
Can I start?
Yes, you can start. Let me introduce yourself. Dr. Thomas Kodeknath earned his PhD in solid-state chemistry from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras in 1990, and he was selected as a promising young scientist by UNESCO and spent 3 years at the International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, at Italian National Research Council, CNR. He was a research fellow at Imperial College, London, and research scientist at Advanced Materials Research Institute, AMRI, New Orleans. He started his industrial career at American Superconductor Corporation, Boston, and afterwards at ITN Energy Systems, Denver, and Ascent Solar Technologies, Denver. Since 2016, he is with Hazen Research, where under US Department of Energy awards, Dr. Kodeknath is leading the R&D of advanced materials and processing of Hazen Research, covering next generation cathode materials with National Renewable Energy Laboratory and its recycling with Argonne National Laboratory and other projects including solid-state electrolytes, silicon-based anodes, and transparent conducting electrodes. He is leading several R&D programs to commercializations covering energy storage and so on. So he has extensive experience in the formulation and processing and manufacturing of advanced materials and thin film devices for diverse applications and so on. So Dr. Thomas is an inventor of more than 7 granted patents and more than 11 patent applications. He has published over 75 peer-reviewed papers and has delivered several invited lectures around the globe. So with this small introduction, I invite Dr. Thomas to deliver the speech on improved manufacturing methods for nickel-rich NMC cathodes.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for the kind introduction, and I'm so happy to be here. I would like to talk about the project we have been doing with American National Renewable Energy Labs under the sponsorship of Department of Energy, United States Department of Energy. Before I start, I would like to really thank Professor Dr. Joshi, who is a pioneer. The talk took me back to 1985 when I started my PhD at IIT Madras, where we started playing with the lithium intercalation into Nasicon type phosphate. So it was an inspiring talk, Dr. Joshi. Thank you so very much. Before I start, I would like to dedicate my presentation to my mentors, Professor G.V. Subbarao and Professor G. Arvamudan, who passed away unfortunately just yesterday. So I will go into my talk directly. Why we wanted to do NMC cathodes. As you know, the cathodes account for more than 25% of the cost of the batteries. And NMC cathodes is going to be the market leader, at least for the foreseeable future, and at least until 2025. People say.
Can you please put it in the presentation mode? Presentation mode, please.
Okay, 1 minute. How do I do this?
Sir, can you make the presentation mode?
I am trying. I'm trying. Oops. How do I do that?
Just in the right hand corner.
Right,
There is the
right
icon.
hand bottom. Right hand bottom.
Right hand bottom.
There's a cup. You just click that.
Huh. You were moving your cursor. Huh. Next,
Yeah.
Next.
The cup. Yeah. That
Yes.
one. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry for this. I am new to the Zoom call. Well, the cathode accounts for more than 25% of the cost of the battery, and we wanted to address that. And as I mentioned, NMC cathodes are going to be the market leader for the foreseeable future. It is projected that it will continue to be the market leader for the next couple of years. And it is also the best in class when you consider all the different cathode that is in play for the electric vehicle batteries. However, the process for making the NMC cathodes is a very complex process. As you can see on the right hand side, this is what is out in the public about how the NMC cathodes are made, what is known as the co-precipitation method. It is a very complex process involving multiple steps, and it also produces at least 2 waste streams. And it's that this complex process is adding up to the cost of the cathode. So we wanted to address this and see whether we can make the NMC cathodes in a better way, still keeping the high performance. Why nickel-rich NMC cathodes? As I mentioned, it is one of the low cost materials available for electric vehicle batteries. It has a high voltage performance, and it is a high performance cathode. However, as I mentioned, it is a complex multi-step and a slow process, which also produces a lot of chemical waste that needs to be processed to get rid of. With respect to its performance, the NMC cathodes have structural degradation unless it is coated with a surface layer that results in the capacity fade and poor cycle life. As Jared mentioned, Department of Energy has a storage grant challenge aiming to reduce the cost of the EV battery below $75 per kilowatt hour by 2030. And as of now, it is at $125 per kilowatt hour, of which NMC 622 is going to cost around up to $25 per kilo. So we wanted to reduce the cost of producing NMC 622 cathodes. The approach we took is, there has been a lot of literature saying that if you can produce a compositionally gradient nickel-rich NMC cathode with the nickel-rich core and manganese-rich surface, you can mitigate the capacity fade. And we wanted to make such a cathode powder using single source precursors, which contains lithium, nickel, manganese, and cobalt, which is capable of sequential decomposition. And we wanted to do it using a low-cost process based on spray pyrolysis. After the spray pyrolysis, we wanted to take it out and crystallize the amorphous powder in a fluidized bed reaction to produce layered nickel-rich NMC cathodes. So our project is aimed at developing a method which is simpler and lower cost to produce high-performance nickel-rich NMC cathodes. This is the idea we proposed to Department of Energy, where we said we can produce a gradient nickel-rich NMC cathode with nickel-rich core and manganese-rich surface if you can identify precursor materials which can sequentially decompose to produce nickel-rich core first, and a cobalt-rich intermediate layer, and a manganese-rich surface. And we have identified multiple materials which can produce this type of structure. As you can see on the right-hand side, that is the schematic of the particle, where we can theoretically produce nickel-rich core and a manganese-rich surface if we can identify precursors which can sequentially decompose to produce nickel-rich core, cobalt-rich intermediate layer, and a manganese-rich surface. So unlike in the case of co-precipitation, where nickel, cobalt, and manganese is precipitated as hydroxide in the first step, followed by reacting it with lithium in another step, we have everything together. And we are going to start it in a water-based precursor. It is a single source water-based precursor containing lithium, nickel, manganese, and cobalt, and starting it with a spray pyrolysis. This shows the schematic of the process. As the nebulized particle enter into a spray pyrolysis furnace, it will produce nickel-rich core first, followed by cobalt-rich intermediate layer, followed by manganese-rich surface. As you can see on the right-hand side, after spray pyrolysis, we produce around 3 to 10 micron amorphous NMC, which upon fluidized bed forms very well crystallized layered NMC cathodes. So the liquid precursor after spray pyrolysis is amorphous, which converts to well crystallized NMC 622 after fluidized bed reaction. This is the setup we developed or demonstrated for the phase 1 results, which is a 9-month program with the limited budgets to prove our idea can work. And as you can see on the left-hand side is the spray pyrolysis setup, which is in a quartz reactor. And the right-hand side is a small fluid bed reactor, which we demonstrated for phase 1. And I'm not sure whether I can play the video, but you can, as you can see, it is the fluidized bed reaction, a camera taken inside the fluidized bed reactor, which shows the fluidization of the spray pyrolyzed powder. And during this phase 1, we identified 3 new single source precursor chemistries that can form very well crystallized NMC 622. And we demonstrated a semi-continuous spray pyrolysis and fluid bed reaction to form the NMC 622. We achieved more than 200 milliampere per gram capacity, discharge capacity, and capacity retention was not very good. It was greater than 75% over 50 cycles. So what we achieved during phase 1 was we proved that we can form nickel-rich NMC cathodes based on spray pyrolysis method. For phase 2, we proposed making the semi-continuous process into a continuous process, and we proposed a reactor which combines both spray pyrolysis and fluid bed reaction as shown in the left side. And the right side is it's a almost 2-story height single reactor. The first big circle shows the spray pyrolysis setup, including the preheating zone, and the powder produced at the bottom automatically gets transferred into a fluidized bed reactor, and the product is discharged at the bottom. The middle figure shows the spray nozzle, which produces a very uniform spray pattern. This data shows our phase 1 results. During phase 1, we achieved, as I mentioned, well over 200 milliampere per gram. But when we started the phase 2 and in the continuous reactor, we lost the process, and the samples produced were very poor in performance. And we started wondering why that was happening. And we started troubleshooting why the capacity capacity drops well below 50 milliampere gram per gram soon after the initial discharge. So we started troubleshooting, and what we found out that, as you can see in this slide, single source precursor is a pretty uniform, very nice uniform solution. After spray pyrolysis, when you wash the powder, you can see some yellowish tinge that was coming in the wash. And after fluid bed reaction, it produced a very yellowish colored wash. And when we did a thorough chemical analysis of the product and the wash, and we identified some very little chromium contamination coming into the product. That suggested us that the materials we chose to make the continuous reactor, which was an Inconel based alloy, which contains chromium, was the root cause for this chromium contamination and poor performance. So at that point, we decided to stop doing the crystallization step in fluidized bed reaction and moved into a rotary kiln, which is shown at the bottom right-hand side. And after we started processing in a spray pyrolysis and fluidized bed reaction in a quartz reactor, you can see the wash did not produce any color, or the product did not show any chromium contamination. This shows the early results of our phase 2. As you can see, FBR stands for fluidized bed reaction, and RKR stands for rotary kiln. As you can see, we did improve the fluidized bed reaction in phase 2, but it was dropping. The capacity fed was little too much, and we improved it by going to rotary kiln reaction. And the right-hand side shows the performance of our NMC 622, which do not have any surface coating on the product, and it shows equivalent performance to NMC 532, which was the best samples we could collect in the market, which did not have any surface coating. So the performance of our 622 is comparable to NMC 532, which seems to indirectly indicate that we may have produced a manganese-rich surface in our powders. As you can see, we have tested it as half cells, full point cells, and also as 250 milliampere pouch cells. And as you can see, our performance between 3 to 4.2 volt is comparable to 532, which do not have any surface coating. When we saw these results, we said we need to scale up the process, and we have scaled up the process. We have scaled up the process to 500 gram batches. Next slide. This slide shows SEM images of the spray pyrolyzed powder, which produces very spherical particles around 10 to 15 microns, quite uniform. But as I showed in XRD, it was very amorphous in nature. This slide shows products after fluidized bed reaction, which is the top row, and the bottom row shows the SEM images of the rotary kiln reacted product. As you can see, fluidized bed reactor produced a very large but very beautiful spherical particles around 250 to 300 micron, which are amorphous but soft agglomerates of primary particles of less than 1 micron particles. When we started reacting it in rotary kiln, we produced very hard particles, which is also around 10 micron, which did not disintegrate, unlike in the case of fluidized bed reactor, but also produced less than 3 micron primary particles. But as you can see, both these particles do have a lot of porosity. That is an artifact of our spray pyrolysis reaction. This data shows our scaled up product, which we scaled up to around 500 gram batch. As you can see, the spray pyrolyzed powder collected on the filter on the left-hand side top row, and the 500 gram batch produced. And we did Rietveld analysis to see how much of a lithium nickel intermixing was happening. And that analysis suggested that we are less than 5% lithium to nickel cation mixing. And a third-party testing was performed on this batch of sample as 1 amp hour full pouch cells. and the data is shown in the bottom left-hand side and the voltage profiles on the right-hand side, which shows that we have produced a reasonably good cathode powders using this process. This compares state-of-the-art co-precipitation method versus the method we have developed. As you can see on the left-hand side, the very well-known, widely practiced state-of-the-art process developed at Argonne National Laboratory. As I mentioned over and over again, it is a complex and slow process. If I count the number of steps in this flow chart, I can count at least 9 steps, and it also produces at least 2 chemical waste streams. In our case, we have 3 steps. That is, one is to produce the precursor, second is to spray pyrolyze, and third is to produce the crystallized powder. And for the third step, we have identified 3 different options. One is to do fluidized bed reaction. As I mentioned, our attempt to make it into a really good process using fluidized bed reaction as of now is not a good process because we have contamination coming out from the Inconel alloy we used for the building of the reactor. But we are developing a process where we can insert an alumina tube inside the Inconel reactor. So we are optimistic that we can produce the powder using fluidized bed reaction. As I showed in the previous slides, we have demonstrated good performance if we can take the powder from spray pyrolysis and put it into a rotary kiln and still produce NMC622. We are working on a very new design of a reactor. We are still developing the process. As I said, our process have 3 steps. Our capital expenditure is going to be either similar or lower than the argon process. And we have a low operational expenses because it can be done in a continuous mode. We do not produce any liquid chemical waste. And we are currently doing a techno-economic analysis with the National Renewable Energy Lab. The early indications is that our process can be greater than 25% cheaper. And as you can see, we do have a lower manufacturing footprint compared to the argon process. So we have developed and demonstrated a simpler and more scalable process to high performance NMC622. In summary, the new process, we have a 3-step process compared to a 9-step or a complex process as in the case of state of the art. The 3 steps involve precursor synthesis, decomposition using a spray pyrolysis, and a crystallization using fluid bed reaction or rotary kiln or a new process we are developing. As in the case of argon, we do not have any intermediate milling, no intermediate mixing, and it do not produce any liquid chemical waste. Having said all these good things about our process, our particle size is less than 5 micron, which need to be improved. Our tap density is less than 1.25 grams per centimeter cube. That also need to be increased. And the BET surface area is on a higher side, which need to be reduced. However, we have identified new ways to improve all these parameters. And we have scaled up this spray pyrolysis combined with rotary process to up to 500 gram batches. And we are working on to develop our original idea of combining spray pyrolysis with fluidized bed reaction as a continuous process. We have produced well crystallized NMC622 with the low lithium nickel cation mixing. Going from precursor to spray pyrolysis to fluid bed reaction or rotary kiln, we do have 100% yield from the precursor to the end of the product. Our NMC622 do not have any surface coating, and it has shown comparable performance to commercial NMC532, which indirectly indicates that we have produced a manganese-rich surface. Otherwise, it should not perform as good as 532. As I mentioned again, The techno-economic analysis using Batt pack program is in progress, but early results indicate that our process is going to be at least 25% cheaper than the state of the art. We have extended the same chemistry, similar chemistries and process to multiple lithium battery materials, including NMC 811, the spinel, the garnet electrolytes, and the lithium titanium oxide spinel anodes. We are currently working to see whether we can produce LFP carbon composite using similar approach. This shows the improvements we can achieve by changing the precursor chemistry. The top figure shows the SEM images of the powder produced after rotary kiln. As I mentioned, it is showing porosity. It is very well crystallized, but by changing little bit of the chemistry, we can produce large particles, dense particles, and very well crystallized NMC 622. So we have identified the opportunity to improve the tab density, particle size, and performance of these materials moving forward. We have further advanced the same chemistries or the similar chemistries and process to produce single crystalline NMC 811. As you all know, because you guys must be familiar with NMC 811, the particle shows cracking, and people say if you can produce single crystalline like NMC 811, we can develop that material as a very stable cathode. So we slightly changed the chemistry, and we have an intermediate material which we will react with a lithium precursor to form single crystalline NMC 811. As you can see, the XRD of the spray pyrolyzed powder do not show indications of the layered NMC, but after reacting it, it forms the middle SEM image shows the single crystalline particles, and the right hand side shows the larger single crystalline particle, and the XRD shows very narrow and very high intensity peaks. And if you compare the 003 to 104, it indicates that we are forming single crystalline like NMC 811. This is a project in progress. We haven't really started testing this material. We are also involved in the direct recycling of the NMC cathodes. As you heard early in the session, United States need to develop its own sources for lithium battery market, and Department of Energy asked us to come up with some ideas how we can recycle the NMC cathodes without destroying it to the components. As you know, the making of the NMC cathode is energy intensive, and a lot of capital and operational expenses have gone in, and we said we can do the direct recycling using a all-in-one reactor where we can burn out the PVDF and the carbon additives in the reactor. Then we spray pyrolyze the lithium precursor. As you know, at the end of life batteries, the only change that happens to the cathode is a little bit of a reduction in the lithium content. So that means we have to re-lithiate the end of life cathode, and we said we can do it by spray pyrolysis. We can also do upcycling of the NMC 622 to NMC 811, also from polycrystalline NMC to single crystalline NMC 811. So we use lithium and cobalt solution, water precursor, and as you can see, the A shows the furnace where we are first burning out the carbon and PVDF additives, and B shows the spraying mechanism through which we spray the lithium or cobalt or lithium and cobalt mixture into the reactor after the burnout using a pump, and then we take up the temperature to a typical temperature to form the single crystalline NMC 811 or 622, and we can finish the process in a single reactor. As you know, the direct recycling is a very attractive method to recycle NMC cathodes. Argonne National Laboratory is leading the effort, and they have come up with a process where they are projecting $3 per kilogram to recycle NMC 622 using 2 different furnaces for the burnout and solid state relithiation. In our case, we are doing everything in one reactor and using solution precursors, and we are projecting this process is going to be less than $1 per kilogram to recycle the NMC cathodes. We have identified a better way of burning out. This slide shows the black mass, which has been provided by Argonne National Laboratory. As you can see, the particles have surface coatings of PVDF polymer and carbon. And after the burnout in the reactor I showed previous slide, it cleans up all the PVDF and carbon. And after relithiation, we can get back the similar morphology of the pristine NMC 622. The bottom row, left-hand side shows the performance of our recycled powders after just burnout. We have come up with a new process to burn out little bit better than the argon process, where the retention is somewhat better than the argon process. And our spray pyrolyzed relithiation step still need to be improved, but by increasing the lithium content and the process steps, we are able to improve the performance. We are also able to make the relithiated NMC 622 into a single crystalline type morphology. That is what I meant by we can improve the upscale. We can do the process to upscale to from 622 to 811, also polycrystalline to single crystalline NMC 811. So these are the 3 projects I am involved directly. All of these projects are sponsored by US Department of Energy. The cathode project was in partnership with the National Renewable Energy Lab, and the recycle project is with Argonne National Lab. The single crystalline project is sponsored by a private company, and we think we are in the right track. And as you can see, the new method can produce single crystalline NMC. Now, let me take a couple of minutes to introduce Hazen Research. We are a very old company. We formed in 1961, pretty much as old as me. I am turning 60 next year. My supervisor, Professor U.V. Varadaraju, I think is in the audience, and I would like to thank him for all the mentoring he has done throughout my career. So Hazen Research was founded in 1961. We are based in Golden, Colorado, less than 5 miles away from National Renewable Energy Lab. We are around 125 people. We are an employee-owned organization. We do a lot of process development, mineral processing, thermal processing, hydrometallurgy, chemical analysis. We are spread over 15 acres of facility with around 15 buildings and all the toys you need. We have been serving materials, metallurgy, mining, and environmental and chemical industries for close to 60 years. If you take the periodic table, we have developed the minerals, metallurgy, or materials involving over 75 elements of the periodic table. Over these 60 years of our existence, we have performed over 12,500 projects for over 1,000 clients from around the world. These are some of our capabilities. I talked about the Rotary King. We have developed a lot of pilot line processing for bio waste to produce fuel. We have a humongous or a very big fluidus bed reactor, which I hope to use when we have when we secure additional funding to develop our cathode process. We have a 6-stage autoclave for pressure oxidation for extractive metallurgy, which we use. Most of our clients are mining or metallurgy clients. We have developed metal extraction through solvent exchange, and we have developing lot of lithium and rare earth extraction from various sources. In addition to all these capabilities, we have all the basic necessities for developing and demonstrating advanced materials using XRD, TGA, SEM, ICP, atomic explosion, etc. This shows our services. We have thermal capabilities, we have hydrometallurgy division, we have the mineral processing, and if anybody is interested to contact me either today or later on, here is my contacts and the website. And in conclusion, I would like to say we have demonstrated a generic chemistry and simpler process to produce a variety of materials relevant to the lithium battery technologies based on spray pyrolysis. We have demonstrated NMC 622, 811, the spinel, the garnet electrolyte, and the spinel anodes. And we are also working on LFP carbon composite. Our method compared to the state of the art, at least with respect to NMC, we have a simpler, faster, and cheaper process than state of the art. We have scaled up the process from less than 10 grams 2 years ago to over 500 grams as of now. Within 3 years or so, we have demonstrated scale up of a very new process which has not been reported. And we have demonstrated it as 1 ampere pouch full cells. We have also demonstrated this new method for the growth of single crystalline like NMC 811 with minor process modification. Along the way, we have identified the critical influence of the lithium content and the lithium precursor using at the spray pyrolysis and the rotary kiln. We have also demonstrated a all-in-one reactor for spray pyrolysis and direct recycling of NMC cathodes. So before I stop, I would like to thank Dr. Kelly and CMET for the invitation to present the work. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you so very much.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
This is Kumar from CMET Thrissur.
Hello, Kumar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good piece of work and good talk. I would like to have a couple of questions to you.
Yes, please.
Actually, your new process that you have established for synthesis of NMC cathode materials. We would like to know about the reproducibility, batch to batch reproducibility, especially when you are trying to attempt synthesis of materials with graded composition, right?
Yes.
So could you please comment on your batch to batch reproducibility of your new process vis-a-vis the conventional co-precipitation method?
Yeah, as you know, the conventional co-precipitation method is the market. People have been using it for all sort of materials, and it's a very standard, established, very high reproducibility. Ever since we baselined our process, at least the last 25 samples we have produced using the same precursor and the same process, but in various amounts, starting with 25 grams to 50 grams to 100 grams to 250 grams to 500 grams. All these scale up along the way, we have produced the same performance. So I know we haven't really scaled up to kilograms or tons, which is what the market needs, but we have scaled up from 10 grams to 500 grams in intermediate steps, and along the way we have seen same performance. So we feel pretty confident, or we feel good about the scalability and batch to batch variation.
Thank you. Good luck to your attempts.
Thank you, Kumar. Thank you for joining the call.
Dr. Thomas. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Dr. Kale here.
Hello, Dr. Kale.
Yeah, I would like to know this is a flame spray pyrolyzer or it's an electrical one?
We have a ultrasonic nebulizer. It is not spray. It is not a flame. we nebulize it and we take it into a furnace for decomposing the precursor.
Actually, this is a flame type or electrical heating? I'm asking.
Electrical heating.
Electrical heating.
So we have an ultrasonic nebulizer sitting at the top of the reactor. We spray pyrolyze it, and the particle comes into a furnace which is between 500 to 750, and we collect the powder at the bottom.
It's fine. So what is the capacity of that? How much we can produce in one batch?
We have produced up to 500 grams at this point. But
One
our
batch
capabilities, we can produce up to 2.5 kilos per run at this point.
Okay. And what about this fluidization? What is the critical velocity we are there for this 500 gram basket fluidization?
We did not produce 500 batch in the fluidized bed reaction. We produced that in a rotary because of the issues we faced in fluidized bed reaction, the contamination. But I know we can produce the fluidized bed reaction with the minimal gas velocity. I don't remember exact numbers, but the video showed that the spray pyrolyzed powder can be fluidized very nicely inside, and we are working to see whether we can mitigate the chromium contamination.
What is the temperature, firing temperature?
The firing temperature is below 900 C.
But you will have the same problem in rotary kiln then, because that's also stainless steel.
No, the rotary kiln where we are using a quartz reactor, so there is no contamination.
But quartz reactor will react with lithium.
We haven't seen much of a reaction. You will see a lot of reaction if you are using lithium hydroxide, which is very corrosive to quartz. But our precursor do not have any lithium hydroxide, so we are not seeing any reactivity to lithium. But you have a point. Down the road, after a couple of runs, we may see some contamination. But we are working on a new material, and we can make it either in a nickel reactor, nickel tube, or an alumina tube. We are working to produce, develop a process based on nickel rotary reactor or an alumina lined fluidized bed reactor.
Okay. But capacity fading still there within still we have not achieved that. No? That is.
Yes, I agree. As I said, our capacity fade is as good or as bad as 532. We are working we are seeing some literature how we can improve it further. Our capacity fade is something to do with the porosity. We don't know really why that is, but we are happy that our materials are at least as good as 532, and our materials do not have any surface coating, and we can add another spray pyrolysis into our process where we can have an additional coating, and we hope to minimize or get rid of the capacity fade in the near future.
I have a last question. In the recycling, you are again dissolving all metals and then putting in the spray pyrolysis.
No, we are taking the NMC cathode as it is, and we burn out the carbon and the PVDF that is in the cathode slurry formulation. We burn that out around 500 C. Okay. Then after we burn out, we are not destroying the cathode. We are keeping the cathode as NMC. The structure, the layered structure is retained. We are just adding the necessary lithium by spray pyrolysis and just take it up in temperature, and we collect the powder, and we are, as I said, we are not as good as the pristine powder, but we are getting there.
Yeah, that can be improved, no problem.
Yes. We are very optimistic that the process can be improved.
Yeah, because this will be the cheapest process as compared to
other. But the upstream of getting the NMC cathode from the batteries is going to be a challenge. That needs to be figured out. I just read some paper from Nissan where they are using some ultrasonic vibration to take out the cathode. So if we can develop, the issue in the United States, as a lot of people discussed earlier today, is that we have to come up with a source for making NMC cathodes or any lithium battery materials without depending on foreign sources. So Department of Energy is pushing us.
I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see my supervisor, Professor Varadaraju, in the line.
Yeah, Thomas. Thomas?
Yes, yes, Guruji.
You were saying about manganese coating on the outer layer, no?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a desirable one? Because one of the things in lithium manganese oxide, element O4 and so on, is the problem of manganese dissolution as Mn2 plus.
Yes, that is the case. Again, my reading on spinels is saying that manganese dissolves in the electrolyte. But in the case of NMC, earlier reports, again, we don't know whether it is still valid. I don't get to read a lot of papers, but earlier reports suggested that if you can produce a manganese-rich surface, the NMC cathodes with nickel-rich compositions are stable or better stable if you produce a manganese 4, not manganese 2 at the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem there is while cycling, this conversion would happen even in lithium manganese oxide.
Yes.
Maybe that is also one of the reasons for capacity failure.
I agree.
So I will think about it.
Yes, thank you so very much. I really like that idea. The idea is to see whether we can produce manganese rich surface or a manganese fluoride rich surface. So we have some ideas in play. We are not comfortable to share that early data. We are seeing little bit improvement when we have a manganese fluoride types surface layers.
One last question, Thomas. Remember when we did with KD Jansekhar on the superconductor YBADC fluidization?
Yes.
At that time we realized that less than 30 microns, we could not fluidize because it will fly away.
Yeah.
So when you say a spray pyrolysis, I am sure that you will be producing extremely small particle sizes.
Yes.
So how are you able to fluidize it?
Very good question, Guru. I really don't know. Our particles are very fine, but as you saw that fluidization video, we are not losing much of a powder. We do see loss of some particles, but we are getting more than 99% of the powder we put in after fluidization. So and I think the trick is to get that large particles, which is much denser and which stays at the bottom.
So what is the particle size that you get in spray pyrolysis?
The spray pyrolysis is below 10 micron. But as soon as we start the fluidized bed reaction, that small particles agglomerates into very large, around 300 to 250 micron large particles, and it stays at the bottom, and it fluidizes very well.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, thank you. Very nice work. Keep going.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes.
Is there any more questions to the audience?
Yes, here one question from storage energy. This is Jared. Hey, very nice, very interesting process for production and recycling. I have one question. So you can, for your production, you can one batch can produce 2 kilograms per batch. So what's the limitation for continuous reaction? So you can, because those is a continuous reaction. Why you can only produce 2 kilograms per batch? What's the production rate?
Yeah, that is if I use a rotary reactor, which is a semi-continuous process. If we can develop the process with a nickel tube or an alumina lined fluidized bed reaction, we can produce it in a continuous mode using spray pyrolysis and fluidized bed reaction. That reactor has produced continuously up to 50 grams. And we did not proceed any further because we wanted to analyze the powder. And if we can produce a non-contaminated NMC 622, we feel good that we can produce it as a continuous process in a fluidized bed reactor.
Just a following up question for your 500 gram batch. How long will it take for produce 500 gram batch?
The 500 gram batch, we took 3 days to produce the as a spray pyrolysis powder, and our rotary clean was below 900 C for 5 hours. So altogether 4 to 5 days.
Well, that compared to complication is not very fast, you know.
I know, but wait, I know we are using one nozzle. If we can put three nozzle, 500 grams can be produced in single day, and even more. We are producing 15 grams per minute.
Okay.
And our precursor is very highly concentrated, so and it doesn't precipitate. So we feel good that we can scale up the process by adding more spray pyrolysis nozzle at the spray pyrolysis step. And that 500 gram batch, if I can produce in half day, we can produce 2.5 kilos in a day.
So you are using water as solvent. May I know what kind of salt? You're using nitrate salt or acetate salt?
That is something we keep a little close to our heart. We are not ready to release that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yep.
So, thank you, Dr. Thomas, for the interesting talk. So,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Ram. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Ram, can we move to the next session, or your break is
yes,
there?
Yes.
Because
no,
already.
We can, yes, we can continue, sir.
Because now already it's 11.
Yes,
so
yes.
I think Dr. Ilangon is also there.
Yes. We can continue, sir.
Yeah. He is there, na?
Yeah.
Good
morning.
Sir. Good morning. Good morning. After a long time, I am seeing you.
Life is like that.
Yeah. And since past this 1.5 years, it's absolutely no movement.
So it's Corona.
Yeah. So.
But digital technology is giving us life.
Yeah. But उसमें मजा नहीं, sir.
So shall I go ahead sharing my screen?
1 minute. Let me introduce.
Thomas sir, please, sir.
Sir, can you
stop the sharing?
Stop the sharing. So now we have a next talk from Dr. S. Ilangovan from VSSC Thiruvananthapuram on the topic of from supercapacitor to supercapacitor emerging trends. So let me introduce introduce to you Dr. Ilangovan. Dr. Ilangovan has completed his PhD from Indian Institute of Science in 1992, and immediately after completion his degree he joined Vikram Sarabhai Space Center ISRO in 1993. So he has a lot of achievements in his credit, like design, development and supply of sealed nickel, cadmium and nickel hydrogen systems, supercapacitors, advanced lithium cells, supercapacitor for launch vehicles and spacecraft applications, then so on. Dr. Ilangovan has held various positions at the ISRO. So currently he is a deputy director at Propellants, Polymers and Chemicals and Materials entity. His area of interest is a nanoscience and nanotechnology for materials and energy systems, attaining self-reliance in energy needs of the nation, electric vehicles, and so on. He has published many papers, patents, classified technical reports, and also a member of many committees, especially in the Space Commission, CSIR, MIT, MNRE, and so on. So he is a member of many societies, scientific societies, and he is also a recipient of Astronautical Society of India Gold Medal for the year of 2005. He is also recipient of INSAT 4 CR Team Award from ISRO in 2007. With this small introduction, I request Dr. Ilangovan to give us.
Thank you. Thank you, nice of you for your kind introduction. Good morning to everyone. All the participants, especially, let me at the outset thank Dr. Kale and team at CMET Pune for giving me this opportunity. And is my audio clear? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, your audio is clear, sir.
Yes, video? Sir. Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I am from Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, and this is our the main office building, and always we are at the vicinity of Professor Vikram Sarabhai, who was the visionary for our all our space endeavors. So let me start with the great fond tributes to my guru guide, who was the professor of inorganic and physical chemistry department, IISc Bangalore. Up to 1992, I was it so happened that I was last student. So without remembering him, none of my talks go through, because where I am today is because of his guidance and mentoring, and with all these things. Okay. So coming to our topic today, definitely the supercapacitor is the one which is the maybe when compared to battery, it is a later system, but though it was the concept was very well known beginning, but as a device it came up a little later. So now that we are trying to store the energy, and there are several methodologies for storing the energy, why electrical, we should look at it. So once I am remembering, and when I am talking about supercapacitor, I cannot leave the battery, because the supercapacitor was touted as the replacement for battery, but whether it is so, or what is the need at this hour of energy storage perspective, when we are thinking about a lot of mobility as well as the gadgets, and when we are on the transportation sector also, a lot of things are talked about, whether the systems which are there now prevailing, whether it will be able to meet all our requirements. If that is the case, what are things which are wanted? So what will be the role for supercapacitor? That is, when I combine the battery and supercapacitor, whether I will be able to do something better than what is going on. So that is what is going to be my talk, and whatever we have done some of the device level experiments, as well as we have also qualified for our space applications. So further scope, how it is going to be there, because we have been hearing a lot of fundamental studies by scientists with respect to different systems. Yesterday it was the Professor Patrick was taking us to all of our people are my colleagues, or my seniors, my younger colleagues. They were all talking about the interfacial electrochemistry for energy storage as well as delivery. So in this hour of World Rechargeable Cell Technology Conference, let me also add whatever I can do. So if you see some of the cartoons, if you look at it, it's electro car. So no petrol, no emission. But at the same time, if you see the next one, the person, even the thief, is looking at that the cost is more only the electric vehicle becomes costly only when there is a battery. So definitely, where are we there? Okay. So as a person who we are more of technology oriented people in space, and definitely as fundamental science definitely helps us in realizing the technology. So for us, it is a set of powders, and it is the powder, the particles, set of particles which give rise for the life to the battery. And when it is so, the anodes, cathodes, electrolytes, solid state, and definitely it should be high energy and long life without saying. and low cost it should be, and it should be safe enough. Definitely, the power is a very important aspect. So, how we will be converting the chemical energy to electricity, which lithium, sodium, now magnesium. Anyway, concepts is concepts what we have been going through last one day. A lot of several sessions and very interesting talks with respect to improving the graphite over by the silicon and other materials, and cathode also. Even the previous talk by Dr. Thomas was very interesting, and the solid state cells were being talked about by our I think Dr. Jared was dealing very well, and Professor Balaya also was telling some of the sodium ion aspects. All are interesting, but still the improving the aspects of functional materials and increasing the energy density, will it give all the requirements what we need? When I look at it, there are certain things. See, like we are going to one side, we are going up to 5 volts, and another side we are trying to cut up to even lithium metal. If I am going theoretical capacity, it is around 3000 ampere or per kilogram. If the materials alone, whether by increasing the energy density, whether I am going to get all the requirements when it getting converted into technology, yes, we have a lot of curves that is coming up, even up to 7.
The slide is not moving. Also, please put it in the presentation mode.
Whatever per kilogram, if I am
slide is not moving. Also,
so advanced battery system is the title of the slide. Hello, you are able to hear me?
So you are able to hear me? Dr. Ilangovan, the slide is not moving. Your slide is not moving. Can you go to the next slide?
Is it fine now?
No, no. No. Can you go to the next slide?
Are you able to?
No, no. Also, you should put it in the presentation mode.
No, I am actually on presentation mode, but the thing is that I think you are not seeing the variation.
No, nobody.
Shall I come back once again?
Yeah, I think better. You just stop and then come back.
I'll do one thing. I'll come back. Is it fine?
Not yet, sir. It's coming.
Is it fine?
No, sir. We can't see your.
Hello.
Hello. No, sir. We can't see it.
Yeah. Hello. Dr. Ilangovan? I think Dr. Ram.
Okay.
Sir, we can't see.
Hello. Okay.
Sir, we can't see.
I am sending the. Yeah, I'm online. It's getting changed.
Is the slide shared to CMAT? They can maybe show it.
Yes.
Dr. Ram, if you have the slides, you can share it, please.
Yeah, I don't have the slides. Any issue?
Are you able to see me?
Yes, yes, we are seeing you.
Is it fine?
Now it's coming.
Okay.
So
anyway,
sir,
now that the improvement of
PowerPoint presentation. PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, PowerPoint you are not able to see?
No, just make it is on the slide numbers and all that. So you make on presentation mode. Correct.
Shall I go?
Yes, you can.
I think let it go like this. It's okay.
But I'm able to share. I'm able to see full screen in the presentation mode. Is it okay?
Yes, yes, yes. It is okay.
Fine. So improvement of materials alone, whether it will be able to increase or increasing the energy alone will be able to suffice our requirement. So yes, we have got graphs with respect to energy density and power density aspects. But really, when it comes to new systems are there, whether it will be able to give us long cycle life, low cost systems, but whether the power requirement will be met with is the question. And coming to definitely people like us who are working on aerospace industries kind of thing, we need the technology available. So R&D should reach the level of technology and should serve the purpose of reducing the mass for the same power as well as energy. So because so far we have been starting from our nickel cadmium to nickel hydrogen to lithium ion. We have got a very good improvement, but at the same time technology availability is very, very important. Yes, we do have kind of a grip on that, but whether alone the improvement of advanced materials and energy density as well as technology availability will meet our requirements means definitely there are some problems, including our renewable energy storage. If you look at it, daytime energy is fully available, but when it comes to dark, the energy goes up, the power requirement goes up, but energy availability is less. So any energy storage, energy and storage, the storage system should be able to definitely store a higher amount of energy, as well as it should be able to deliver at a higher rate. That is what is the requirement, because we are thinking electrical in nature, that is even individual houses or the vehicles, everybody will be able to connect to the smart grid means definitely we should go electrical. That is what is going to be the more versatile in nature. Yes, with that, if you look at it, the different energy systems are available: compressed air, pumped storage, hydro, and superconducting magnetic materials, high power capacitors, flywheels. But when it comes to mobility, all the systems, it is difficult to convert them into, say, like mobile phone. And I can have this much of complicacy in a mobile phone, laptop, tools, including electric vehicle. The having this kind of other systems when compared to electrical system, they are all more complicated. So electrical vehicles, one of the main transportation modes, will be definitely requiring electrical things. So whatever we have been going on, the internal combustion based electricity based will be a better one. I will try to justify one. So these are all the consumer electronics where the power requirement is very high, as well as people are now thinking about even including starting from submarines to railways to defense, as well as aeroplanes. We are thinking of going for electric commutation. So under that condition, whatever we are trying to do means we have to look at the fundamentals, how the energy systems are having the specific energy, that is with respect to kilogram, and the specific power is the rate at which it will be able to deliver when we want. But unfortunately, I am always seeing that there is inversely proportional. If you see the capacitor, which is having the very high power per whatever unit weight, but unfortunately, it is having very lower energy content. But you go to the high energy portions, like our battery or fuel cells or any other systems, unfortunately, they are all suffering from power scarcity. More energy, less power. More power, less energy. So this is what is the problem. So when we look at our electrochemical energy systems which are at the pinnacle for supplying the electricity to meet. See, one side it will be the high energy will be there, but slowly only it will be delivering. But when I see the internal combustion engine, where it is there in the right top, where it is power mongering as well as energy mongering. So if you look at it, at least about 2000, whatever level it should reach, as well as about 2000 watt per kg level it is able to supply. But otherwise, if I am employing a battery, its weight will be very high, and the mass penalty will be there, and also there is no power available to meet at that rate. So there is a gap that is getting developed with respect to, okay, even if I am
Dr. Iliagon, your slides are not moving. I suggest, can you get out of the presentation mode?
Is it fine?
No, sir. If you have moved out, then just change the slide by clicking on the left-hand side panel.
Is it changing now?
No, sir.
Oh God. Maybe I think sharing right is given to me.
Have you shared the slides?
I am shared. I am actually sharing it.
If you have shared the slides to Simet, they may be able to put it up.
No. What might happen is he may have 2-3 windows open. In one, he is accessing. In one, he is.
That is what I was.
So ask him to close, 2-3 windows, and then just one window for his presentation alone.
Sir, if he presses the slideshow button, that is more than enough.
No, it will not. If you don't choose the slideshow as a shared screen, then it will not.
So is that fine now?
No, sir. We can't see anything at this moment.
No, I think he started now.
Just now started. Yeah.
Oh God. So now I am only having the
no, sir.
conference
It's
window.
a black screen that we are seeing at this moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm only having the.
Sir, can you share your slides, send, so that we can operate from here?
But okay, the size is also slightly bigger. What should I do? I don't know. It's about 25 MB.
It will not be. I think you please go out of Zoom and come in again. That may be a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, provided the organizers agree. Huh?
Yes, sir. No issue. No issue. We have to tackle this technical problem.
Just ask him to go out and then join.
And when he joins, he should press slideshow and wait for screen to appear.
Exactly. Exactly.
I can see 2 logins for Iliagon, sir.
Yeah, you are able to?
Sir, you have logged in 2 places. There is another logged in that is there.
I'm having only one now.
Yeah, please share the screen. Share the screen. Put it in the presentation mode, or move to the next slide. Move to the next slide. Now it is moving. I think you can go ahead like this.
Yeah, at least we
You should press slideshow button in the bottom.
Can you do the presentation? Slide presentation.
I can do like this, no problem.
Slideshow will be better, sir. Slideshow will be better one screen.
Okay.
No, now it is still in the same. It is not in the slide presentation mode.
It's on the bottom.
You can click the slide number.
I am now in 10. 11.
Now we are seeing only 6 number.
Okay.
There appears to be a lag, I think.
Could be. So now I'm what is it? I'm getting out of the presentation mode. I'll be showing the slide or slide sharing mode.
Slide show, sir, on bottom right. It looks like a television, the button, which you always show, sir. Just press that button, the whole screen will become one slide.
Now that I'm saying I'm able to do, but only thing since you are not able to see, I'm in my screen it is a slideshow.
Oh, okay. Then there is some other technical fix.
But I'm saying another message that the host has not granted me permission for sharing the slide. That is also there.
Dr. Ram.
Yes, sir.
Can you some issue is there from host side? Can you do that one?
Yes,
Can you give him permission?
Yes. Can you give permission to share my slides? Because you have not made me as a host or co-host, something like that.
Yeah, I have made the co-host, sir, to you. It is there already.
On security, you
Dr. Ram, there are 2 logins from Dr. Iliagovan. You might have given to the earlier one, not this one.
Correct, sir. You have
No,
to again.
So I am able to see the only one. Only one I can see here from here.
Yes, he is in co-host mode. Yes.
And host
I have made him the co-host right now.
I think when he is trying to do the presentation mode, there is some technical issue. He can close this one slide and again come in, but without presentation mode, he can proceed. He is able to move the slide. So he has to close this and again share the screen. Yeah, share the screen, but don't go to the presentation mode. Share the screen and then just move as it is. Yeah, please share the screen.
Now he is the only one.
Look like he has gone out, right?
No, sir, I'm in, but I'm not able to see the.
Yeah. Please share the screen now. Share the screen.
In the window, my presentation is not listed.
You have to open your PowerPoint, right? You kept the PowerPoint open?
Yeah, I'm keeping the PowerPoint open and I'm seeing the entire screen, window and Chrome tab. So I'm trying to see the window, but window is not having the PowerPoint.
Sir, maybe there are some other windows are there. You can just click on the presentation window and then you can make the share so that it will be able to share. If multiple windows are there during the screen share.
So I'm going to share screen once again. Yeah.
If you see multiple.
Yeah. It's coming now. So don't go to the presentation mode. That is where you have some technical issue.
So now I'll come to.
Just 1 second. It is yet to appear for us.
How about now?
Still not.
Things are better now?
No, you have to connect again. You have to share again.
There is some, I think, technical problem. So
Could be because your file is too large. You can save it as a PDF file and then run it. That is one possibility. Then the size may be smaller.
okay, that I can do immediately.
Try that.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir. Nothing is there.
1 second, I am trying to convert that one immediately to PDF and then come back.
PDF may not get shared.
Oh. I don't know that.
Sir, better to send to email to Ram and please send to Ram, sir. He will share it from his side.
Can you Ram? I it's blocked actually. Outgoing we cannot send 25 MB. I'm not at home. I'm in office.
Okay, that might be the issue because you're in office. You're not allowed to do this.
So
I think a best
but
solution
PDF
if you
should
can
not be a
email that
problem.
PPT.
PPT or PDF you send to Ram, he will
upload it.
no, but from our okay, I cannot access the Google. I will not be able to load this much. It's outgoing is blocked actually.
Sir, if it is PDF, sir, if it is PDF and it should not be, it will not be a big file.
I'm just copying now.
Yes.
Converting this one into PDF. You're not able to see anything now?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh God, this. Hello?
Hello.
Sir, in the participant's name, 2 places your names are there, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it fine now?
No, sir, no.
Sharing is not helping.
Yes. Now it's coming. Yes, sir. So go to the next slide. Yes, now it's moving.
So shall I continue in the same mode?
Yeah, you have to click on the slide so that it will go.
You can just continue with this mode, sir, only.
Okay. So now let us see how long it goes. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever we do on the energy side, unless otherwise we have the power, our energy storage system should be able to efficiently store the energy. At the same time, the rate at which we require for the application, it should be able to improve upon the power rating. Then only we will be able to utilize the energy in full, whichever way we are storing the energy. So electrochemical also will be the same rate. So though we are going to charge lower rate, but now that mobility demands and charging also should be higher in nature. So definitely when we look at that way, what is that we should do? When I go back, yes, definitely electric mobility has got certain advantages. We are increasing the energy, but the power is not yet adequate. So why people are all going for electric mobility when compared to the ICE? The electrical energies, there are very good efficiencies with respect to operational aspect. See, the traction motor, when I'm using the energy content, the ICE will be about 25 to 30% we will be able to consume. A lot of energy will be going waste. When it comes to traction and the motor based on electricity, we will be able to use at the rate of about 70 to 80% conversion can be there. So in that way, the emission side, cost side, all the things we will be in a position to make use of. But the problem is the battery. In order to, all other things, motor, the electronics, and the conversion system, and the mobility maintenance, all those, there are very good pros, but cons wise, all of them are rooted or focused onto the battery side. So yes, we are all poised to see that by 2030 we will be able to convert all the mode of transportation. But where are we? Are we really in this? Whether we will be in a position to reduce the carbon emissions, and if energy saving is going to be more than 60%, and whether we will be able to sustain, whether the MTOE, that is million tons of oil equivalent, will come down. When I look at it, definitely there are advantages. If you see the last column savings wise, the fuel saving is going to be half, and the pollution due to other greenhouse gases are also, we will have a very good number, and the medical expenditure and the health aspects, all those things will be having betterness. So energy improvement definitely has got, but power improvement is the one which is crippling us. So in this mode, when I look at it, the cost due to battery, especially if you look at the right side portion where the cost, I'm just dealing the marked ones, cost is of the order of crores for the vehicles, and I'm able to get the range of about 520 or 250, and the range is also coming down because of the inability from our side of battery. So the question arises, can we produce or perish? So with that question, so now that I'll bring in the ICE in our graph of our advancements are taking place in the battery technology, but adequacy is there in comparison with ICE is the problem. So energy level, even with our what I was showing, advanced system, definitely we will be able to improve upon the energy on the right side. That is, specific energy can go up. We are talking about lithium air, lithium sulfur, a lot of talks were there. Sagar Mitra was telling, and Satish also was telling with respect to redox. Redox definitely can be a stationary storage, but when it comes to mobility, I think the volume wise it will be a little crippling. So when I am targeting about lithium systems, we'll assume that we are able to achieve nearly about 500 or 600 kilogram per whatever per kilogram, but still power, if I look at it, I am still in the 1000 range only. So what will we do to reach this one, the capacitor? Definitely, I will be able to get the power portion. So gap, how we will be filling, will be with the talk which I am going to concentrate today more and more. Yes, but the problem with the battery is also there. When I'm increasing the charge or discharge rate, increasing the discharge rate nearly 10C, you see the area under the curve is going down by nearly half and more. And the reduced temperature again pulls down the capacity aspect as well as cycle life also. And if the requirement comes, because I will not be able to wait in the charging station endlessly, and when there are peak powers, my battery will be definitely subjected to peak power. So if you see 1 C rate and 1 C rate discharge, that is 1 hour, I will be fully charging it, and 1 hour rate only I am discharging at any course of time. I will not permit the rate of discharge to 1 C. Definitely I will be able to get 500 cycles, and I will also have a very good capacity. But once you increase the rate of charging as well as discharge, it is pulled down. And if it is 3 times, definitely the energy associated with the battery thing is coming down like anything. So this shows that battery based thing, the power is up. Problem, and if I increase the rate, there will be fall of our number. It is inherently a charge transfer process. No, it has to start from our conductor. It has to undergo the barrier of ohmic drop across the material to material electron transfer. From electron, that the charge has to get transferred from the material to the interface. Then interface to the electrolyte means definitely a charge transfer portion will come into picture, and the ion resistance, it will be there. So all these things will account that the kinetics portion, in spite of the higher energy, will definitely. Yes, sir.
Slide is not moving. Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you.
Sir, I am now in battery. Is it slow? That is the title.
No, slide number. What is slide number? The one you.
I'm talking about on the 26th slide.
Now it is only in 18. It is not moving.
Oh God. Okay, what do I do now?
Sir, when I am seeing participant name, your name is there in 2 places.
Why it comes in 2 places, I don't know.
Yes, the participant.
Ah. Hello?
Yes, sir.
How are things are off? You're able to see now? I don't know what's happening.
No.
Is situation better now?
Yeah. Now I think it is better.
It is.
Yeah, at least slides are moving.
Sir, again, your names are co-host, two names are there. That's the main problem, it seems.
What is that?
I think from co-host, that is there two times. I think from email one thing they can remove.
Not audible clearly.
Sir,
Shall I go ahead then?
two names.
Yes, you can, sir. Try it. Go.
You continue like this, sir.
You can continue like this.
Just change the next slide. Change to next slide.
I'm in 26 now.
No, here it has not changed.
Now we can see 25th.
Okay, 25th. So the concerns due to battery. I am presenting that in spite of energy there, if I am increasing the rate, the energy output will be less. If I am increasing the charge and discharge rate, again the cycle life will come down. So there are inherent problems with the battery, which will be retarded by the kinetics. Shall I go to the next slide?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You are seeing it?
No.
I think it can be, you have to settle this later with the organizer.
Okay.
Maybe you should give a trial with the organizer and then make sure that there is no communication gap and then present it. This is better to save everyone's time.
Yeah, organizers, maybe you could help me how to go about?
Sir, you can you try to send it a PDF file? We will try.
That will be difficult, Milind, because I am in office. I will not be in a position to connect to any other place.
That email PDF files, that should not be a problem if you're in office.
I think it is because of the sensitivity also. I think we should understand that. Yes, ISRO.
Yeah.
So please
because your firewalls are stopping it, sir. Your firewalls are stopping.
Yeah. So my suggestion is give a break and then sort it out and then fix a time so that everybody will listen to that.
Yes. By that time, I think can we initiate second
next speaker? Yeah, better we go to next speaker, sir.
Okay,
yes.
Please go ahead. Let me try. And somebody else, please alert to me. Then I will try to deal with them. How to make this one better?
Yeah, Dr. Ram will be in contact with you.
Okay.
So, Dr. Ram.
Yes, sir.
Just have a solution with Dr. Ilangovan for this one. By that time, if Dr. Jindal is there, then we can.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, participants.
No,
I'm
sir,
sorry
it's a technical issue. We also have this. So it's understandable.
So yeah, I'm here.
I think if Ilangovan sir goes home, it will be better.
Okay. Then I will remove my sharing otherwise. Yeah, please continue.
Dr. Jindal?
Yeah, I am here. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Now we can start from yours this thing. So sorry, audience, for these technical issues. We'll try to sort it out this one because of the bandwidth may be issue or some other technical issues. So the next talk will be by Dr. A.K. Jindal from Tata Auto Component Systems Limited, Pune. So he will be talking on thermal management of EV battery packs for 2 and 3 wheelers. So let me introduce Dr. Jindal.
Sunit, are you able to see my slide screen?
Yes. So we are seeing this first slide.
Yeah, it's moving, huh?
Yeah, it's moving.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'm able to see it's moving very well.
yeah. So Dr. Jindal is an advisor of e-mobility, new products and technology, Tata Autocom Systems Limited. So Dr. Jindal is supporting the development of various systems and components for e-vehicles as the country progressed towards electrification of the public and private transportation. Prior to joining TACO as an advisor, he has held the leadership positions at Tata Motors Engineering Research Centers as an advisor electric and defense vehicles, as well as head engineering commercial vehicles, responsible for the design and development of entire commercial vehicles and defense products portfolio. So during the last decade, Dr. Jindal has led various projects for the development of ground-up platforms like Prima, Ultra, and Intra, as well as upgraded SCV platform Signa. Responding to the country's drive towards electrification of transportation, the team developed Starbus bus hybrid as well as Ultra EV, which are successfully running in Indian as well as international roads. The highlight of these vehicles has been that these were developed in short time entirely with in-house competence developed over the years with in-house R&D. Apart from this, Dr. Jindal has focused on technology development in commercial vehicles along with various partners and have integrated various safety technologies such as ANCAP, NCAP, collision mitigation, and lane departure warning, etc. Under his leadership, Tata Motors has continuously improved the products for fuel efficiency and enhanced performance through various innovations, lightweighting, and development of new generation aggregates. So Dr. Jindal holds a PhD in IC engines and is an active member of various industry forums. He has authored many technical papers for national and international journals. He is also a chartered engineer and fellow of IMEC and member of Society of Automotive Engineers USA. So with this small introduction, I request Dr. Jindal to deliver a talk on thermal management for EV battery packs for 2 and 3 wheelers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suneet, and I really thank CMAT and Dr. Sharma, who maybe introduced me, requested me to make a presentation in this first time conference which CMAT has organized. So I think before I start on the technical side, just give a small snapshot on what is Tata AutoComp. As probably many of you know, Tata AutoComp is a combination of many, say, system and component supplying companies with the many joint venture with international component and system suppliers, focusing on mainly 4 components: safety, powertrain, cooling and emissions, aftermarket services, and axle suspension, BIW, and electricals. Of course, as you know, Tata Group per se has given a lot of focus in development of EV in the area of EV domain. And at TACO, we have been focusing on EV driveline, battery packs, power electronics, including chargers. And at the same time, developing and offering expertise in thermal management of EVs, which is highly, as we all know, is highly customized and very critical for safety of the electric vehicles. And at the same time, TACO is offering various systems and components for both ICE as well as electrical vehicle like HVAC, electrical compressors, electric water pumps. And also, as mentioned in the introduction, we have been working on a lot of lightweighting through next generation of technologies in composites with the long fiber technology as well as low density composites. Just to give a snapshot, we are present in almost all the domains of system and components for EVs. Particularly today, we are mainly talking about EV, right from 2-wheelers to 2 and 3 wheelers and 4-wheelers, as well as commercial vehicle like buses. And within 2-wheelers, battery packs, battery management system, onboard charger, DC-DC converters. These are all the key areas which various companies within TACO are meeting the requirements of the industry. Just to set a context, which all we know is that the electrification in the country started in 2010 with the introduction of a policy called FAME 1, wherein the intention was that country should progress towards electrification at a faster pace. But unfortunately, the FAME 1 had a very limited success because the subsidy or the demand incentives which were offered were very small. Then as a result, government came out in 2015 a revised policy in which now there is I would say, very substantial amount of money has been really allocated for subsidizing the procurement of these vehicles. So the today's subject is about two-wheeler, three-wheeler, because as you can see from the numbers, I think there is a big thrust in the country that the two-wheelers are the one key area which need to be proliferation of EVs need to be expedited and increased so that there can be a more pronounced influence on the environment as well as countries' migration towards the electrification can be made successful. And recently, as you all know probably, that to support two-wheelers, even the subsidy has also been increased from 10,000 rupees per kilowatt to 15,000 kilowatt hour. So very clearly, two-wheeler and three-wheeler are the main focus area from the Government of India perspective, which should be promoted. I think Dr. Ilangovan was saying the last slide which we were hearing from him. Yes, the batteries are the key component for EVs. As far as the motors and other power electronics are there, though there are some challenges in terms of managing the cost, but they are relatively, I would say, well engineered and well in place. Of course, today the production in the country is still not as good as what we would like it to be. But from a technical standpoint of view, today the battery is one of the biggest challenge, and being one of the highest cost element within the vehicle. So there is a whole lot of focus on the battery. And as I said, even Dr. Ilangovan was mentioning, and even the previous talk was there. When we talk about battery, the major challenges are the challenge with battery is that its power or the delivery of power is within a very limited band of temperature. So it can't be applied on a very wide band of temperature. And now when it comes to giving a satisfactory or satisfactory performance and life, the battery window for temperature becomes much more smaller and narrower as compared to the other component like inverters, motors, or even the conventional IC engine vehicle and even human beings. So batteries are probably next to the human beings in terms of their temperature tolerance. What are the impact of high temperature? Obviously, as was being said, it results in if the batteries are made to operate under higher temperatures, they fade in capacity, their cycle life is reduced, and there are always chances of thermal runaway. So hence the thermal management of battery is one of the key. We were listening to talks of developing various chemistries. So at least we are working on the last leg of the application of those technologies, where we have to see that whatever has been developed, it finally performs on the vehicle in a very satisfactory manner. Now, what are the key drivers or challenges of this? I think most of the things are known about the temperature, but the another very critical factor which was also being mentioned in the previous talk, that there is a need for faster charging, because in today's terms the two-wheeler, three-wheeler batteries are being charged at a very slow rate because of managing the thermal performance of the battery. So, but the need is that the batteries, the customers expect that batteries should be charged very quickly. In fact, there is a goal that the battery should be able to charge in the time equivalent to filling the gasoline or diesel tank. But even there is some time to probably reach that goal. But currently, of course, the expectation is that we should be able to do 80% of the charge. Battery should be charged 80% in less than 1 hour. So that means when you are on road or even if you run out of your battery, quickly you should be able to do within 10-15 minutes. At least you should be able to do 25 to 30% of your charge. And of course, we I think as scientists, we all know that if we do the battery charging at a very high rate, it leads to heat generation and then higher cell temperature, which are obviously not liked by the batteries what we have today. And of course, the another reason is the why thermal management is critical is that there are in many of the vehicles there are packaging constraints and of course the cost. What are all the things in the batteries apart from of course the basic chemistry, even the form factors and the way the cells are constructed, they are also posing a lot of challenges in terms of managing the thermals of the battery packs. One is of course the cell geometry. There are three main cell geometries which are there today. One is cylindrical, prismatic, pouch, and each one have got a different surface volume to the surface to volume ratio, which creates a problem in temperature gradient within the cell. And then of course current density, as you can see probably from a small figure on the right hand side, where your terminals are there because all the current is getting concentrated there, they tend to heat up very fast, and we need to see that how do we manage that. And of course, the another challenge which is specifically to Indian condition is that our ambients are very high, and without any proper thermal management, making batteries work under these conditions are very, very challenging. All of us know in last 3-4 days, Delhi is recording consistently a temperature of 45 degrees C. So if there is no thermal management, it is definitely going to have a very undesirable effect on the battery. And then of course, as we saw in our previous slide, the allowable temperature band for the battery is somewhere around 20 to 30 degrees C. And of course, within the cell also, because I think all people in the current in the audience are really, they know it very well, that if the temperature variation even within the cell is high, it can lead to problem in the durability and reliability of the battery cells. So I need not to talk about what are all the thermal runaway. I think this is well understood by the audience, so we'll not spend time on that. Now, just a brief rundown on the what kind of cooling systems are there. So there are of course active and passive cooling system. Passive cooling system are where you just use the normal convection or with a air blowing over the cells, which we will see in the future in the further slides, that what is the impact of this. And then of course active cooling system, where you use some refrigeration cycle to really cool the air or the water to cool the battery packs. These are examples which are already deployed in the vehicles. As you can see, these all examples are primarily for passenger cars, because the moment you integrate a cooling system, the whole thing becomes quite complex, bulky, and of course expensive, which usually 2- and 3-wheeler, the vehicles being very cost sensitive, they generally people have been avoiding to use any active or passive cooling system. Of course, there are liquid-based active and passive cooling system, direct refrigerant-based cooling system, where the battery may be through a cooling plate are directly cooled by a refrigeration cycle. And of course, there are new materials which are being investigated, are the phase change materials, and then of course the thermoelectric coolers. They have not been yet found to be amenable for battery cooling because of the certain restriction on the cost side as well as certain material properties. They particularly in phase change materials, the thermal capacity gets to fade away with the number of cycles. So in summary, there are pros and cons of each system, and choices of these are mainly governed by the complexity in design and packaging, cost, and most importantly, the ability to meet the thermal criteria. So what we are doing is in our requirement to design the battery packs for 2 and 3 wheelers, we have we are doing work on finding out the temperature effect of various ambient conditions as well as the charge rate on the thermal performance and the design of the battery pack. The whole study is primarily based on that, and we are doing this through a transient thermal CFD simulation using Fluent as a software. And the whole idea is, can we evaluate the if there is no cooling, what is likely to affect, and then if we do only air cooling and if we use liquid cooling, what will be the temperature which we can achieve, and are they conducive for the durability of the battery pack. So obviously for the simulation you need a lot of input data, so I won't spend time on this. Just to share with you the typical 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler battery packs. Today they are generally made by a aluminium casing on the outside, and to achieve the some places to achieve IPK 67 or 69 because most of the time these battery packs are under the floor, so they are usually sealed. So with that there is very little opportunity to do a satisfactory cooling is there. So probably today the easiest way to mitigate this thing is that doing charging at a very slow rate. Usually 2-wheeler battery packs are being charged by the order of around 4 hours or 6 hours. And particularly when we talk about 3-wheelers, the same is the case that normally a 48 volts 100 Ah battery is being charged in almost 6 hours to 7 hours, which is quite a lot of time, and really hinders the productivity of the vehicles, because particularly 3-wheelers are being used more for commercial use. So and when these are being used, obviously when the temperature rises, then there is a issue about capacity. So that's what the complaints which we generally hear from the customers. So based on that, we have set up certain cases to investigate what kind of designs we can really do to really design a very good and satisfactory battery pack. So these cases have not just been done, because when we have progressed in the design, so we have, based on the results, we have incorporated certain elements in the design, and then what we are presenting here is like a summary of all that iteration which we did to various of the various cases. So the case one is very simple case where, and for the just for the reference, this we have taken only when a block of 9 cells and done simulation on that. Of course, we have seen that we can extrapolate the results of the study into a much bigger pack also. So first case is basically when there is no cooling, as you saw in the previous pack, and then if we just blow air over the cells and it passes over those, what is the temperature rise, and what is the of course the casing is made of aluminium, as in the practice. In the case 2, when we did this exercise, we found that, of course, the temperatures, particularly when we do C1C charge rate, the temperature rise was very high. So then we thought of a improved design wherein we provided passages, and after a few iterations, we found to promote the heat transfer from the cells to even these outside passages, probably we need to use certain thermally conducting fillers. So that was incorporated. So that what we are today presenting you is the result with the use of a thermally conducting filler materials within the cells and the tubes. And of course, the last case is where we, based on the learning from this simulation, we optimize the designs of tubes as well as design of the inlet plenum chambers as well as the outlet plenum chambers, and then used both cooled air as well as cooled water into this, so that to see the effect, what effect we get on the temperature around of the cells, around the within the pack, and temperature variation within the pack and variation within the cell. So the case 1 is one in which we did investigations at 25 degrees C, which is the ideal temperature. And then of course at 45 degrees C, as I mentioned in the beginning, that what is the general temperature rise. As you can see from the graph, with the 25 degrees C, the temperature rise is almost around at 40, let me start from 45, the upper graph. At 45 degrees C, if you do a 1C charge, the temperature rise without any cooling is almost around about 25 degree C. And when you just blow the air around that, the temperature rise gets reduced by 10 degrees C. That is around, so the temperature rise is for 15 degrees C. That means if the ambient was 45 or the initial temperature was 45, the temperature still goes up to 60 even with the cooling air, which is, as we all know, is not very conducive temperature for the life of the battery. Similarly, if we do 25, the situation obviously with the ambient is slightly better, but still the temperature rises are in the same order of more than 10 degrees C or 15 degrees C with the no cooling, and further reduction of around 10 degrees C with the blowing of the air. The temperature variation within the cell was observed about around 3 degrees C, which is kind of something which is acceptable. If I show you the temperature distribution, right, doing a transient simulation, what is the condition at 10 degrees C and at 60 degrees C? As you can see, there the temperature rises quite substantially and goes beyond the acceptable limits. So the upper graph is for 25 and the bottom one is 45. Sorry, this is for 25 and this one is 45. So as you can see, the temperatures are hovering around, without any cooling, are hovering around 70. And of course, we are able to bring it to somewhere around 660 when we do some cooling. Now, coming to the case 2, as I said, based on the learning, when we found that one is that there was a non-uniform cooling happening because the cell in between is not really getting the benefit of cooling air. And of course, the differential also depends upon how your design is done, how the convection currents are set up within the cells. So there is a temperature differential because of that. So we thought of doing is that what we thought is that if we have some cooling channels through which we can blow the air rather than blowing the air just on top of the cells, maybe we can promote more air heat transfer and make it more uniform. And that effect is, I think, seen here. So in this case, we have done two cases. One is with passive cooling, where the air which is being blown or passed through the tubes is at the normal ambient. But when the second case is where we do adopt some active cooling and where the inlet air temperature, though the ambients are either 25 or 45, but the air temperature is of the order of around 18 degrees C, which you will, this is of course maybe a challenge how we can get this in a two-wheeler, three-wheeler environment. But just for the purpose of investigation, we assume that probably maybe in future if we can use some Peltier effect, a Peltier element, which can give us the air at 18 degrees C, probably we can see the effect of this. So as you can see, at 45 degrees C, because of the incorporation of the cooling passages as well as incorporation of the filler with the heat transfer capabilities, the drop in temperature is minimized. The rise in temperature is more amenable or more controlled as compared to what we saw in the previous experiment. Here we could see that the in the passive cooling, the temperature rise was almost around 10 degrees C. So that means instead of from 45, it rose up to around 55. And similarly, in the 25 degrees C case, it rose up to around 35 or so. But when we applied the active cooling, as you can see, there is a dramatic cooling which we are getting. And at the end of the charging cycle, the temperature substantially comes down to almost around 35 or 40 degrees C. So which is probably much better than what we could do earlier. So these are the temperature distribution in the case of passive as well as active cooling. As you can see, at 25 degrees C, the things are even without with passive cooling also, things are under good control. But obviously, when we have like the 45 degrees C temperature, the temperatures are relatively high in 50. Some chemistries are able to tolerate temperatures up to around 50. Of course, not the long term, but short term temperature rises can be tolerable. So then we will be left with no other way than maybe moderate the charge rate. Instead of 1C, maybe nowadays we are trying to do step charging process of around maybe first a high rate and then tapering it down to smaller rates. The current study, we have not yet done that simulation done. Maybe in future we will be able to show those kind of results. And also you can see what is the effect of blowing the air. Obviously, it is promoting the heat transfer more, I think, all around the cells, which is due to which there is a better thermal management. So this is the 45 degree ambient case with the active cooling. Now the third case is, of course, with the more optimized case. In this case, we have not, the passive cooling results are maybe similar to the one which we saw earlier. But in this case, we have simulated both active cooling, but one with the air, another with the coolant, liquid coolant. And as you can see, the flow rates were optimized to get what is really physically possible within the space available. So the liquid cooling rate is around 4.7 LPM and the air cooling, air flow rate was around 7.5 meters cube per hour, which is roughly equivalent to around 1 meters per second velocity. So as you can see, with the air cooling, though initially there was a slightly better temperature drop, but of course it is slightly less effective as compared to the liquid. The blue line, which you say is a liquid cooling line, where the temperature drops are of the order of around 20 degrees C. So that means from even if you have got a 45 degrees C ambient with liquid cooling and the air or water inlet temperature at around 18 degrees C, we can be in the band of around 25 to 30 degrees C. And of course, the cell temperature is within the module is within 2 degrees C, and cell to cell temperature within the cell temperature variation is also quite well within the limits. So obviously, this clearly goes to show that to really achieve a very comfortable temperature for battery to operate on long-term basis in a very healthy state and give long life, the some kind of active cooling is very important. Maybe in very limited cases. So in conclusion, that's what I would like to say, that active cooling is definitely is a must if we want to maintain that really effective window of 20 to 30 degrees C. But yes, in some cases, we can probably, where there is a cost pressures, the smaller vehicles, specifically smaller vehicles. So some kind of a passive cooling can still help to minimize the rise in temperature up to around 70 degrees C, what we saw, to bring it within, say, around 50 degrees C, which is certain chemistries like LFP, it can still work within that band. Or we have what we have to do is we have to mitigate the effect of temperature rise by doing a little longer charging time and doing a step charging process. So I think, thank you very much. That was all what I wanted to present.
Thank you, Dr. Jindal.
So
can I ask a question?
Yes. The talk is open for now. Few questions.
Jindal sir. Actually, has the active cooling been implemented in practice in India?
Yes, sir. I think in the passenger cars and commercial vehicles, this is it's quite normal, I would say. Without that, in the passenger cars and the commercial vehicles, it's almost very difficult to really operate the vehicle, because there the currents and the charge rate demanded are very high.
Right. So how much increase in space and weight takes place in the entire battery cell housing when you have to implement a cooling arrangement?
So as I said, we have done some packaging work and some selection of the components for doing a passive cooling by using a blower. That addition in the space, and if you saw the pack which I have made, so maybe there is around 30 to 40% space, additional space is required. And even within the cell pack itself, because of the addition of those passages, your cell sizes increases by around 10 to 15%. So that is the kind of a size increase which is there. But of course, if we have to achieve these kind of a cooling requirements, meet these cooling requirements, we have to find out that space.
One more small question, related question, whether the inverters are also requiring a coolant circulation?
So inverters are also similar way. It again depends upon what is the current rating or the power rating. Usually again for the ones which are used in the passenger cars as well as commercial vehicles, they are definitely liquid cooled. And but again for the two-wheelers, three-wheelers, these are all usually convection cooling is there only. Very little force cooling is used. So with the motors and the inverter is that you can design a good amount of fins and probably keep the inverters in the area or direction of the velocity of the vehicle. So that helps in promoting the convection. But in case of batteries, I mentioned, because these are all underneath the floor, and also to prevent damage because of the from the water entry, usually they are protected. And once you make them IP69 or IP67, so there is a very little possibility that you can do any convection cooling. So
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So this Dr. Professor Palani has one question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jindal Saab. It was very nice presentation. I have a question to you related to the thermal management at the cell level, in fact, because you have a pack and then you have, it could be active cooling or passive cooling. You are taking away the heat on the surface. If the surface temperature goes to typically, let us say 45 degree or 50 degrees centigrade, you want to bring it down to 25 degrees centigrade, which is fine by your thermal management approach, which is the external cooling. But what happens within the cell? If the cell is, let us say, if it is a cylindrical cell, then from the core to the surface, you may have a large gradient, right? Because at the core, it is still at 45 to 50 degree. Only on the surface, you are removing the heat, right? So surface is 25 and the core is 45. So there is a gradient. So do you have any plan to reduce or minimize the heat generation within the cell also? Then it would be ideal. I mean, it would complete your goal,
You are right, Dr. Palani. I think as of now, of course, what we are going when doing the pack design, I will come to the cell part maybe in the next few minutes. When we are doing, we are actually leveraging, because as you know, when the cells are tested, they are tested in an ambient of 25 degrees C.
That's right.
Maybe when you are doing a very more detailed investigation on the cell, you are maybe measuring the cell temperature within the cell also. Yeah. And from the top, yes, there are some research have been done where people have looked at what is the thermal transfer, I mean the heat transfer coefficient both in the axial as well as radial direction.
Correct.
And how you really extract the heat out of that. We did some literature search on that. In fact, our design of the way how we extract the heat out of that was also using that. Just to share with you, the normally in cylindrical cell, the axial heat transfer coefficient, because of the construction, maybe it's again a matter of more research. Because of the construction, it is almost 10 times the radial heat transfer. So
naturally, radial heat transfer has to be sluggish, whereas the axial heat transfer is going to be pretty good.
But the problem in the cylindrical cell is that you have got both cathode and anode on these on the axial sides only.
So the taps are there. The taps are there on the top and bottom, and there are internal resistances. There are internal resistances at the contact point. So there is a lot of heat generation on the top and bottom. Even if the actual heat transfer is very efficient, unfortunately on the top and bottom you are generating heat because of the poor contacts.
Exactly.
So this is what Tesla is trying to overcome, going by contactless, and then they are taking the actual heat transfer through the copper foil, and then they are cooling on the top and bottom.
Correct. So that is what in the conventional cell today, so that is why they have redesigned the cell. So they are minimizing the heat generation because of the contact resistance by giving a much larger area. That is
but everybody may not follow the Tesla's model. I mean, it may have its own.
Of course,
may have its own limitation. We don't know that.
Absolutely. So what we have tried to leverage is whatever is the current cells they are today. What we have tried to utilize is that the axial heat transfer and then radial, and then providing the thermally conducting material there, and then bringing it onto the surface so that we can take the heat away. So, of course, you are right. Maybe in times to come that has been the case. But as probably you know, in case of prismatic, we are better off that the electrodes are only on the one side. So you can probably put a cooling plate at the bottom and use that high thermal conductivity in the axial direction.
Actual direction, yeah.
But yes, that's right.
So just to sum up, in Singapore, we work a lot on this particular direction. We have experts both on the way you talk, thermal management, as well as we have we look at the cell level management. That means bringing down the internal resistance, which was talked yesterday also, bringing down the internal resistance as much as possible so that minimum heat is generated even at a high C rate. Yeah, thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Is there any more question from the audience? Sir, I have very basic questions.
Yes, Sunit.
What is the lifetime of the battery in commercial as well as passenger vehicle?
You see, the lifetime expectancy in commercial vehicle nowadays from a customer standpoint of view is anything more than 8 years. Because what you are getting, and even same is more or less same is for passenger cars. So, because with anything less than that, the commercial viability on a TCO basis, what we call as total cost of ownership for 10 years, 8 years or 10 years, anything less than that is becomes very challenging. It's not viable. So all customers are asking for, in fact, you know, the all bus life is around 10 to 12 years. In fact, there is an increasing demand from the customers to give batteries which will last the whole lifetime of the vehicle. In fact, if you ask passenger cars also, everybody would want to be the same.
Yeah, because the recurring cost would be very high.
Correct. Replacement cost will be very high. Though we have been always saying that, okay, today, you see, if we use one way to increase the life of the battery is that you use a very big battery and don't run through a one cycle every day. I mean, don't charge 0 to 100 and deplete it every day. Maybe you have a battery pack which uses only, let's say, half of the capacity on every day. So you can easily double the life. But then your initial cost will be very high. So this is what we have been promoting, that we need to optimize the battery pack size, because, okay, when there is a replacement, hopefully by that time, the battery cost itself will come down. So your replacement cost not will be very high. So there is a kind of a midway path we have to find out, so that we can keep the cost of the vehicle also low. At the same time, we give a good life. But generally, 7 to 8 years life is what is generally even guaranteed based on the limited data which we have been able to collect in past 3-4 years. I think 7 to 8 year life is possible.
Yeah, but currently the cost of this passenger vehicle is comparatively very high. So that could be the reason of because of the batteries, cost of the battery.
Yeah, I think in the whole vehicle, almost 50% of the cost is on account of batteries. 40 to 50% cost is on account of batteries. Very generally, the thumb rule is that, of course, this is not the case today, but when we mature in terms of volume increases, minus battery, your cost of the vehicle will be same as IC engine vehicles. So the challenge is how can we bring down the cost of the battery, and of course, cost reduction, optimization of the other electrical components and aggregates, so that we can optimize this further.
Correct. So, Dr. Sankha, do you have any queries?
Yes, a few in line of this. If I talk about the lead acid batteries today, the lead acid batteries in the three-wheelers, if you see the cost range versus the life of the batteries varies. If you take from 12,000 rupees, that's recycled, unmarked, or unbranded lead acid batteries, they will cost you around 12,000, which last about 4 to 5 months. Then you will go up in the pricing, and you will end up to the point where it is 45,000, and they will last around 1.2 years. Now, what happens is when you are looking at this, you go through about 99.8% recyclability of lead acid battery. And so the entire thing is fed back into the system, and this process goes on and on. But for lithium ion at this moment, the process is if you go for 8 years of life cycle, the three-wheelers cannot survive, because if you the cost of the battery for three-wheelers cannot go beyond 30 or 40. Then the per day cost to the driver becomes too high to manage that. The lithium ion battery packs that are available today for the three-wheelers goes around up to 5 years, and the cost comes to the point at least 60 to 1 lakh rupees, which is almost unaffordable to a small e-rickshaw driver. This point has to be taken care of when you are talking about passenger cars and trucks and other things. 8 years is very nice, and 15 years you can do is very nice. But for three-wheelers applications, this battery technology needs to come to the point where they can be said that the lowest cost to the highest cost range is going to be my lifetime. That has not been fixed yet for the business cases of lithium. Do you think that a lower lifetime than 5 years will be affordable to e-rickshaw?
So, Dr. Sankha, I think you are very right. I think that is the one big challenge is for three-wheeler battery packs. Particularly for the traction purpose, these batteries which are being lead acid batteries which are being used, their lifetime is very, very low, and their only good point about lead acid batteries is that yes, as you mentioned, their cost is relatively low, and yes, they can be recycled. But the capacity reduction, the performance reduction with and the range which you get with them is a big challenge. There is a migration happening to the lithium-ion batteries because government is giving a subsidy only on lithium-ion batteries. So that is one factor which is making some people to opt for this. You're right. But the whole idea of our study today, what we have presented is this only, because even with lithium-ion batteries, people are coming to us. Because many people who have made lithium battery packs in a hurry or with whatever knowledge they had, they have made without any cooling or any thermal management. So those battery packs are also having problems in the field. So that's what the whole idea is, and I fully agree with you that if we can make by doing some, of course, depending on the quality of cells is one part. So that, and the second is by doing some thermal management, if we can enhance the life of these batteries to, let us say, 7 or 8 years, obviously it will start becoming more affordable, and total cost of ownership will come down. But three-wheeler, definitely there has to be some kind of, I would say, unless the battery prices come substantially down, there will be. That is why the another model which is being talked about in three-wheeler is about the swapping model. So where the customer just pays for the energy consumed rather than owning the battery, whereas the risk of battery life, and he can probably charge the battery in a much more conducive environment so that he doesn't lose the capacity and life doesn't get reduced. So that is why for three-wheeler, probably swapping model can be from a customer perspective, from the user of the three-wheeler or the guy who is driving three-wheeler. This swapping model can be a probably good alternative. But yes, from our point of view, how can we enhance the life of the battery and make the battery deliver proper performance for a longer duration? We are working on how to do the thermal management in a better way.
Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Jindal, for a nice talk. and queries regarding the commercial aspects and all that. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I am very thankful to Dr. Jindal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So now the next talk is from Mr. Kunisha Kubota from Hyoki E Corporation, Japan. So let me introduce Dr. Kubota. So he joined Hyoki Corporation in 1990 as a newly graduated developed power quality analyzer for companies and bench power analyzer. And in 2016, he became a director of engineering department. Then 2018, he became a director innovation center, and now he is a chief technology officer of Hyoki E Corporation. So Mr. Hyoki will be delivering a talk on accelerate battery development with model-based development. So I invite Mr. Kubota to deliver a lecture.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will start the session.
皆様こんにちは。日置電機の久保田邦久と申します。
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kunihisa Kubota from Hyoki E Corporation.
まずはじめに今回このようなお答えをいただけたことに大変感謝を申し上げます。
So first of all, thank you for very much for inviting this valuable session, and we are very happy to have presentation on this conference.
本日はモデルベース開発を用いたバッテリー開発の加速というテーマでお話をしたいと思います。
Today, I'd like to talk about the topic Accelerate Battery Development with MBD, Model-Based Development.
今から私たちの会社の簡単な紹介をします。
So here is a brief introduction of our company.
我々日置は1935年に設立し、電気計測の分野で世界のリーダーとして成長してきました。
Our company Hyoki was established in 1935, and we are located in Nagano Prefecture, Japan. We have been growing as an expert and one of the world leaders of electronic test and measurement through more than 85 years experience.
私たちは信頼性の高い革新的な計測技術を開発し、世界のネットワークを使って未来の技術開発と電気の有効利用や持続可能な社会の発展に貢献をしていきたいと考えております。
We would like to contribute to future technology development and more electrified, sustainable society through our innovative, accurate, and reliable measurement technology, and also extensive worldwide network.
日置の計測器は様々な産業の開発と発展を支えています。
Hyoki's measuring instruments support the development and advancement of various industries.
一つの産業は環境と代替エネルギー産業です。
One industry is environment and alternative energy.
電子産業に対しては電子部品を開発するためのツールを提供しています。
For the electronic industry, we offer tools for development of electronic parts.
輸送産業においては自動車や電車の開発を手助けするソリューションを提供しています。
For the transportation industry, we provide solutions for the development of automobiles and trains.
また、日置はインフラ分野にも関わりを持っており、ユーティリティネットワークの維持と検査に私たちの測定器は使われております。
Hyoki is also engaged in infrastructure where our products are used to maintain and inspect utility networks.
日置では、社員のコミュニケーション能力を最大限に生かした形で研究開発を進められるように、研究開発部署は一つの場所に集結をしています。
The Hyoki Engineering, Research and Development Departments are located together so that R&D can be pursued in a way that maximizes the ability of employees to communicate.
日置の製品はすべて日本国内で生産されており、日本の高品質な計測器を世界中に提供しています。
More than several hundred of Hyoki products are produced in Japan headquarters so that we can provide Japanese high-quality measuring instruments to the world.
ここからはリチウムイオンバッテリーと日置の関わりについて説明をしていきます。
From here, I would like to explain the relationship between lithium-ion batteries and Hyoki.
当社のリチウムイオンバッテリー産業との歴史は LIB の商業化が始まった1986年に遡ります。
Our history with the LIB industry dates back to the 1986 at the very beginning era of LIB commercialization.
ここでは LIB の研究と生産に広く採用された当社の最初の装置を紹介します。
Here shows our first equipment widely adopted in LIB research and production.
写真の一番古い機種は交流信号を使ってバッテリーの内部インピーダンスを測定する装置でした。
The oldest model in the photo is an instrument which to measure an internal impedance of a battery by flowing AC signal.
その後もより革新的で、より正確で、より安定した測定のための技術を開発し、進化させてきました。
And after that, we have been developing and evolving the technology for more innovative, more accurate, and more stable measurements.
ここでは LIB 業界における当社の各種ソリューション、特に LIB セル生産ライン向けのソリューションを中心に紹介します。
And here shows our several solutions in the LIB industry, specifically centralizing the solutions for the LIB cell production line.
当社のソリューションは、まず電池セルを構成する部品の材料評価に活用されます。
Our solutions are utilized first as the evaluation of materials of components which comprise battery cells.
そして電池セルを製造する際には性能を保証するために様々な測定や検査を行う必要があります。
And then, during the cell production, a variety of measurements or inspections must be conducted to ensure reliable performance.
そして電池セルをモジュールやパックに組み立てます。
Then, cells are assembled into modules or packs.
これらの工程では、日置のバッテリーインピーダンスメーター、絶縁抵抗測定器、温度ロガーが使われています。
In such a processes, a battery impedance meter and insulation tester or data logger are used.
いずれの工程でも信頼性の高い正確な電気計測が求められ、当社も多くの工程で貢献をしています。
In each processes, highly reliable and accurate electric instruments are required and also contribute in many processes.
また、実際のパワートレインに接続した際に電池の性能の評価も重要です。
Evaluation of battery performance when connected with real power trains is also important.
そのような用途にも当社の装置は広く使われています。
And our equipment has been widely used for such application too.
各工程を確実にこなし、性能を正確に評価することで LIB 業界に幅広く貢献していると自負しています。
We are proud to say that we are contributing in a wide range to the LIB industry by ensuring each process and evaluating the performance accurately.
日置は LIB のライフサイクル全体に貢献していきます。
Hyoki will continue to contribute to the entire life cycle of LIBs.
前述のように、日置のバッテリーへの関わりは、セルのインピーダンス測定から始まっており、LIB のセルの製造検査ではトップシェアを自負しています。
As mentioned above, Hyoki's involvement with battery began with the cell impedance measurement, and we are proud to have the largest share of the LIB cell manufacturing inspection market.
この分野には様々な測定器を提供してきました。
We have provided a variety of measuring instruments to this field.
今ではそれ以外に LIB の性能を決める材料や電極など部材の測定器、EV の安全性を確保するための BMS の検査装置を発売し、多くのメーカーに採用されています。
Now, in addition to that, we have released a measuring instrument for materials and components such as electrodes, which determine the performance of LIBs, and inspection equipment for BMSs, which ensure the safety of EVs. These are adopted by many manufacturers.
そして EV が普及した後の課題である LIB のリサイクルや二次利用のための劣化診断、余寿命推定などの技術開発も行っています。
We are also developing technologies for degradation diagnosis and life cycle estimation for recycling and secondary use of LIBs.
特に近年は電池の材料分野の測定と電池の内部状態解析についての研究に投資をしてきました。
In particular, in recent years, we have invested in measurement in field of battery materials and the analysis of internal state of batteries.
CO2 排出削減が世界中で求められており、リチウムイオン電池は今後世界中で製造されていきます。
There is a worldwide demand to reduce CO2 emissions, and lithium-ion batteries will be manufactured all over the world in the future.
しかし、今の自動車がすべて EV に置き換わることをすぐに想像することが困難です。
However, it is difficult to imagine that all current vehicles will be replaced by EVs anytime soon.
多くの人が使うためには、材料と製造コストの削減による LIB の低価格化が必要です。
In order for many people to use them, LIBs need to be made less expensive by reducing material and manufacturing costs.
今の LIB ではコストダウンには限界があり、新しい電池の開発も必要です。
With current LIBs, there is a limit to cost reduction, so new types of batteries need to be developed.
そのために新しい電池の研究が行われていますが、まだ LIB に代わる電池は実用化されていません。
Therefore, research on new batteries is being conducted, but no alternative to LIBs have been commercialized yet.
その点では多くの研究者がまだ同じスタートラインに立っていると言えるでしょう。
In this respect, many researchers are still standing at the same starting line.
電池の開発や製造には知識や経験が必要ですが、それらは圧倒的な優位性ではありません。
Knowledge and experience are used in developing and manufacturing batteries, but they don't provide an overwhelming advantage over competitors.
計測器が補うことができるからです。
So this is because instrumentation can make up for it.
これまでは電池製造条件の良し悪しは電池を組み立てて電池特性を測定するまで分かりませんでした。
until now, we didn't know how good or bad battery manufacturing conditions were until we assembled the batteries and measured the battery characteristics.
また、望み通りの電池特性が出ない場合は、材料が悪かったのか、作り方が悪かったのかの区別が困難でした。
In addition, when the desired battery characteristics were not achieved, it was difficult to distinguish between poor materials and poor manufacturing.
そのため、製造条件を最適化するために試行錯誤が繰り返されてきました。
Therefore, trial and error has been repeated to optimize manufacturing conditions.
しかし、スラリー製造工程と電極製造工程のそれぞれで評価ができれば、このような試行錯誤を大幅に減らすことができます。
However, if it could be evaluated in each process of slurry manufacturing and electrode manufacturing, such trial and error could be greatly reduced.
また、評価指標ができれば、R&D から量産にスケールアップするときにも役立ちます。
Although, if an evaluation index is available, it will be useful for switching from R&D to mass production.
まず、スラリーの製造工程での評価について提案をします。
First of all, we propose to evaluate the manufacturing process of slurries used as battery materials.
スラリーの評価指標として多くの場合は粘度が使われます。
Viscosity is often used as an index of slurry evaluation.
量産であれば毎回同じ材料であるかを確認できればよいので粘度を指標にすることができますが、材料や配合割合が変わると粘度は指標にはなりません。
In mass production, viscosity can be used as an indicator as long as it can be confirmed whether the condition is the same each time. But viscosity cannot be used as an indicator when the materials or blending ratio is changed.
そこで日置はスラリーをインピーダンス分光法によって評価する方法を開発しました。
Therefore, Hyoki has developed methods for evaluating slurries by impedance spectroscopy.
材料の分散錠剤によってスラリーの周波数特性が異なります。
The frequency characteristics of the slurry differ depending on dispersion state of material.
これを分析することで、スラリーに含まれる材料の分散状態を数値化します。
By analyzing this, the dispersion state of the material contained in slurry is quantified.
次は電極製造工程での評価について提案します。
Next, we propose an evaluation of electrode manufacturing process.
電極の製造条件によって電池性能は異なります。
Battery performance varies depending on electrode manufacturing conditions.
特に乾燥温度条件とプレス圧力は電池特性に大きく影響します。
Especially, drying temperature conditions and press pressure greatly affect battery characteristics.
乾燥が早いとバインダーが電極表面に集中するため、合材層と終電体の接合が弱くなります。
Fast drying results in weak bonding between the composite layer and the current collector because the binder concentrates on electrode surface.
また、プレス圧が高いと合材層と終電体の接合が強くなりますが、電解液が入りにくくなります。
When the press pressure is high, the bonding between the composite layer and the current collector becomes stronger, but it is difficult for the electrolyte to enter.
RM2610 電極抵抗計は合材層の体積抵抗と合材層と終電体の界面抵抗をそれぞれ測定することができるので、電池を組み立てなくても電極の量比を判定できます。
Here, the model RM2610 electro resistance measurement system can measure the volume resistance of the composite layer and the interface resistance between the composite layer and the current collector respectively, so that the quality of the electrode can be judged without assembling the battery.
続いて、電池特性の解析について提案します。
Next, we propose to analyze the battery characteristics.
EIS は電池内部の状態を知るために多く使われる解析方法です。
EIS, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, is common analytical method used to find the status of batteries.
周波数特性から電池の透過回路を推定することができます。
The equivalent circuit of the battery can be estimated from the frequency characteristics.
表示しているナイキストプロットと透過回路は単純化していますが、実際はもっと複雑で解析するには知識が必要です。
The Nike's plot and equivalent circuits shown are simplified, but they are actually more complex and require knowledge to analyze.
透過回路解析ソフトウェアはいくつかの会社から販売されており、複雑な解析ができます。
Equivalent circuit analysis software is sold by several third-party companies and can be used for complex analysis.
我々表記はこの EIS に向け、バッテリーインピーダンスメーター BT4560 など複数の測定器を提供しています。
For this EIS, we at Hioki are providing several measurement instruments such as the battery impedance meter model BT4560.
これまで一般的であった LIB の静的状態の解析だけではなく、電流が流れている状態での解析を可能とする測定器も開発しました。
Hioki has developed a new instrument that can analyze LIBs not only a static state, but also in active state, which has been common in the past.
Hioki では手軽に透過回路解析ができるように無料のウェブアプリを提供しています。
Hioki offers free charge a web application for easy equivalent circuit, as you can see on the page now.
前のページではHiokiの測定器を紹介しました。
In the previous page, I introduced Hioki's measurement instruments.
その測定器で取得したデータをこのウェブアプリにロードすることで簡単に LIB の透過回路解析ができます。
By loading the data acquired with that instrument into this app, you can easily perform equivalent circuit analysis of LIBs.
透過回路は1種類だけですが、電池状態の概要を知るには十分な機能があります。
There is only one type of equivalent circuit on this software, but it is more enough functionality to get an overview of battery status.
これからも機能を追加し、バージョンアップを続けていく予定です。
We plan to add more functions and continue upgrading the version in the future.
次のページで実際に解析した画面をお見せします。
In the next page, I will show you the actual screenshot of the analysis.
EIS のデータをアップロードすると、ナイキストプロットと解析結果としての透過回路の各パラメータを表示します。
Uploading the EIS data displays the Nike's plot and each parameters of the equivalent circuit as an analysis result.
これらのパラメータはファイルでダウンロードすることができます。
These parameters can be downloaded in a file.
また、ナイキストプロットの重ね書きや時系列ごとの 3D 表示もできるので試してみてください。
It can also overlay Nike's plots or 3D display at time axis. So please try it.
アドレスは circuitfitting.net です。
So the web address is circuitfitting.net, and you can see on the right below of the screen now.
最近では AI やビッグデータを活用したマテリアルズインフォマティクス MI を使った新しい電池材料の開発が始まっています。
Recently, new battery materials using materials informatics called MI utilizing AIs and big data have begun to develop.
しかし MI によって新しい材料が開発されても製造プロセスが最適化されていなければ本当の性能を知ることができません。
However, even if a new material is developed by MI, the actual performance cannot be known unless the manufacturing process is optimized.
カーボンニュートラルを実現するためには電池のコストダウンが欠かせません。
To achieve carbon neutrality, it is essential to reduce the cost of batteries.
そのため、できるだけ早く安価な電池の実用化が求められています。
Therefore, inexpensive batteries must be made practical as soon as possible.
EV の開発ではモデルベース開発が行われており、開発期間と開発コストの削減が図られています。
Model-based development is being carried out in the development of EVs, which reduces development period and costs.
現在の技術だけでは電池のモデルベース開発は困難ですが、多くの企業、研究者が協力し合えば可能になると考えています。
Although it is difficult to develop model-based batteries using current technologies alone, many companies and researchers will be able to cooperate with each other.
最後にまとめます。今までの電池開発は不具合原因の特定が困難であったため時間がかかっていました。
Okay, so this is the conclusion. The battery development until now took time because it was difficult to identify the cause of defects.
日置はスラリーと電極の評価方法と電池の解析技術を提供できます。
Hyoki can provide methods for evaluating slurry and electrode and analyzing batteries.
電池のモデルベース開発によって安価で高性能な電池が普及し、カーボンニュートラルが実現することを期待しています。
We expect that inexpensive and high-performance batteries will spread due to model-based development of batteries, and through this carbon neutrality will be realized.
ご清聴ありがとうございました。
That's all our presentation today, and thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota, for the nice informative talk.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Is there any questions from the audience? Quick questions.
I have a question.
Yes, Dr. Sankari.
Indian market is a bit different than the international market in terms of cost point and the affordability in terms of smaller machines, testing equipment. Do you have any particular plan for India to have its own type of testing equipment?
Okay, so thank you for asking questions. So right now, Hyoki has a sales subsidiary in India, and we call it Hyoki India. So we already proposing the several solution to the Indian battery module or pack assembling companies, and also we are approaching to the cell manufacturing companies. So before slide, we propose our battery impedance meter model BT4560 or other quite unique instrument resistance meter RM2610. So right now we can provide such a solution to the Indian market, and of course we want to contribute to the development of cell manufacturing in India. So of course we can have the demonstration of by using our product. So yeah, if you have interesting to use our product for your development of the cells, of course please contact us. Thank you.
I have one secondary question on this. One is the manufacturing, which I can see. Another is the repairing structure that is going to come out when particularly three-wheelers and two-wheelers are going to get into the market. So any a device that can be operated under open conditions, especially handheld ones, do you have any plans for that? Post-manufacturing, that is what I'm talking about.
Okay, just a second, please. Mr. Dharmendra, sir, can you hear me?
Dr. Shankar-san, thanks for the nice question. We are having the portable equipment as well that can be used on the field as well. So we are having bench top model as well, and we are having portable model as well.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can I have a question?
Yep,
Yes,
sir.
yes. Quick question.
So when you have when you say that you are doing impedance analysis for slurry material, how is it different from the regular measurement where we use electrolytes, impedance analysis for liquid electrolytes? Basically, is it same principle or do you have something different?
Okay, Akaji-san, can you understand the question?
So the analysis of the slurry and electrolyte is the
How
same
do
one.
you do that?
How do you do it? Okay, just a second, please. I will discuss with Kosa. スラリーとエレクトロライトだから、電極の評価方法に関して、その、なんだろうな、今まで
Thank you, Mr. Kubota.
別々にやってるかみたいな。別々。
No, they're not yet answered. They are answering.
No, sorry. I'm Akashi from Hyoki, India, and I'm translate English to Japanese.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will answer. Okay, so for the evaluation of slurry and electrolyte was evaluated separately than before, and we are providing the instrument separately. So we are providing.
What I wanted to know is the principle same, or are you doing something different? That's you have two electrodes there.
So compare them before method to our proposed. You mean that, right?
Right, listen, the question is, like, if the chemical composition is being changed, then method is also changed, or it is the same method? So, Dr. Prashad, like...
No, sorry, I think you misunderstood. See, regularly we are doing electronic conductivity measurements for electrolytes. In a beaker we take and we insert two electrodes and measure the conductivity. Are you doing the same here in slurry also, or you have a different approach here? That's what I want to know.
We have a different approach, sir.
What is that?
Exactly.
How do you measure?
Hi. Akashi-san, can you just come down to the RM2610 slide?
Okay, just a second, please.
Right. So, Dr. Prashad, is basically, this product is being at the time of electrode and slurry when going to be mixed. At that moment, we are trying. Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. So basically, sir, this particular material when it's going to be composed with the electrodes as well as the slurry, after that we are going to test that electrode.
I understand that one, but how do you do that?
Yeah,
okay.
Dr. Prasad.
What is the electrode?
Dr. Prasad, can I request you? Can you have a separate
okay, sorry.
Because Dr. Ilongon is already there.
Okay, fine.
Dr. Prashad, I'll share some details to you. Can you please drop me your email address to me in the chat box?
Yeah, fine.
That's pretty okay, sir. Thank you so much.
So, because we have again next session at 2 p.m. So before that, we have to have a break for lunch. So can I request Dr. Ilongon to restart his presentation. So thank you, Kubota. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am thankful to you for a wonderful lecture.
Yeah, thank you so much for such a
Thank you.
valuable time.
Thank you, Akashi-san. Thank you, Kubota-san. Origoza Guru Master. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, sir. Thank you for your session.
Dhanyawad all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much.
So can you
Stop the skills.
Unshare the presentation?
Hi, Akashi-san, can you stop sharing it?
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, you are visible now.
Shall I?
You can start the sharing, sir.
Is it fine?
It's coming, sir.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
So we were in this position, I think, somewhere around this position, that whether we can make the system, the energy system with the power. So I was trying to compare the specific energy as well as the power with the energy systems that are prevailing. In spite of having advanced systems, still the rate capability to improve the level of capacitor capability is still inadequate. So that way, even if we are meeting with the existing systems, the life as well as the cost will be higher for the requirement of the energy towards an IC engine in order to meet the requirements of IC engine. So this is what was my proposition at that point of time. So I was also trying to show the rate of discharge, low temperature performance, and rate of charge, how it is affecting the capacity output as well as the cycle life. So these are all the points which I was showing. So battery inherently, because of its nature with respect to charge transfer and transport processes and the multiple steps, it is having energy, but the kinetics will be slow enough. And if I am increasing without any compromise the rate, because we can reduce the thickness, we can make the power available, but still it will not be like if I am able to get C/2 rate or C rate capacity, at the same level, the energy, I should be able to increase the power at least to 10 C or 20 C rate. That was the idea which I was proposing. So in that way, if I look at it by going over to either our sodium ion or the redox battery or the fuel cell, everyone, the square centimeter area kinetics is actually the slow or retarded when compared to other systems like supercapacitor. Supercapacitor, whatever capacity, if I am having about 100 farad, I will be able to take it to deliver 100 ampere for about milliseconds and half the or 500 or 200 milliseconds, which are the transients. So that way, if you look at it, why I was saying about the battery, I am saying here the OCV, the voltage whatever we are applying, the available for the application is equal to OCV minus I times all the resistance put together and the polarization. If the polarization is inherent to the materials and the resistance are also inherent, but to some extent by playing with the morphology as well as conducting the element, all those things, I will be able to reduce to some extent. But still, whatever it is, it gets multiplied. If it is 2C, if it is 10C, it gets multiplied by about 5 times the current. That's why the heat quantity that will be resulting will be I square RT. So all our applications, if you look at it, they are all demanding transient power requirement. So that way, improving the kinetics, I may be increasing the energy, but improving the kinetics to deliver the same quantity without loss will be difficult. That way, if I am able to maintain the same current, but in some other means, if we are able to improve the power capability, the cost can be reduced as well as the cycle life can be increased. It is the heat. Actually, during the peak time, whatever hotspots that are getting formed and leading to dendrites in later are reducing the capacity are the responsible factors for the failure modes of the battery. So improving the energy does not improve the cycle life if higher power is there. That is what I am trying to say here. So this is what is the typical the transient that is developed or that is required to met by the batteries for any automobiles. So That is why the blue color as well as red color, if you look at it, during acceleration, the power requirement for short duration is very heavy. So any application involves high discharge rate, lower temperature inevitable, and high voltage drop will be the order, and definitely high charge rate is also required. That's what we have been saying. All the participants and the concerned, they were all asking questions in that regard, and also presenters, they were all targeting. But I am trying to propose a different way that how we will be able to meet the power requirement. So this is again how the rate is retarded and how the cycle life as well as the temperature are linked. I'll go over to. So that's how the supercapacitor aspect came into picture. If you see, the battery will be able to maintain a steady charge voltage, but supercapacitor will be continuous. So it will be able to sustain the power. See, like I was showing a kind of a lemon kind of thing. The bottleneck will be holding the output, but in a mug, the energy is less, but it can suddenly pour. So how I will be able to make the bottle with a wide open mouth? So in other ways, our grand old stories are there, tortoise and rabbit story. I need not narrate here because of time. So definitely supercapacitor, suppose whether it will be able to wither batteries if I look at it. That is what, so we try to make the supercapacitor. Yes, we were able to touch about 500 farads or 100 farads to meet our requirements, which are required for our pyro devices, where we need to have the sudden pulse or sudden force of energy, but within milliseconds. But we have been carrying about 1 AH 3600 ampere second or kind of things, which we need about only 100 ampere seconds power. So we went ahead. Yes, we could get an ideal curve, all those things. Finally, is it moving? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's moving, sir.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. So we were able to get.
सूरज जी थोड़ा आप हिंदी में बात करेंगे क्या? मुझे मराठी थोड़ा वीक है थोड़ा मेरा.
हेलो.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मैं ओनर के बिहाफ पे
धर्मेंद्र can.
Milind, any problem?
No, sir. No. There was someone's mic was on.
Okay, fine. So the 100 farad, 300 farad device level we did, and pulse requirements were met. So we could do cycles also, nearly 6 lakh cycles. Everything was fine, but power is very good. One side energy was there, power was not there. This side power is there, but energy was not there. So that was the problem. So even short circuiting, safety, all the aspects, there was no heat amount, also about 3 degree only. So our purpose was getting solved. Even we tried in the rocket, it was able to solve very good. So only thing here, when I see the energy density is the chemical side about 150 is there, the supercapacitor is less. The power density, the battery is very slow, but supercapacitor is much higher. How to do? What to do? Only was the point. See, other countries, people are also showing the trains are being used under the supercapacitor powering. But I came to know that it is every 1 kilometer. This is only metros it will be able to work. Every 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, it has to be getting charged. So again, if we have to touch the mileage for about 400 kilometers or 500 kilometers, we were thinking what to do. This is not unknown and it's not a big aspect. But only thing we try to do something new, like battery portion. If you see, whatever is more, capacitor portion. If you see, the watt is more. So if I am able to combine these two in the single system, so we will be able to translate the power as well as energy both onto the higher side. So that's how first we attempted comparing these two, and a lot of people also have done it. So we ourselves experienced that the battery of about cell case nearly about 0.75 ampere discharge. I am able to get very long duration capacity output. But the same thing, if I am increasing it to 10 continuous discharge or the transient mode, I will not be able to deliver that much. So we combined a capacitor. See, we were able to get a 7.5 ampere pulse as well as steady current of about 0.75, which is to maintain the constant load. So we could deliver most of the energy. So that only gives us the motivation to go about. So we just checked. We were able to bring down the drop as well as in battery and supercapacitor combination. But if I'm having it separately, the problems of electronics, maintaining them, the battery management circuits, and aspects of dealing with higher charge discharge requirements were having some also. then that purpose only what we were trying to say is that once if I am able to make a bank, we are able to get, see, like whatever the acceleration, we could bring it down. This ourselves we realized, and we came out with a kind of a small car also, and a small car where our chairman is sitting here, and we had a capacitor bank, what we are having here, as well as a battery bank. I could see there is a very good, very less voltage drop due to accelerations when capacitor is in parallel. But as I was telling, it calls for a lot of other things. But capacitor has got another good things, like whenever I am applying the brake, when I am going in the deceleration mode, we will be able to recuperate the charge. But battery case, if I am sudden burst of energy is coming back also due to back EMF, the battery will take a little longer time to absorb the energy. But when capacitor is there, for a short duration application of brakes for a few seconds or a few tenths of seconds, it will be able to absorb the energy and retain it. So that way capacitor will be able to discharge as well as take back the charge easily when it is in parallel. But the problem is that, so what we tried, we did the hybrid. So one electrode of the capacitor, another electrode of the battery. When I do it, yes, voltage is going up. I am able to get the 4 volt. But the problem is again capacity is not there. Energy goes up. The battery is supporting the capacitor to improve the energy, but very short. But energy level with respect to time for a longer range, capacitor is not able to do it. See, even 1Ah cell, if a capacity based, if I am going, I am able to get nearly 40 ampere for a sudden burst of energy. So this is what the one which gave us the clue how to go about making the capacity. So the capacity, what I mean is that it is a new thing we have done. It is not only that the way we are showing it here, that taking the graphite anode of a lithium ion and taking the activated carbon, whatever we are showing here, this is the logic which I have shown you. But we have got certain innovative way of combining the anode and cathode through the activated carbon. So that way we were able to make the supercapacitor in a different formulation. By that means, we were able to deliver high energy as well as high power. See, suppose about 100 watt-hour is there with the supercapacitor and the mass, all those things, it's only coming down by about 70 watt-hour or so. But at the same time, if I am having about 1Ah or 3Ah, we are able to increase the power capability to nearly about 40 C rate or 60 C rate for transient pulses. So 3Ah cells we were making, and the temperature wise also we were characterizing in addition to meet the temperature requirements. So like 5 to 60 degree we were doing it. So at high temperature we are able to still maintain. At low temperature only from 10 to 20 degree when we are going down, it's going down by about nearly 5 to 10%, which is inevitable because battery electrode also there. But high temperature we were able to maintain very well. And if you see the accelerated test cycles also we were doing, it was coming out very nicely. And this is about charge retention, which is equal to battery, because supercapacitor will get discharged within hours if we don't charge it. But when it is along with the battery, because of the leakage current, it is not getting affected. We were able to get nearly over about 30 days. Even with that, nearly about 3 to 5% of the capacity only was used, because supercapacitor, because it is not having a energy source as such, it will be getting discharged. But with the battery, it will not get discharged that much because battery is at a very good support of energy. So with this, we were trying to also check the safety aspects of the supercapacitor, wherein we were taking the 4 volt cells to 4.5 volt continuously, nearly several cycles we were doing it, and overcharge test also it was easily passing. And over discharge, because safety is one of the main aspects when we are going to employ for a battery, as well as our kind of applications in the aerospace. So safety is primemost, and we will not be able to compromise anything on that aspect. And at the same time, we were also charging it to full level of 4 volt, and when we were checking. So these are all the 2 aspects which are coming when we are overcharging. This thermal runaway issue that we did not come across. And when I am showing the left bottom number of cycles where it will be coming down, that also over nearly about 500 cycles or something we have done. So it is able to maintain very well, but in spite of going down to over discharge. So what is that we have done? Yes, charge the short circuit also we did. See, for about 3 ampere hour cell, normally we will not be able to get in the short circuit more nearly 100 or 150. Because supercapacitor is forming part of the power delivery, we could get nearly about 380 or 370, nearly about The 3AH is about 120 C we were able to deliver in short circuit, but still without undergoing any safety risks, like whether it was fire or venting or smoke or explosion, nothing else was there. Even the temperature was not going beyond about 6 degrees. Internally it is getting heated, but the overall mass, when we look at it, it is able to maintain. So the reason why what I'm saying is what I was showing, the OCV minus I into R resistance are fully taken up by the supercapacitor portion, and the battery is only just delivering the energy without undergoing the maximum portion during the transient time is shared by the capacitor, and battery is only sustaining the constant load and charging the capacitor. So that's how we are able to make a system which is complementary in nature. So here continuous pulses were continued with the cells, like about 60 C rate per 200 milliseconds and 40 C rate per about 2 seconds. What I'm saying is that continuous discharge 40 C, it will not be able to sustain. I'm agreeing to that. But at the same time, if you see our applications where acceleration is coming or forcing coming at that time, forcing due to third gear or fourth gear time, what we will be needing is only steady current, low energy level, and the power wise, the vehicle itself will sustain the acceleration. But when it comes to acceleration time only in the first gear and second gear only, the transient portion will be supported by this supercapacitor, and the third or fourth gear time, the battery itself will be C rate will be sufficient enough for it to sustain the aspects. So continuously, when you are doing more than about 2.4 up to 3 volt of lower value, even not even the higher value, still some more capacity is available. You are able to deliver more than about 80% of the 80 or 90% of the capacity in the high current mode as well as steady mode. So that is what I am trying to say here. So with this, I think I am happy to say that the supercapacitor, by combining this one, by integrating them together in a single system, we will be able to overcome the aspects of electronic side, and as well as individually when I am making, I will not have the DC-DC converter, all those things, and back EMF aspects will be very better met with. So at this point of time, I think I am able to say that with the full support, solid support of my colleagues, the rabbit and tortoise story, in those days when they were all going alone. So in land, the rabbit was able to go fast, but when it comes to river, automatically it will be tortoise which will be going to the finish line on the other side. So this story, when it comes to supercapacitor, now that in management parlance, both the rabbit and tortoise are able to go one over the other. In land, rabbit will carry the tortoise, but in the river, that is when water is there, it will be the other way. So now it is a win-win situation when I am making the supercapacitor with the supercapacitor for power and with the battery for the constant load. So with this, now that with the combination of advanced lithium ions for the energy, whatever we are applying, we have to increase the cycle life as well as reduce the cost portion, means the advanced lithium ion will still very well work, and supercapacitor will be able to take the energy portion here, and the lithium ion will be able to take the supercapacitor power, means automatically the gap which I was showing will be easily filled up. So now that each one will be kind of complementary in each other, so that way if you are combining the concepts of capacitor and the battery, whichever battery it is, definitely the battery will be able to meet the high power, and the supercapacitor will be able to meet the high energy level also, because every time gets charged, and supercapacitor can take up long cycle life, as well as battery can take up a long deliver, because I am able to bring down the transient current. It will also be able to sustain the longer cycle life the demands by our mobility requirements. That way, the supercapacitor side, we have come out with the basic design, process development, electrode production, electrolyte separator, ionic liquids kind of things also we have been doing, and full the type of we have used completely the capacitor hardware only for all these things without compromising any of the aspects which are associated with the lithium ion. So with the assembly, testing, qualification, safety test, all these aspects being very well met with. So with this, you are happy to do this, but still with advanced materials, if you are working on, if you are improving that energy portion, as well as advanced capacity materials, if you are able to do it, the syndrome of $100 per kilogram can come down to 100 rupees per kilogram. So with 2030, by our Niti Aayog type of dreams, we will be in a position to definitely meet well. So with that, I'll go over to the summary. So battery will be, in spite of slow kinetics, higher energy it will deliver. In spite of low energy, supercapacitor will be able to deliver the higher power. If I am making them together in a single device, we will be able to get the backing amount. We will be able to deliver the transient power loads. So it will be complementary to each other. So reduces the size as well as mass of the battery. With this, when battery is not meeting or not coming across the peak power, definitely it will have a longer life, and the efforts to improve for making the energy density higher and power density of supercapacitor continue. But combination will definitely give us longer life, reduced cost, and also sustainability for the energy storage. So definitely these advanced materials will make it see that the energy is stored well, and also when it comes to energy storage and delivery of the power will be the future. So with that, I will also show that this was demonstrated in Pune itself. That was about 2019. The big the ACE era with the Automotive Research Association of India collaboration, we could show that a small 50 ampere hour cell was able to move such a big vehicle with capacitor in parallel. So now that we have brought them together at this juncture without having an individual module, so we are happy and we are proud to show this aspect. So with that, so when the nation is reeling around the environment pollution and the global warming aspect and economic dependence aspects are also there, no? So if we have to overcome, if we are able to go through indigenous technologies, all this the traffic snarling, leaving carbon dioxide can be contained well, and the destructive aspects like the people are all, the affordability is one of the main things for Indian population. So that way, if you are able to reduce the cost with the combination of this kind of things, as well as reduce the cost of materials, what we have been seeing from all the previous speakers, it will be definitely possible for us to go and meet the dreams of all the population of India and without any equality. So definitely this picture I don't want to forget every time. So still our portion of our people are still studying under this one. If we are able to store the energy and give with for a low cost, everywhere it can be electrified also for energy storage applications. So at this juncture, let me thank the inventors from Volta to Professor Goodenough, who have brought out the lithium ion and battery chemistry very well, and we are now reaping the fruits from the trees. So let me go over to acknowledge the CMET Pune profusely for giving me this opportunity, and my organization to give me provide the permission or approval to present it to this audience, and my co-workers who were always with me to generate the results and show you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ilangavan. Is there any question from the audience? Yes.
Dr. Ilangavan, there is no question from my side, but it was one of the excellent talk. I am Raghu from CMET Thrissur. Thank you so much for the talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice of you.
Professor Palani is having, I think, one question.
Yeah, Dr. Ilangavan, thank you so much. It was nice talk. I want to understand how this is different from, let us say, LTO technology. Because in LTO technology, people are able to go easily up to 10C. And then the LFP LTO can give you typically about 50 watt-hour per kg. So energy density is not that low as supercapacitor. And at the same time, the rate at which you can charge discharge is already at 10C. So how your technology is different from that? Can you please clarify?
So 10C is, again, LTO has got a lower energy density.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two is that the kinetics of the LTO, when you look at it, it is again limited by the lithium ion diffusion. It is a surface area which we are doing it, but still the steps are more.
So that means
the LTO will be able to, I'll let me complete, sir. The LTO will be able to sustain 5C rate or 10C rate continuously. But what we need for our mobility aspect is that short duration, high rate pulses. Not only 10C, it may sometimes go to 20C or 50C also. So in LTO also there is a kind of see, for any battery which is having the sequence of reactions, charge transfer resistances cannot be removed completely. But when it comes to supercapacitor, when it is giving the boost of energy, it is not developing any IR resistance, though it is having, but it is about 1/10 of that one only. That way the heat energy that is developed in LTO or in our, see, the LTO it is less when compared to other anodes or cathodes. But when it comes to supercapacitor, it is still more, which is responsible for the heat generation. The heat generation is the one, because failure mode, when I see supercapacitor, I am able to go to 6 to 7 lakhs. But LTO will be like 2000 will become 5000. But still the failure mode is there. That is due to some of the hotspots that are developed if I am going beyond the 10 C rate over a period.
So what is the typical energy density and the power density of your supercap battery?
Sir, suppose if I am comparing, because again the anode cathode decides, if I am taking about the 4.5 volt or 4 volt, the 150 whatever is coming down to nearly about 100 or 110 only, nearly about 20 to 30% I am reducing, because mass due to supercapacitor materials are to be accounted. But to that proportion, the power capability I am getting is about 10-fold.
I see, I see.
But life-wise, the reduction in energy density and cost and life due to supercapacitor combination is now that masked.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Sankha is having question, I think.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Shankar from Ministry of Electronics and IT. I was wondering what is from Ministry of Electronics and IT.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. What is the cost point? Do you have any cost point advantage over supercapacitor or battery, or it is just down the middle?
No, what I'm cost point, what I'm meaning is that with respect to life, see, to start with, the material cost will be more or less, all of them will be same only. But for the battery alone and supercapacitor alone, if I take, battery will be able to deliver about 2000 cycle means, and the capacity for we will have to meet for about 50 kilowatt hour, let us assume. Here for the same 50 kilowatt hour, whatever capacity I should assume. That way the mass wise and cost wise it will be less. Number one. Number two, considering the cycle life, because of the association of supercapacitor and battery, the life which I am going to get for the invested cost will be still value by cost will be per kilometer or range will be still lesser. So one is longer cycle life, another one is in order to meet the power, I will be adding the capacity value of the battery to start with. So nearly about approximately 30% it is working out with respect to initial investment, and then with respect to life, it is going up more than double.
Okay, so initial investment, it is 30% less than supercapacitor.
No, combination will give, suppose if I want about 100 ampere hour cell, about 100 volt. Here.
No, sir, what I'm looking at is in terms of your battery pack, if it is only battery and only supercapacitor or only hybrid supercapacitors, what is the cost point of the supercapacitor? Is it between the supercapacitor and battery, or it is lower than every one of them?
Now, I will come from the other angle. Suppose if a vehicle needs about 100 kilowatt hour.
Right.
Battery alone, I may have to invest nearly about 3 lakhs means. Supercapacitor plus battery, if I am investing, it will not be 3, because I don't need the 100 ampere hour cells for 100 volt actually. I need to only have 80 ampere hour or 70 ampere hour and same 100 volt. It will be, so one aspect is that the cost reduction due to this one. So energy density reduction and cost reduction due to the power, the energy will not be equal.
Okay. So that's why it will be lower than the battery pack.
So you cannot compare battery versus supercapacitor, because supercapacitor will not have the full energy. What I'm
no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, battery equal to battery plus supercapacitor in a single system. Again, double if you are putting the electronics cost, battery case, dead weight, all those things will be added. So that's why I'm combining these two in a single system. Hardware wise, I am able to reduce, and the electronic wise, I am able to reduce, and battery wise, the power, whatever the battery portion has to supply is reduced. So cost wise it is reduced and life is enhanced.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Nice of you.
Thank you, Dr. Ilangon.
Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Due
you.
to
Nice
shortage of time.
I'm sorry that I could not do now that with my networking people came here and set right with the Zoom fully downloaded.
Yeah, there are some technical issues always we are facing, though we are saying technology is high end, but still there are limitations. And we are also learning through that one.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity in the cutting down the participants' lunchtime. So thanks for all for the kind attention and participation.
Yeah, thank you, sir, on behalf of CMET as well as WRCTC1.
Thank you, Dr. Kali and CMET. Thank you so much.
So I think now we have to take a break for a lunch, and then we can assemble again at 2 p.m.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. बोलो। अभी आज भी ऑफिस आया हुआ है, बोलो बोलो ना, बोलो बोलो बोलो। तो पहुंच गए क्या? पहुंच गए? अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, बाकी सब ठीक है? बोलो क्या बोलना था? हम्म हम्म ठीक है ठीक है। हाँ अरे रात को बहुत दिक्कत हुई, मुझे नीचे जाना पड़ा।
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Raman, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So, how are you, sir?
Fine, fine. How is going? How things are going? Conference?
Yeah.
Going great?
Yeah, nice. So far, good, sir.
Right, right. Good, good. Participation good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was a delay in the morning session. That's why there is.
Okay. Okay.
All will join soon, sir.
Okay.
Sir, we will wait for 5 minutes so that more people will join because there was a delay in the previous session.
Right. Okay.
Dr. Raman.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Raman, just bear 5-10 minutes because the session was little bit long lasted.
Okay.
And people may be taking a little break for lunch.
No, it's okay. No issues.
I'm sorry for the delay, little.
Okay. No issues. Actually. We'll wait.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think we will start, sir. Meanwhile, by the time we introduce the people, may come and join. Listen. So welcome back to the last session of World Rechargeable Cell Technology Conference. Myself, Dr. Prasad Rao, Program Coordinator, CIMET. We have two talks in this session. One is from Dr. Raman, and the second one will be from Dr. Kulkarni. The first talk will be from Dr. Raman. Just to introduce him. He's a PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And then he joined Indian Oil Research Development Center, Faridabad. He worked there for 28 years. Then he joined as a director to Center for High Technology, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases, Noida. And his areas of interest is battery technology, alternative energy, nanotechnology, membrane process. His scientific contributions are enormous. Out of them, about 60 publications he has and 25 patents, and he is awardee of Indian Oil R&D Achievers for 2019, 13. Now we are going to hear from Dr. Raman. Sir, stage is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. So this presentation is about sustainable rechargeable batteries for electric vehicles. And I'll share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
good. Okay, thank you. So this is about sustainable rechargeable battery technology for electric vehicles. The most important word today in the world is sustainable. So that's what we are going to discuss. Actually, whatever the battery technology available as on date, is it good enough? Or it's more of a dil mange more kind of question. So I try to address what else the option apart from lithium-ion battery. So that's what the talk about. And before getting on to the main topic, little bit introduction of why e-mobility. I'm sure like last 2 days, you all heard, would have heard about the rechargeable batteries and electric vehicles and things like that. And why electric mobility is most important as on date is the obvious answer is global warming and pollution. You can see day in, day out, we are continuously facing these issues and being monitored across the globe and every location. And there are lots of efforts are being taken to clean up the environment. And UN also addresses this issue through their climate conferences, including COP21, COP24, and COP26 now. And in India, Indian government have lots of initiatives starting from 2013. And they launched recently, the FAME2 has launched. And they incentivizing the auto sector, whether it's two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and buses, etc. And as far as broad objective of India is concerned, it's a great opportunity for us because as on date, we are importing more than 80% of our energy needs, especially crude oil. And the outgo of forex is something like 8 to 10 lakh crores per annum. It's quite huge for a country like us. Therefore, any effort towards the e-mobility will help India. And it also provides energy security and energy independency. That's the most important thing. And if you're able to have solution, especially with our own raw materials, then nothing like that. That's where the whole objective is. So government is behind every effort to make this e-mobility a success. And this is about brief about the EV projections across the globe by Bloomberg. On the left side of the presentation, you can see the graph shows up to 2022, the EV projections. You can find China is leading all the way. And Europe, yes, of course, following it up, especially Norway. They've already reached 50% of their fleet with e-mobility. And India is catching up, but not really, because there are lots of issues you may be aware. And on the right side is that the projection of 2040. In 2040, yes, everybody is on the move, and people are overtaking China, and India is catching up, and that is the scenario as on date. And it expected that about 30% of our new vehicle sales in India could be electrically powered by 2030, compared to 2017 level. That's the expectation, and we have to see and wait and watch what will happen. And these are the broad outlook projection from different the consultants, energy agencies across the globe. And it varies, obviously it varies, because that depends upon what input they're taking. And you can see that British Petroleum about by 2040 it will be about 300 odd million, and then Bloomberg it's more than 500 million, and it's catching up. It's catching up great in across the globe, and the variation mainly any delay is mainly because of the availability of battery costs, battery safety, and the financing the e-vehicles. There are certain issues depending upon country to country. It varies, and once this all converge, and it will pick up like anything. Okay, so as far as India is concerned, who are all the major players playing around? And right from the two-wheelers, the major players in India, Hero Electric, Ather Energy, Yo Motors, and Ola is launched. They put up a factory in Tamil Nadu, and they're going to launch. And the only big concern, if at all you ask me right now, is maybe the range, 68 kilometers, 80 kilometers, and maybe slightly over 100 kilometers for two-wheelers. And this is mainly because the battery size that can be accommodated in a two-wheeler. That is an issue. And on three-wheeler front, all the major OEMs of autos, they're all ready with their product, because by 2023 April, actually all the registration in the auto is only the e-autos or the battery vehicles. And no IC engines will be able to register in India. So therefore, all of them are ready. And Mahindra already launched, and Trio, that is on. And two-wheeler, it's 2025 April, I suppose. And as far as car is concerned, there are lots of players. All the auto OEMs are ready with their products. And in India, really, there are 3 products already launched: Nexon EV, MG Motors ZS EV, and Kona Electric. All of them launched. And on the bus is concerned, there are lots of trials going on. There are a few buses flying as well, especially in Hyderabad from the airport to city and things like that. And things are there in skeletal way, but time is there. Time will come. Everyone will go up. Okay, as far as battery technology is there, actually means there are 2 purposes, and batteries are being used, because battery is the heart of any electrical vehicle. Without battery, nothing will happen. Actually. So therefore, once you have batteries, and you have the solution. Actually. So the important thing is, as on date, the battery for electrical vehicle is being, by and large, is considered a lithium-ion battery. Yes, there's no other battery is being proposed, though there are different chemistries. But the important issue here is that actually batteries also being used for energy storage. So why this slide I'm showing these 2 applications is that the recent model that is coming up to reduce the cost is that about 20% of the capacity of the battery can be used for e-mobility. Subsequent to that, that can be resold for energy storage application. Therefore, whatever the delta price that you're going to get, that can be detected upfront, and therefore the cost of e-mobility, battery for e-mobility will come down. I think that's one of the approach being discussed increasingly and being adopted also. So time to come, that will encourage the e-mobility part, and it will pick up. So as I told you, lithium-ion battery is forefront, and there are for obvious reasons actually. So why lithium-ion battery? So long for quite a few decades, we are all dependent on only the lead-acid batteries with 30 watt-hour per kg kind of energy density. And then one moment lithium-ion battery came, and then there was euphoria. And because it crossed the 200 mark, right now it's around 300 watt-hour per kg, especially the liquid electrolyte-based battery. And in this particular slide, I have shown you the 2 important parameters for any battery. that is energy density and watt hour per kg, and the power density watt per kg. And if you see the left hand side along the y-axis, you can find supercapacitors, electric double layer capacitors. That is a very good power capacity, but energy density is almost nil because it can't store energy and it's only deliver energy with whatever it is stored quickly. So that is one part. And this is really good for electrical vehicles as far as power is concerned. Unfortunately, energy density is lower, and therefore the question mark. And the other side immediately is there's a lead acid battery, and having lower power density, energy density and power density is good, but it's not good enough for any electrical vehicle. And there are lots of other batteries coming up launch, but unfortunately, none of them are quite good till your lithium-ion came into picture.
Kulkarni PhD from University.
Can somebody put off your mic, please? Okay, thank you. So as far as lithium-ion batteries are concerned, it's really doing its job. And then one more new chemistry I'm going to talk about, we are considering at this moment, is also a metal air battery. I'll discuss going forward. So I'm sure actually you'll have heard about the fundamental chemistry, the electrodes, cathode, anode, electrolyte of lithium-ion battery for last 2 days especially. And it's simple and clear. Actually, the cathode is made up of your the layered oxides, and anode is graphite at this moment. And whatever little bit additives here and there, they keep adding to increase the improve the conductivity and things like that. And electrolyte being lithium hexafluorophosphate, and it's going good with the different chemistries. And we see whether that is good enough, because it's doing great service for as far as mobile phones are concerned. We are all aware. And is it really good enough? That's the question we are trying to ask. And why one of the good performance parameter from lithium-ion battery is the voltage. Like the lead acid battery, it's around 2 volt. This is giving about 4.2 volt, but the average is around 3.5, 3.6 volts. That is too good for any potential. Actually, I don't think any other battery so far has crossed this level. So this is the best available voltage for any battery. Therefore, that's very important as far as electric vehicles are concerned. They should have high voltage and high power. So that's where it's being discussed, and then the electric vehicles are launched based on this. So why a lithium-ion battery? Because it's a relative. Actually, it's related to a lead acid battery is fast charging, because the charging even today it's not less than 1 hour, and then slower the charging, better for the battery. But we are trying hard to make it up, saying that actually it can be lowered, then 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but it damages the battery, especially at the present configuration with the electrode, the electrolyte, and then that's an issue that needs to be done. But anyway, as I did, whatever available, the lithium-ion battery is best. So the fast charging, and then it has relatively higher power density, higher energy density compared to lead acid, lower rate of self-recharge. That's most important. Actually, you can store for long, and low maintenance, small, light, battery is long, so life cycle is quite long. And subsequent to the EV applications can be used for other applications, as I told you. So there are lots of lithium-ion battery chemistry being developed and used across different applications, and but it is keep changing actually. If you look compared to 2015, the 2025 going to be more of an NMC chemistry, nickel, manganese, and cobalt chemistry, and increasingly people are talking about to substitute cobalt, and therefore are not non-availability of cobalt. Therefore, they're moving ahead with lithium iron phosphate. So that's one being talked increasingly. Though energy density is relatively lower, but the power density is good. Therefore, and cost is on par, slightly higher, but still they're going ahead with these two chemistry by and large, LFP and NMC. And the whole effort is on to move towards the reduced cobalt content and the most importantly, solid state battery. So there are lots of research going on across the globe, and I don't think any university is without doing research on batteries as on date. Actually. So that's the kind of intensity of research going on across the globe to find a solution. So therefore, that in itself shows that actually means we are not quite there. Actually. That's where the message is. So this slide actually means there are different lithium chemistry being adopted, as I told you, and the popular, the auto OEMs, and all of them are ready with their electrical vehicles. And if the very left-hand corner, you find the different auto makers around the globe, whether it's BMW, Chevy, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Tesla, Roadster. Tesla led all the way, and then they're aggressive enough to move ahead. And they are top of the world as on date as far as market capitalization is concerned. And they are a quite sufficient model. And as far as India is concerned, there are, as I told you, it's Hyundai Kona, MG ZS EV, and Tata Nexon EV are being launched. The good news about this, all of them can be charged at home with a 15 amp plug. That's a good news. And the battery warranty is given 8 years, 150,000 kilometers. That's too good to hear actually. Okay, but is it really good enough? The rest of the columns will tell you the story. And the battery sizes you can see right from 35, and the maximum Tesla is using right now 95 kilowatt hour, and that's quite heavy actually. So therefore, and then it has other repercussions, and that will only come to know time to come. And as far as India is concerned, we are in the range of 30 to 45 kilowatt hour. All the batteries, and the other is that what was advertised range, the range of different cars. These are cars basically, and compared to, you can see compared to the advertised range, the mileage, the range of real world is much less actually. It's because actually the way the vehicle is being driven, driver, load, etc. And normally it's low, and then obviously you would have heard about. Delhi Chief Minister, Delhi government is almost banning Tata Nexon EV because public complained about it, because as per the claim it's around 250 kilometers, but they're really getting about 180 kilometers. So that's where the complaint is about. And then there was a customer in Mumbai complained after spending a crore on the EV from Mercedes. And that he traveled about 100 kilometers and then found that another 100 kilometers left actually. Then so Mumbai to Lonavala, and then he was telling there's nowhere to go actually, whether this way or that way. So that's the kind of issue right now actually. So still we are not quite there. That's the message actually. And the last column here, the charging time actually. It's like 4 hours, 7 hours, and then the so-called fast charging over 30 minutes, but it will take a toll on the battery. That's very important. And so lithium-ion battery is not quite there actually. And supercapacity is too good for charging, but unfortunately energy density is low. We can't really use it actually. So therefore we need to find some solution or better solution to really the EVs pick up actually. And that will build up the confidence of the public. And so as I told you, actually means, and then the India's context, in the context of Indian context, so we don't have any lithium in India, right? So far, like a little bit here and there, I'm hearing, and then the lithium factory being coming up with imported lithium raw material, but we are not quite there actually. So therefore, do we really go ahead with lithium, or it means that shifting energy again? Right now, the whole energy is being imported from one country or other, and then it is being shifted to the other countries actually. That's the only thing that will happen. And if you go ahead with the lithium-ion battery, and right now the cost is still higher actually. So we are talking about $100, $120, and then real world it's been somewhere $150, $170 per kilowatt hour. And it's not quite there for common public to access these vehicles actually. And as I told you, range anxiety is the one which is really putting people off. And because I heard after launching vehicles, the auto OEMs again looking for the range and then how to resolve the range issue. And that's one issue. And then lithium recyclability, I heard a couple of them are starting in India, and it will pick up ultimately once the lithium batteries are available for recyclability. But right now only the mobile battery may be available. That's the issue. And safety, you now and then keep hearing about the safety, especially because lithium-ion battery is using the organic electrolyte. But for that, your voltage, you will not get the voltage. Therefore, we have to go ahead with the organic electrolyte, but the safety aspects should be addressed. So one of the aspects is to go ahead with the solid-state battery, but solid-state battery will take a long time for actual manufacture. And that's about the issues about lithium-ion battery, the limitations. And do we have, so the question comes, do we have affordable, sustainable battery for e-vehicles? That is the big question we have to ask. And whoever comes out with a better battery or which can sustain for long and then affordable, they have a game over some batteries. So what we looked at Indian Oil is the metal air battery as an option. The only metal air battery slightly on the maturity stage is the aluminum air battery. The good news about aluminum air battery is it is having very high energy density, about more than 3.5 kilowatt hour per kg of aluminum. And the chemistry is very simple. The aluminum is reacting with oxygen from air cathode, and aluminum being the anode, and converts to aluminum hydroxide. So once the aluminum plate exhausts, that can be the aluminum hydroxide will be recycled and get back the aluminum, and that can be reloaded. This is a mechanically rechargeable battery. It is not electrically rechargeable battery. The electricity is only used for conversion of aluminum hydroxide to aluminum. Though the lithium ion, the metal air battery, aluminum air battery have a high theoretical specification. In the world, we are getting only around 3.5 kilowatt hour per kg. That's because the rest of them going as a heat. So that's the issue. And the good news is that the electrolyte is nothing but KOH. It's safe to handle it. So what it does, it will give a long range. And apart from if you use the form of, so however, there are issues with limitations in aluminum air battery. If somebody asks that can you use aluminum battery directly, the answer is no, because the power density is lower actually. So it has, but though it has high energy density, it has low power density and high corrosion rate. As I told you, that is released in form of heat. And as I told you, it is mechanically recharged, and regular electrolyte replacement is required. Actually, I'll tell you the model what we proposed, and power density is lower. The proposal is the hybrid battery. The solution is what we thought is appropriate at this point of time. We don't know about future, but at this point of time, if you have a hybrid battery of lithium-ion battery combined with aluminum air battery, the lithium-ion battery will provide the power required. The aluminum air battery, it will be small quantity, very small compared to what normally being used in cars or any automobile. And the aluminum battery will take over the energy density and the range. So that's where if you combine these two with a common BMS and with a normal electric motor and things like that, it will serve the purpose. So that has been proven. Indian Oil is already tied up with one startup company in Israel, P Energy, and the different vehicles are being tried there. And there are auto OEMs in India joining hands to test this concept, and we are going ahead. So advantage, as I told you, this is this combination of lithium-ion and aluminum air gives a high energy density. That will solve the issue of range, and the range can be 500,000 kilometers depending upon the battery size. It has high power density and long driving range, and most importantly, it's affordable. So model we propose is like typically a twin LP cylinder, quite famous in India. Every household is are with the double cylinder concept. One cylinder emptied and that can be replaced. Meantime, other cylinder automatically will change over. Similar concept actually. There are two batteries involved, and twin battery, one battery exhaust, and automatically the BMS will switch over to other battery, and meantime you can replace the battery. This is the concept actually. So Indian Oil being having largest service network or RO network, and this is quite possible. And battery can be swapped within 2 minutes or latest 3 minutes, and you can go ahead actually. There's no charging especially required because batteries are ready. You just go and replace your used battery with a new battery, and a used battery will be go back to the aluminum industry for recycling, and aluminum will get back the new battery. So that is the concept proposed at this moment, and things are ripe at this moment for auto OEMs to check, and depending upon success, it will be launched. Okay, so now this is about mechanically rechargeable aluminum battery. So the big question being asked is that will that sustain long? So we are not quite sure actually. So though it is solving the issues at this moment, and therefore actually we have to look for the other alternatives. There are lots of alternatives. Even the aluminum, there are news coming. The fast charging aluminum ion batteries has come up. And aluminum ion battery, though the energy density is relatively lower actually, around 160, 150, 160 watt-hour per kg. But it is doing the rest of the job, fast charging, plus long life, etc. So that's one battery that still can come up. And there are lots of issues and the lots of other options one can try, do research for long-term sustainability. One among them is based on sodium actually. So I'm going to briefly discuss about the sodium-based batteries. The first one is sodium-ion battery. Why sodium-ion battery? So you compare to lithium, actually sodium is abundant across the globe. Therefore, that is the biggest one actually. So battery is good, though relatively the energy density is slightly lower compared to lithium-ion battery per kg of the battery. And so therefore, mostly it can be sustainable because it's available. And second is low cost. Sodium is very cheap. And the current electrodes, there's no need for copper actually. It will show to aluminum. Therefore, the other advantage. So as far as India is concerned, we have plenty of aluminum. And that's and then the energy densities though are far and better than are equal to the LFP, lithium iron phosphate, but slightly lower than lithium ion battery, but still it can work. But it is fast charging compared to lithium ion battery because the anode part is mostly from the hard carbon actually. So not the graphite being used for sodium ion battery. That's news. And then it can be stored safely because it can be stored at 0 volt actually. So for all the transport purposes, you need not have any voltage. So therefore it is safe and unlike the lithium ion battery. And the other good news is that the same infrastructure which already developed and factories of gigafactories are available across the globe, the same infrastructure can be used for sodium ion battery. So these are the advantages for if you go for a sodium ion battery. And okay, this is a simple configuration of the sodium ion battery. This cathode, the mostly layered oxide similar to lithium ion battery and spinels, and it can be improvised for the more sodium based oxides, and that's one. And then the anode is not graphite quite, actually it's hard carbon all the way. The electrolyte is the sodium-based, sodium-ion-based electrolyte, liquid electrolyte at this moment. That can be ultimately converted to solid electrolyte. Once that happens, actually, most likely the sodium battery will pick up because of abundant availability of sodium. And already one company from UK already launched sodium-ion battery. They are actually scouting for the partner in India right now. And they have a relatively good solution for sodium-ion batteries, fast charging. The energy density is so lower and power density is good. And the anode is basically, again, the hard carbon. And they could be able to solve all the issues right now. And they're looking for a partner. Right? So therefore, it's already there in the market. And depending upon the partner and the confidence people have, this will pick up. So, however, there are challenges in sodium in battery. The issues are, these are for researchers to go deeper into the subject and find out actually how to solve those issues which is prevailing in each battery. So this so on the sodium ion, as I told you, is slightly lower energy density compared to lithium ion. That one lower life cycle. It's again all relative because of mainly of sodium deposition issues. If researchers able to address these issues, and things will go up actually. The higher cost right now is because the mass production not yet started. Actually. That's the reason actually it's still and the production is on the lower side and the cost is higher and the because of lower mass production. Actually. So these are issues. Once you researchers focused on the issues, if there's issues, technical issues first, then automatically the sodium ion battery will pick up. Actually. Okay, the second which I would like to discuss is on the sodium sulfur battery. So sodium sulfur battery is being talked for now quite some time because of the very high energy density. It's over 1000 watt hour or 1 kilowatt hour actually. It's almost like a kilowatt hour battery. And it's being talked increasingly for energy storage applications rather than the e-mobility application. Mainly because of the power density is relatively low and it's available low cost. And LG, as far as sodium sulfur battery is concerned, LG already has tried and tested the aviation side of their fleet and with lithium sulfur battery. But there are issues. Lithium sulfur battery, as far as configuration is concerned, it's a sulfur as a cathode with all the conducting carbon. And the anode is simply the sodium. As far as lithium is concerned, we can use lithium as well. And the electrolyte is normally the ionic liquid and a couple of them. We tried them and then we are quite successful. And we could able to reach up to 1,500 cycles with sodium sulfur battery. Of course, in the coin cell level, we have to graduate to the pouch or cylindrical cells. And that's the status. But there are issues with though energy density is good, but there are issues to be addressed. And as I told you, this power density is relatively lower. That has to be addressed. And then life cycle is lower in the sodium sulfur battery, mainly because there are polysulfides settling around the anode and cathode, the settling effect, and the polysulfide dissolution in the electrolyte. There are these two issues to be addressed. Once these issues are addressed, and then game on for sodium sulfur battery. And with high energy density, cost obviously going to go down. And that's good news. But only thing is these issues to be resolved actually. And as I told you, it's higher cost because not yet produced enough and only in the laboratory and the field trial stage right now. So one more battery category on the sodium front is sodium air battery. You would have heard of lithium air battery. Similarly, sodium air battery. Actually. But it's a very nascent stage, and going forward, it will take off. But the good news is the energy density is very high, 1,600 watt hour per kg of sodium, and that's really good news. And it's all our kilowatt hour battery, sodium sulfur and sodium air, and it has very low over potential, and 3 to 4 times lower than lithium-ion battery. That's a good news as far as sodium air battery is concerned. And the other issue is still in lab level. So researchers actually they get onto the fundamental chemistry and start working. And I'm sure this issue can be resolved actually. And as far as this battery is concerned, we could able to achieve about 100 cycles. And still we have to graduate to the higher life cycle. And rest of the energy density we could able to achieve. And here again the anode and cathode. Anode is simply the metal, the sodium. If it is lithium air means lithium, or otherwise a sodium metal. And the anode, the cathode is the air cathode. That is good news. We have one, so we could able to do it. And the electrolyte we have to optimize depending upon the requirement. And I don't want to get into the electrolyte because there are some confidentiality involved in this. Therefore, I'm not discussing further on this because there are IP issues. Okay, so So the sustainable battery for EV. Therefore, actually, means we have looked at lithium-ion battery. We are questioning whether we have the lithium battery good enough or really good enough for the EVs. But the answer is may not. And as usual, actually means this is not completely resolving the issue, especially the Indian context. Therefore, as far as India is concerned, we need to have raw materials available locally. Therefore, we've gone ahead with aluminum battery and subsequently and the sodium-based sodium ion, sodium sulfur, sodium air batteries. And looking for sustainability, we need to have raw material locally, and higher energy density should be a mandatory issue, and then higher power density and fast charging. That is very, very important, this to charge, because slow charging will not take us anywhere, and therefore we need to have a fast charging. So therefore supercapacitor also come and play, and life cycle of battery should be really high, and no one wants, because this is heart of the battery, the heart of the e-vehicle, the battery is heart of the e-vehicle. Therefore no one can afford to have bad batteries actually. So, and then safety is most important issue. Though we are putting higher and higher kilowatt hour, so 50 kilowatt hour and upwards, but safety is extremely important to build the confidence among the public. So once we have all of them, the battery will be sustainable, and then it will take up. I'm sure actually it will happen in this decade, if not later. Therefore, all the best for all the researchers to come up with the solution. So I think that's it actually. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
Is there anyone? The talk is open for discussion. Any questions, please? I don't see any raise of the hand. If not, I have questions, sir.
Yes.
Sir, what is the range of aluminum air battery now you were working there in your
Okay, so
laboratory?
aluminum battery as on date, if you put a 50 kilowatt of battery, it will reach 500 kilometers. And if you have 1000 kilometers, means if you have 100 kilowatt of battery, it will reach 1000 kilometers. So that's the range we expect.
So what is the
battery says,
strategy? 1000 kilometers, will you carry two batteries, or you will have a startup something battery there?
that configuration right now, the concept is the two aluminum battery, and right now the auto OEMs are on job, and they'll configure the batteries depending upon their vehicle actually. So right now it's being the field trial, configuring the vehicles, all are on right now.
Okay, sir. So what about sodium air battery? So you are showing that Nasican will be one of the electrolyte. Most of this Nasican material, sodium particularly, their conductivities are low at room temperature, but at high temperature they are quite good. What is your comment about using this? Because sodium air, it has to be work at room temperature. What is your comment about this?
Yeah, means these electrolytes are being tried actually, nothing finalized actually. So Nasican and other things, all the electrolytes are being tried actually, nothing finalized. Therefore, really I can't say that actually this is good, that is not good, because there may be combinations also. So therefore, we have to look at things openly and find out which one suits and why actually. So we have to ask lots of questions to find the answer for each. Whether it is cathode, anode, and electrolyte, even the separator. So lots of questions should be asked. So you'll find the answer actually. So therefore, that is the answer I have at this moment. But it's open game right now.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is one question from Dr. Joshi. Sir, please.
Voice is not audible actually. There.
It seems he could not unmute. That's what I am understanding.
Request him to unmute. You can ask question. Dr. Joshi, you can unmute. Anybody else? Meantime, I can take it up. Request somebody else if meantime come on board for questions.
Sorry. Dr. Joshi, if you can type the question, yeah. There is one question written here. What is the range of hybrid battery?
Yeah, that's already answered actually. If that is the question, I already answered. It can go up to 1,000 kilometers within 100 kilowatt hour battery.
Dr. Joshi, can you please type it if you have a problem in unmuting?
I unmuted it. Can you hear me?
Okay, sir. Please, yes, now we can. Please.
This aluminum ion battery was invented at Stanford.
Yeah.
Hello? And
yes,
later we hear this is only coin cell from Australia.
Okay.
And on paper, it looks very promising.
Yes.
Especially high temperature characteristics. I mean, most of the batteries, lithium batteries, have problem with high temperature.
Correct.
So, and definitely with aluminum, it is sustainable.
Yes.
So, and of course, they have used graphene as one of the electrodes.
Yes.
And this somewhere relates to earlier talk by gentleman from what is his name? Where he combined supercapacitor with battery.
Ilangovan.
Name start.
Yeah, Dr. Ilangovan.
Yeah. So could you please comment on that?
Yeah, means actually you are right, perfectly right, because aluminum ion batteries are in the nascent stage, and we hear this from the Australian universities that they are achieved something like 160 watt hour per kg, and it's actually fast charging, long life. But because this is the normal claim people have actually. Only thing is we have to closely look at it, the issues, and what are the issues, including, as you said, the temperature range and the other issues. But as far as we are concerned, actually, we look at the metal and the affordability, availability in India. That's where we are slightly excited about. But maybe because I myself have some kind of reservation on this, because the chlorides are being used. Because the one Japanese professor talked to me maybe a year and a half before on going ahead with aluminum chloride battery. Then I said, no, actually, we should not go ahead, mainly for handling chloride, actually. So therefore, the corrosion and then the other safety issues, health issues come into, in the long term will come into play. Therefore, I said, actually, I think we should not pursue that, actually. But I don't know about the exact, the chloride level, how they're going to using, but these are news available. Therefore, I'm talking
and aluminum chloride we have been using anhydrous in as a catalyst for Friedel-Crafts and many other reactions. I mean,
correct.
So I personally, of course, I have not handled it, but I have handled ferric chloride anhydrous.
Yes.
So I don't think that should be such a big problem.
So one never know. So once you scale up and do it, and then we have to go ahead, because
of course you won't know. That is for sure.
Yeah, unless in this case actually we are taking the batteries close to our home, and there'll be, after some time, the battery will exhaust, and we don't know really actually, because that has
in my opinion,
develop.
Aluminum chloride is as bad as concentrated KOH. I mean, that way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe actually. So the KOH used here is not that concentrated, if you ask me. Therefore,
still, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is no doubt about you have a lot of interesting topic raised over here, and there will be a number of questions. They can talk with you later in personally. So thank you, Raman sir, for your kind presentation and giving overall what is going on from your side, and keeping time. Thank you very much once again from the organizers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So now we go to the next talk. Dr. Milind Kulkarni. Sorry, is it me? Okay. So brief introduction about Dr. Milind Kulkarni. Dr. Kulkarni completed his PhD from University of Pune. And he joined with the CMET in 2001 and he's a senior scientist in CMET. And he is a recipient of Young Associate Award and fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Sciences, a life member of Material Research Society of India. And he has more than 105 publications and he has 17 patents on his name, and he guided 5 PhDs and 7 MPhil students. And his area of interest is sodium lithium ion batteries, including flexible batteries, and lithium sulfur, lithium air, and all solid state batteries. Dr. Kulkarni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for a nice introduction about me. A very good afternoon to one and all. So, today I am going to present the overview of the research activity that we are carrying out in CMET on lithium-ion battery, sodium-ion battery, starting from material to cell or device fabrication and their possible applications. I will just talk about the flexible battery, which is a major project funded by MIT, and sodium-ion battery, as well as I will come up with the Center of Excellence, which is a challenging and major project, again funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, in which we are planning to take this lithium and sodium ion based battery technology to first to pilot scale level and then to commercial scale. So this is a beautiful photograph of our laboratory, which is situated in Panchavati area at Pashan Road. On the first day, our Director General has mentioned about the 3 laboratories of CMET and their expertise and thrust area that we are working on. So I will not comment on that. So I will just start with my production. But before that, I would like to thank the chairman and co-chairman for providing me an opportunity to present the R&D activities. So last 3 days, we are just listening about the demand of energy and energy storage. So storage of energy is crucial for solving today's energy issues, particularly global warming and safe and clean energy is the requirement of the today's very thrust area. Okay, so there are 3 different kind of energy storage devices. Actually, these next 2-3 slides are particularly meant for the audience who are student community and for the audience which are not familiar with the lithium ion or in general energy storage devices like batteries and supercapacitors. So there are 3 types of energy storage devices: batteries, supercapacitor, and fuel cells. So out of these 3, I am going to mostly talk on the lithium-ion battery and in particular batteries. So these are the certain applications of the batteries. So we can use them as a consumer electronics. The well-known example is our mobile or cell phones, then wind energy, UPS systems, e-mobility, which is a very hot topic and nowadays the very latest application of this lithium-ion battery, so on and so forth. We can use these batteries for biomedical devices as well. So there are different 2 types of batteries. One is your primary batteries and secondary batteries. In primary batteries, the electrochemical reaction is not reversible. So once we have taken the energy from these batteries, these are useless. So we can dispose it of, and these are the nothing but the disposable batteries. While the other types of battery is a secondary battery, where in these batteries the electrochemical reaction is reversible and we can repeatedly charge them and we can draw the energy from them or discharge them continuously for a number of cycles. Therefore, these are the reusable batteries. So, lithium batteries, lithium is a very lightest metal and it has a very good electrochemical properties and excellent high reactive material. It has a very high energy and power density. That's what we are using lithium metal or lithium ion in lithium ion batteries. So this is the position of lithium in the periodic table. Okay. Yeah. So there are two types of lithium-based batteries. One is your lithium batteries and lithium-ion batteries. In lithium batteries, we are using pure lithium metal as an anode material, while in lithium-ion batteries, we are using some lithium-containing compound as a cathode and anode material. These are the certain advantages of lithium-ion batteries. They have high specific capacity, which is measured in milliampere hour per gram, high energy density, long cycle life, high potential operational voltage, so on and so forth. But there are certain issues associated with the lithium-ion batteries. That is the safety related issue, and the most important is cost of this lithium-ion battery is very high. Okay. So yesterday there was an issue with one leading company manufacturing these cars. The car got exploded and catch the fires because in this lithium-ion battery we are using liquid electrolyte, that is lithium hexafluorophosphate dissolved in organic solvent, and which catches the fire and is not safe to use in the lithium-ion batteries. So these are the cell design of lithium-ion batteries, that is cylindrical cells, which is 18650, then coffee bag cells, coin cells, 2032 types of coin or button type of cell, pouch or rectangular type of cell, and the other one is the prismatic cells. So in coin cells, there are three different types, that is 2032, then 2025 and 2015. Okay, so these are the consumables that required to fabricate this coin type of cells: separator, spring, space, etc. And this is the polypropylene membrane or cell guard, which is the trade name for the separator. This is the schematic of the pouch type of cell, and by fabricating individual or single cell, we can prepare a stack by combining these cells into parallel or in the geometry. This is the inner view of this lithium-ion cell, where we can see there is a jelly roll type of structure, cathode, separator, and anode. And during charging and discharging, the intercalation of the lithium-ion takes place through this separator with successive charging and discharging. This is the principle of operation of the lithium-ion battery cell, which is based on the oxidation and reduction chemical reaction. I will not go much into details of this because last 3 days we are listening by the various speakers. So these are the typical material used in lithium-ion battery. One is your cathode material, which is nothing but the positive electrode. The anode material, which is negative electrode. The electrolyte is, as I have mentioned, lithium hexafluorophosphate, which is white color powder. Then the electrolyte solvent to dissolve this ethylene carbonate and the dimethyl carbonate, and separator, which is nothing but the polypropylene membrane, which is commercially available. So under MIT sponsored project, which is a BBG funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, or parent ministry, the total outlay of the project was 498.05 lakhs, almost 5 crore. So under this project, we have proposed to develop the cathode active and anode active material indigenously at a small scale, and to fabricate the prototype cells like button type of cell and pouch type of cells with the following specification. The battery capacity we have proposed to be around 100 to 120 milliampere hour per gram, voltage between 3 to 3.5 volt, and the geometry of the cells we have proposed coin and rectangular type pouch type of cells. And we have planned to operate this cell from -10 to 60 degrees centigrade to support our defense sector, because the temperature in Siachen region goes in minus temperature region, while at Rajasthan we have a very high temperature. So we have planned that we will develop the battery starting from material that should operate from -10 to 60 degrees centigrade temperature. So under this project, we have procured many process equipment like spray dryer, microwave furnaces to synthesize this material, and characterization equipment to characterize the synthesized material as well as fabricated cell. So we have created a major entire battery fabrication and testing facility, which comprises of 19 altogether different equipment, starting from rotary furnace, then ball mill, up to slurry caster, slurry coater, and so on and so forth. So these all together are 19 equipments that we have procured, and we have invested almost 1 crore 86 lakhs for the development of this battery fabrication and testing facility. This is the actual photograph of the battery fabrication and testing facility, that is microwave furnace required for sintering of the material. This is spray dryer for synthesis of cathode and anode active material. This is nothing but the electrochemical workstation for measurement of the cyclic voltammetry and in general electrochemical performance of the material as well as cells. And all this equipment we have accommodated very nicely on 1000 square foot area of our extension building, lithium ion battery building. Yeah, this is the exact photograph of all battery fabrication and testing facility. Here you can see the oven, this coater unit, then slurry mixer. Okay, and this is nothing but the heart of the battery fabrication facility, which is called a glow box, which we are utilizing it for sealing of the point type of cell and pouch type of cell, as we are using a moisture sensitive lithium hexafluorophosphate as an electrolyte, and the sealing of the cell has to be carried out in inert atmosphere with a very low moisture as well as oxygen level. Yes, this is the battery analyzer, 8-channel battery analyzer for point type of cells. We have fabricated this number of cells and attached for the electrochemical performance, and this for the pouch type of cell measurement. So under another mighty sponsored project of flexible battery, we have procured this 4-port glow box. This is a new arrival, and just in last week we have installed into our battery fabrication building. So under this project, we have optimized 4 different processes for the synthesis of cathode active material as well as anode active material. So we have developed very commercially available and traditional material as lithium cobalt oxide via soldier process. But we came to know that soldier process is not viable and it requires toxic chemicals like methanol. It has to be evaporated. So we have seized down that process, and we have shifted to synthesis of this lithium cobalt oxide via spray dryer. Then we have also synthesized lithium iron phosphate, a cost-effective material, because cobalt is costly in nature. So we have replaced it with iron material, and we have optimized this process by solvothermal process. Then under anode material category, we have developed lithium titanium oxide via combustion process, and we have developed spherical hard carbon as a substitute for graphite. And the beauty of this material is that we have used potato and banana as a starting material instead of using commercially available starch material. Okay. So this is the detailed process of synthesis of lithium cobalt oxide via soldier process. This is the recipe that we have followed. This is the actual setup we have utilized for synthesis of this lithium cobalt oxide. First to 10 gram, then to 50 and to 100 gram gas scale. Then the synthesized brown black color powder we have characterized by using various sophisticated techniques like XRD first for phase purity measurements, then Raman spectroscopy, then scanning electron microscope to know the particle size and surface morphology of the synthesized material, and we have observed 1 to 3 micrometer scale structural material, and we have fabricated a point type of cell, and we have tested it for electrochemical performance. So what we have done, we have whatever synthesized material, we have to compare it with the commercial available material. So for that matter, we have procured this material from NTI Corporation USA as well as from Sigma Aldrich, and we have characterized this material using our in-house characterization facility, and we have compared the XRD, then Raman spectra and FSM images of the commercially available material as well as the material that we have developed in-house or developed by Siemens. So here we can see the particle size of this material, what we have synthesized in our laboratory is very small, and the phase purity which we have observed by XRD is very well matching with the commercially available material. Even the Raman spectra also very well matches with the commercially available materials. So we have fabricated the button type of cell using 2032 cell cases For that matter, we have used cathode material developed by Segment, and anode material that we have used is graphite powder. So we have also optimized this reaction to 100 gram gas scale by using spray pyrolyzer. This is the recipe. We have changed the concentration of lithium precursor to get the phase pure material as well as sintering time. Yeah, this is the characterization. These are the three different cyclone zones that we have corrected with this brown black color lithium cobalt oxide powder via spray pyrolysis, and we have optimized this process up to 100 gram batch scale. This is the physicochemical characterization of the different batches that we have performed for synthesis of this material. Then FSM images and the Raman spectra, and these are matching very well with the reported values. Then in a similar fashion, we have synthesis lithium iron phosphate with a very small scale. This is the recipe that we have followed for the synthesis of lithium iron phosphate as a cathode material. We have characterized it by XRD to confirm the phase purity, and then we have identified the surface morphology by FSM, and we got a very good size leaf-like structure and rod-like structure depending on the solvent that we have used during the synthesis. We have scaled up this technology up to 15 to 20 gram batch scale, and we have also synthesized this carbon-coated and graphene-coated material to improve the electrochemical performance by reducing the resistance of this material. So in a similar fashion, as during last 3 days, we have listened that NMC is a good candidate as a cathode material for lithium-ion batteries. So we have performed trial experiments for the 811 and 111 of the phase of the nickel manganese cobalt oxide. So via spray pyrolysis, actually my colleague is working on this project which is sponsored by ISRO or VSSC. So we have optimized this process via spray dryer synthesis up to 100 gram batch scale. We have characterized it by FSM and XRD, and it is matching well with the reported data. And we have observed a very good capacity by and we have tested it by fabricating the point type of cells. This is the characterization data, and we have observed the specific capacity around 110 million per gram for the material that we have sintered at 850 degrees centigrade for 20 hours. So in a similar fashion, we have developed this anode material lithium titanium oxide via solid-solid process. Here we can see a porous morphology under FSM, and this pore is very much important for the intercalation of the lithium ion during charging and discharging, and we have observed very good capacity of 150 milliampere hour per gram for this lithium titanium oxide as an anode material. So we have also synthesized another anode material that is spherical hard carbon, and that we have synthesized again via combustion process, and here we have used potato and banana as a starting material. This is the physicochemical characterization of this synthesized material. This is the XRD, then FSM analysis showing spherical shaped structure of this spherical hard carbon, and this is FT Raman spectra. We have also fabricated the button and point type of cells by optimizing the various process parameters and tested it by using the battery cyclers. This is the pouch type of cells having the size of 6.5 centimeter of the length and width of around 4.6 centimeter, which is the facility that we have created under this project. So this is the overall summary of the properties of this active material, cathode active and anode active material we have synthesized. Under cathode material category, we have synthesized lithium cobalt oxide via soil gel as well as spray dryer, and we have observed very good capacity of around 140 milliampere hour per gram for soil gel synthesized material, and almost 140 capacity for the material that we have synthesized by using spray drying technique. We have also synthesized lithium iron phosphate as a cost-effective cathode active material via hydrothermal and solvothermal synthesis technique, and we have observed capacity of around 120 milliampere hour per gram against the theoretical capacity of 170 milliampere hour per gram. Under anode material category, we have developed spherical hard carbon as well as lithium titanium oxide. This lithium titanium oxide white color powder we have synthesized by solid combustion technique, and we have observed very good capacity of 150 milliampere hour per gram against the 175, which is the theoretical capacity. Later on, after optimizing certain process parameter and hands-on expertise on the pouch type of cell, we have achieved almost the capacity of around 170 or 175, which is equivalent to the theoretical capacity for the LTO. But for this spherical hard carbon, we have observed very good capacity greater than that of the theoretical capacity up to around 517 milliampere hour per gram for the spherical hard carbon that we have synthesized by using potato as a starting material, and around 493 milliampere hour per gram for the samples that we have synthesized from the starting material banana. And therefore, we have filed patent for this invention. So we have also fabricated a large type of pouch type of cell. So these are the dimension and these are the process parameters that we have optimized during synthesis of the large size. This is the size and dimension that we have optimized for the synthesis of the larger size of a pouch type of cell. This is actual photographs where we can use the number of stacks, and we have sealed this cell by using the battery fabrication facility that we have developed. This is the plan roadmap that we have followed for the development of lithium-ion battery, starting from material up to cell fabrication, and we have now moved towards the development of battery packs and module for the two-wheeler and four-wheeler applications. So as we know, the trends of flexible and wearable electronics is coming in the market. So to power these electronic gadgets and devices which are flexible in nature, we need batteries also to be flexible in nature to power this electronics gadget. So we wrote a proposal to funding agency, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Again, they have given a very good funding for the development of these flexible batteries, and we almost got around 5 crore and we have started this project activity in the year 2018. Yeah. So why flexible batteries? Because miniaturization of electronic devices is taking place, and we need these flexible batteries to power these flexible electronic devices like LEDs, then your RFID tag, then biomedical devices, then your bendable and flexible mobile phones, which are definitely going to come in the market into a very short period of time. And there is a lot of market for these flexible or bendable batteries. You can see here, there is in the year 2015, the requirement is the value is around $69.6 million US, which has been increased by the year 2022 to up to $960 million US. So this is the requirement of this flexible battery in the coming days. So this is the structure of flexible battery that we have proposed to develop under this project activity. So we have followed different methodology to develop the flexible electrode as well to achieve this flexible and bendable battery. For that matter, we have decided to synthesize this active material as a freestanding film via electrospinning technique. These are the advantages of the electrospinning technique. Its principle. I will just skip this slide. So there are certain advantages of this electrospinning technique to develop this three-dimensionally freestanding film of the active material instead of using copper as well as aluminum as a current collector. So we have performed many trials. This is the actual photograph of the of the electrospinning technique that we have installed at Segmentation premises, and we have carried out certain trials, and this is the white color film you can see of the PVA that we have prepared by using this electrospinning technique, which is a very highly porous in nature, and this porosity is very much important for the intercalation of the lithium ion during charging and discharging. We have also prepared the solid polymer electrolyte by using UV synthesized material by using PEGMA. One of our PhD students, she has carried out this transparent solid polymer electrolyte for the solid state lithium ion battery, which we have used for flexible cell fabrication. This is the trial experiment that we have performed. We have used lithium and aluminum current collector as well as carbon black as an current collector to develop these flexible cells. This is the prototype device that we have prepared, and we are testing this by using the solid electrolyte. Here we have used graphite as an anode material and LFP as a cathode material, and the electrolyte we have replaced the traditional lithium hexafluoro LiPF6 with the solid polymer electrolyte just soaked with the LiPF6 in organic solvent. This is the prototype thin flexible battery which demonstrates the illumination of LED, which is very bright unless and until will break the circuit. We also have carried out the bendability and deformation study at different angle, starting from 0 degree to 180 degree bending, and we observe there is definitely a compromise in the capacity of the cell depending on the blending and twisting of the cell, but which is not very high, just 10 to 20% at different current rate. We also have carried out the temperature dependent capacity variation, and for that matter we have created this facility for different temperatures starting from 10 degree, 20 degree to room temperature and to higher temperature, and definitely there is a deformation or compromise of the capacity of the cell for higher as well as lower temperature. For lower temperature, there is the restriction in the mobility of the charge or charge carrier. Thereby there is a decrease in the capacity of the cell. While at a higher temperature, there is an interaction or reaction between the electrolyte and electrode surface, and this need to be studied, and we have studied this in details. We have fabricated a prototype device, okay, for the wristwatch. These are the dimension of the cells that we have optimized the capacity of this flexible cell up to 220 milliampere hour per gram, and this cell we have utilized for 7 days once we have charged 100% or fully charged. So these are the dimension of the cell, 2.5 centimeter by 20 centimeter. This is the prototype device that we have developed. This also we have prepared the wristwatch, and we have connected it to the commercially available watch. We have procured it from market, and this is the demonstration of this flexible cell, which for the LED. Okay, we are also working on the ionic liquid and electrolyte for the lithium-ion battery and its composite with the solid polymer electrolyte. For that matter, we are using tetragon and lithium containing compound, and we have just prepared it by electrospinning technique. This is the surface anodized crystalline film. We have measured its impedance and cyclic voltammetries, and actual electrochemical performance is in progress in our laboratory. This is a very latest achievement in this project, under this project, for the development of flexible and bendable batteries. Here, instead of using, outer polyimide coated aluminum cover or pouch forming material, we have used PDMS based transparent material for sealing this cell, and this is in a true sense a transparent flexible battery, thin and bendable, which we have developed very recently. So during last 2-3 days, we have listened that lithium-ion battery in India, we don't have the lithium-ion reservoirs, so we have to be dependent on the foreign countries, and to substitute this lithium-ion battery, sodium-ion battery is the best material. So we have also started working on the development of anode material. We have wrote this proposal to Department of Science and Technology, and we have started this activity in the year of 2017. We have almost completed this project. Under this project, we have developed anode active material only for the sodium-ion battery. Yes. So we have developed tin and tin oxide material as well as their composite with carbon. We have synthesized this material by Schwenk techniques, and we have characterized it by XRD, then EM or epicenter analysis, and we have performed the electrochemical charge discharge measurement. This black color powder we have analyzed by XRD, and it is matching well with this JCPDS or reported data. And we have analyzed this synthesized anode material via TM analysis, and beautiful 2 to 3 nanometer size spherical particle we have synthesized, and we have fabricated a prototype of this coin type of cell, and we have measured its capacity, and we have observed that 61 to 72 milliampere hour per gram for this developed anode material. In a similar fashion, we have developed the MOS2 material, and graphene composite via this solid state reaction, and we have characterized it by using the FDSM, XRD, Raman and Char discharge measurement again. This is also one more anode material. We have also synthesized plasma processing tin particles via plasma processing. We have characterized it by XRD, then Raman and this DM analysis, and we have fabricated the cell, and we have observed the capacity around 100 milliampere hour per gram. We also have synthesized perforated graphene, and the starting material that we have taken to synthesize this perforated graphene is dried bougainvillea flowers, and from that via combustion techniques under argon atmosphere, we have prepared this beautiful graphitic structure. This is the FETM analysis, and we have observed the capacity for this graphene material around 200 milliampere hour per gram. A detailed electrochemical testing is in progress in our laboratory. We have also started working on the glass electrolyte for the development of these solid state batteries that we can seal and fabricate at room temperature, or there is no need to use the glow box. These are the initial trials that we have performed, and this is the prototype of cell that has been already we have developed in our laboratory by using this glass electrolyte. We have also prepared lithium-air battery prototype by using nickel foam as a material. These are the we have initiated this activity. So after completing this other sponsored project activities, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, with the help of their activity, and they have very good funding for the Center of Excellence for Rechargeable Technology. Under this project, the vision and mission already our secretary and co-chairman and chairman of this WRCTC they have mentioned during first day or inauguration of the this conference. So I will not take much of time, but I will let you know the scope of this project is to develop the technology suited for the Indian environment, and we will take this technology up to business scale or commercial scale via pilot scale facility. So these are the objectives and objective of the project of this Center of Excellence. So under this project, we have developed our plan to creation of the facility for self-sustainable of the Center of Excellence at CMET to serve the Indian advanced chemistry cell or rechargeable battery manufacturing sector. There are 3 different modules. In module 1, we have proposed to develop all leading active materials starting from commercially or traditionally available lithium cobalt oxide, NMC, LFP, NMC 111, and all their different forms. In a module 2, we have proposed to develop this coated electrode from both the sides, one side as well as both the side coated electrodes, continuous electrode coating facility, as well as module 3 for the development of pouch cell in a module 3 activity. So the project deliverable will be the creation of self-sustainable center of excellence to serve Indian SEC manufacturing sector. Under this project, we have proposed to develop the infrastructural facility for simulation and database facility, testing of the cell facility for electrochemical all tests, accelerated testing, etc. Then pilot scale plant facility, machine design and its fabrication. We are proposed to develop the indigenous development of this battery fabrication and testing facility for the testing facility at R&D scale as well as up to pilot scale level technology. We have proposed to develop the transfer of technology for lithium ion, sodium ion and lithium polymer technology for its TOT, as well as we have planned to develop the techno-commercial roadmap for SME business case under this Center of Excellence. We have also planned to train 110 personnel, including the industry partners, as under the manpower training program, and we have proposed to accommodate 25 startups or small scale industries to join the hands to become a self-sustainer to develop the business scale activities. So, under this project, we have proposed to develop the database and simulation facility. My colleague, Dr. Prasad Rao, is taking care of this simulation and database facility. Okay. Then low scale laboratory facility for studying the material. then SME scale, pilot scale facility, standard testing facility, and all these operations will be operated by COE office, and we will, through this COE office, we have proposed to serve from the industries. Okay, so in the last 1 year, which we have completed 1.5 years under this Center of Excellence, we have, for the first time, we have developed NMC 111 and NMC 811 via a spray pyrolysis technique. We have also have one breakthrough that we have developed UV binder-based electrode and polymer ionic liquid solid electrolyte. See, traditionally we are using this liquid-based slurry maker, but we have skipped that process and we have used UV binder for the slurry development. Then we have also made a profitable SME business model. Okay, then we have also indigenous cylindrical winding and coating machine we have designed, and just installation is in progress in our center. Then we have served from the 20 industries. Okay, and under this program, we have proposed for some technology transfer or technology consultancy project with KPIT, Ducat Technologies, and Graphite India Limited. What we will do, we will take the graphite from Graphite India Limited and we will do its chemical modification so that it will have a very good capacity as an anode material. So under this project, we have proposed and we have already successfully demonstrated, developed the batteries for 2-wheeler as well as 4-wheeler. I will come into my next slides. This is the facility, new database and simulation facility that we have proposed. We already have raised a tender and we have got the quotation for the same, and within a few months this facility will be installed at Cement Pune for the theoretical study. This is the infrastructural development. We have constructed one big pilot scale facility through CPWD. This is a 2-month back photograph, but actually last 2 months the bricks work of this pilot plant facility are almost completed, and just steel coating work is remained, and very soon we will start this pilot plant facility. Also, the designing of the reactor for pilot scale synthesis, we have finalized the specification with one local company here in Pune for the 500 gram gas scale synthesis via spray pyrolysis technique. These are the material characterization facility available in Cement Pune, starting from XRD to the advanced nanomaterial facility like PSEM, FE10, then thermal measurements technique. These are available facility. Under cell fabrication facility, we have 8-channel and 32-channel battery facility. This is newly available facility, and we have targeted for the application mobile phone as well as for the e-mobility or scooter. So this is the technology as on date we have developed. We have synthesized the lithium cobalt oxide and LFP material via spray pyrolysis, and we have successfully prepared a pouch type of cell, and we have prepared the module for the 2-wheeler. I am going to show the demonstration of this technology. We also have a plan for the fabrication of 18650 cylindrical type of cell by using lithium cobalt oxide as a cathode material and LTO as an anode material. We will carry out the testing of this cell by using this entire battery fabrication facility for the 2 geometry, as well as very recently we have installed the fabrication of this cylindrical type of cell, and my colleague is working to deliver the 400 number of this cell under MIT and NIT collaborative project for this cylindrical type of cell. So under this project activity, starting from material, we have developed this pouch type of cell for the mobile phone application. This chemistry is LCO graphite, and we have obtained the voltage of around 3.7 volt with the capacity of around 1 to 2 ampere hour. We made a number of stacks to prepare this battery or cell for the mobile phone. We also have prepared a module for the 2-wheeler application. If time permits for me, I will show the video of this at the last. Okay, this is the high resolution photograph of this BlackBerry mobile phone. We have prepared this battery in our industrial collaboration. Dr. Sharma sir has given the yesterday detailed presentation of this fabrication of this battery. This is the first attempt of the battery pouch type of cell we have used for charging of the Samsung mobile battery, and later on we had developed this finished product for the BlackBerry battery in our laboratory, starting from the material that we have developed and synthesized in cement premises. This is the development of pouch cell and module for the four-wheeler application. This is first of its kind, the battery pack and module we have developed for the cranking of this four-wheeler, and we have successfully demonstrated. And I would like to highlight these efforts a lot. During this last pandemic period, our project staff, RAs, and my colleagues, they have put together during the Diwali period for say about just 3 weeks. We have completed this achievement, and we have successfully successfully installed this battery pack for the four-wheeler. So we have divided this project into 4 different modules. One of our project staff, they are just synthesizing this active material. Another group of the project staff, they are developing the electrode material, cutting the electrode, and other formalities. And one group, they are entirely fabricating this pouch type of cell, while the other group of students, having engineers, physicists, under the supervision and guidance of our industry collaborator, Dr. Sharma sir, Dr. Kazi sir, they have fabricated this module, and within a 3-week period of time, or at the maximum 1 month, under this pandemic situation also, our project staff have worked very hard with their tireless effort. We should be able to demonstrate this battery pack for the four-wheeler application. Under this project activity, under this COE, for the first time in India, we have conducted one workshop for the COE training in association with the ISA, India Energy Storage Alliances, for the hands-on training experience for the senior R&D officials and CEO of these different companies from SB Energy, UCOS TVS, ARAI, Amara Raja Battery, Exicom, IESA, so on and so forth. There are 15 different industry participants were there, and it was a grand success. We have conducted this workshop in the last year, March 11th and 12th of the 2020. So we have also presented this lithium-ion battery material to prototype development in the Agni presentation, National Technology Commercialization Program, and we have demonstrated this battery technology in this Agni. So I will just conclude here, I will summarize here. So under this project, different sponsored project as well as Center of Excellence activity, we have developed and optimized different cathode material like LCO, LFP, NMC, 811 and 111, and anode material like LTO and SHC material at 50 to 100 gram bass scale. And under COA activity, we have proposed to take this technology to next higher level, first to pilot scale level up to 500 gram bass scale, and with the help and collaboration with the industry partners, definitely we have proposed and planned to take this technology to the commercial scale. We also have developed an entire battery fabrication and testing facility for different geometries of the cell like point, button, pouch type of cell, cylindrical 18650 type of cells for lithium and sodium ion battery, and at R&D scale. Developed and tested the prototype of thin, flexible lithium-ion batteries using in-house developed active materials for flexible electronic devices. And we have demonstrated the prototype of wristwatch for that matter, and we have also proposed to develop these flexible batteries for flexible biomedical devices in coming future. We also have developed anode active materials for sodium-ion batteries and fabricated and tested a prototype of half and full point type of cells. And we have parallelly started working on the cathode active material useful for sodium-ion batteries, because sodium-ion batteries are the futuristic and challenging candidates which replace these lithium-ion batteries. Under the Center of Excellence, we have proposed to upgrading the technologies up to pilot scale level first, and then to commercial level with the help of these industries and startups. We also have initiated the activity for the recycling of the spent ion batteries for that matter, because we don't have availability of lithium ion cell. For that, we have started reactivating the cathode active and anode active material by recycling after segregation of this spent batteries. So I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for giving the funding for all these ongoing projects, as well as Center for Excellence, and their continuous guidance and support for this R&D activity. I am thankful to Director General for allowing me to present this R&D activity. Our all collaborators from different universities, research institute in India and abroad. I would also like to thank our ERC and PRSG committee members from time to time guiding us and helping us to be on the track during execution of this project activity. Last but not least, I would like to thank all my colleagues present in CIMET, all the students, project staff working under the project, and entire the project staff community from our group. Because of them, I would able to present all this data. Yes, this is the battalion or entire group of our project. This is our staff, and these all almost 20 project staff, RAs, and women scientists and scientists we have at our institute. Yes. So with this, I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. So the talk is open for discussion. Can I have questions?
I think we have less time now. We can go.
Okay, if not, Prakash, would you like to ask some question? Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm Prakash from RCI.
Yes,
sir, it was an excellent talk. I would like to know what was the capacity of the battery which you showed for the four-wheelers, the green color ones which you showed for four-wheeler applications with using pouch cell.
Yeah. It is 8 ampere hour and 12 volt, the capacity.
12 volts and 8 ampere.
Yeah, 8 ampere hour.
8 ampere. Okay. Okay.
Sir, if you permit me, I will show the video. I will just quickly run the video so that the audience will come to know. Just quickly.
Please.
The two-wheeler battery that we have developed by using in-house developed material. And with single charging, we have run up to 3 kilometers without. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ram, for allowing me to play this video.
Dr. Rao?
Yeah, okay. If there is no more question, I think we are already late for 10 minutes. I think we need to stop here. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, and thanks for both speakers who gave excellent talk during this session. And I think this is the last session, and we move to the next session for a panel discussion. Just give me about 2-3 minutes so that I can identify all the people are available. Then we will go to panel discussion. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni.
I think chairman has also joined. Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
How
are you?
Fine, sir. Bhatkar
How have been the sessions so far?
Everything is fine, sir. Everything was fine. No.
Good job.
Bhatkar sir also there.
Yeah, I saw his. How?
Okay. And then Dr. Chatterjee.
Sandeep has joined.
No, he's not there.
Can you call him, please?
Yes, sir. Ramesha. Dr. Ramesha.
Dr. Ramesha is also not there. Yeah, Munot sir is traveling.
Yes, I'm traveling, but I wanted to attend.
झालं श्रीवास्तव साहब ने हॅलो जॉईन झालात ना
Bharat, can we start?
Yes, sir. I think Sandeep, we are just waiting for the Sandeep.
Yes, sir. Just waiting for Dr. Sandeep. He's joining, sir.
He's joining. Okay.
Yes. Sir, shall we start?
Yes,
Yeah, anytime. Anytime you say I'm ready.
Yeah.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, gentlemen. We are coming to the last session. For a crowd like you, I don't have to tell you the importance of batteries. Our requirements for green energy and green vehicles, all are driving us to look at battery
Sir,
technology.
we cannot hear you.
Can't hear you.
We can, sir, no problem.
No problem.
Yeah,
We can.
No, we are.
Hello, hello.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir. You can hear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Green energy and green vehicle are so important that batteries have become a must. And just yesterday I was reading, I'm sure all of you must have seen, that in Bangalore, rather in Karnataka, there is a foreign company which is going to establish a lithium-ion battery manufacturer and is going to put in several thousand crores. So we must now look at how we are going to put our efforts together and look at production of lithium-ion batteries and subsequent batteries, sodium-ion, other kinds of things. So I guess you had a very successful session. The last session has 9 speakers. What I suggest is each speaker spend about 5 to 7 minutes initial comments. And following that, we can open the thing for discussion and see what kind of conclusion we have. I have only one comment to make. India has some of the programs like batteries programs, like the at one stage, the hydrogen cell programs and supercapacitor programs have all been running, but nothing has really gone to production. You see, unless we get into production and put the product in the market, the research itself is good, but is not paying in this sense. So this Center of Excellence is established not for doing research only, but looking at how we are going to productionize this. So our single goal must be to the market. We must be able to sell. If we cannot sell, the technology does not produce well. In this particular case, the battery requirements are so large. Our two-wheeler and two-wheelers are out. Huge number of two-wheel transportation. And automobile transportation is growing every day. Our roads are all choked with automobiles. So there's clearly a requirement of lithium-ion batteries, which are all being now imported or manufactured from imported technology. So here is CMET trying to get it going. I only hope we expedite. The speed to market is very, very important. And India has missed the bus most of the time. I think we should ensure ourselves this time we don't miss the boat and see if we are going to progress. With that in mind, I will ask Kali to start 5 to 7 minutes maximum, and then we will follow the others. Kali, all yours.
Yes. Sir, as you know, our COE is the aim and objective. We are going in 2 directions. One is manufacturing, how we can strengthen the manufacturing lithium-ion, and we are looking for the next generation chemistry like sodium-ion and magnesium and lithium-ion, also other battery chemistries. So the materials like NMC, because people are talking about materials, different materials like NMC of 811, 531, all these things. But still, these are also at academic stage because they doesn't have any stability. So we are taking all these together, and machine design, and suppose in pilot plant scale, we want to have some machineries. These machineries has to be designed in our indigenous machineries has to be designed and fabricated, because now we are totally dependent upon the China and Korea equipments. So in this direction, I think we have to go complete indigenization program along with self-sustainability and you can say the other requirements, like you can see that we need a lot of aluminum and copper files. We have already manufactured in the country, like Aditya Birla and other people, whether they can support all these things. But as soon as we the manufacturing starts in India, we need in huge quantities this aluminum copper. So these supporting things also required in the our manufacturing, lithium ion manufacturing in the country. And now there are many groups that are working on the India, and these major work is going on ARCI and Secret, Chennai Secret at Karaikuri. So we have both the people today here. So we would like to hear from them, because they are also the part of these game, because they are also trying to help this manufacturing. So Dr. Rao, whether is Prakash is there, or Prakash and you can.
Yes, Dr. Prakash is there.
So just can we hear from Dr. Prakash, please?
We cannot hear you, Dr. Prakash. Can you please unmute?
Yeah, it's already unmuted.
Yes, now it is fine.
So can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So first of all, I would like to thank. This was a wonderful discussion. The forum is very good. We enjoyed. We came to know that each and every lab, what extent they have come up to lithium-ion batteries. This is a really good experience, and from that we can have a kind of a quorum which have a constant thinking to go with an India self-sufficient India. We can do that as unitedly. So as far as lithium-ion battery is concerned in ARCI, what we are doing is we have already started prove that lithium-ion battery for electric vehicle applications, which with LFP and graphite chemistry. But this is, of course, we have taken from the commercial imported materials. So being as very strong in material synthesis and upscaling process, we have already come up to that with the LFP and LTO. Both the cases we could able to come up to the stage where we can call it as a TRL level above 7 and in 8. In that range, we have it already. We have some industries have come forward to take up this technology, that their third-party evaluations for high consistency tests are going on at the moment. Once that is proven, then this will be transferred to the industries. For then at least we can have a lithium-ion battery with the indigenous powder which can be prepared within India. That is it's one of our options which we are forcefully moving. In terms of LTO, the LTO we have our technology is very cost effective, and which is, as I already mentioned, it is as far as I understood concerned, it is around 1600 rupees per kg, 1600 to 1800 rupees per kg, which is much cheaper than compared to the it's around 3 times cheaper compared to that of the world market at this point of time. But still, we are looking for this. 2-3 industries are joined together, and they have some of the industries they have their own raw materials. They have given their raw materials and to produce the LTO with their the capacity, how it comes. So that process, I think it's almost completed, but the performance evaluation is going on at the moment. So once if they satisfied with their raw materials, because they have the raw materials of that one, so they want to use it. So that that process is also going on. So the material wise, we have these 2 materials. In addition to that, the NMC based ones with carbon coated material also we have upscaled up to 500 gram scale. So one of the industry is already interested. We have a tie-up with an MOU has already been signed, and they have started doing it. But however, due to this COVID, we cannot proceed further. But definitely we will be able to do it. These three materials will be will be out in in the point of coming years. So then the major thing is the fabrication. So we have most of the technology know-hows for each and every step. For these materials, we have already have kind of a technology readiness level. With that, we have already given some of the cells which produced from our laboratory to the third party, as I already mentioned, have given to them for their pre-field trial evaluations, and then the performance is suitable for that. Then we can go further with the field trials. Once that is ready, they are ready to take up the technology. So that's where we are, and they are looking for something like 200 to 500. Some people are going up to even for further the next phase, the phase 2, like that. They want to go for a 1 gigawatt hour kind of thing they were planning. But at this point of time, they are looking at first with a pilot plant of 5 megawatt hour, and then the second phase is 100 to 300 megawatt hours, up to 500 megawatt hours. On the third phase, they are going for a gigawatt hour establishments. So we have signed some of the industries. We signed an MOU, and we are going to proceed further. And this is at this stage, due to this corona, we are something is delaying a little bit. Apart from that, we have very importantly, we have to look into the not only material indigenization, the indigenization of the supply chain. So supply chain is very, very important. We have established in some of the supply chain, for example, like aluminum foil and copper foil, and with contacting with these producers, and they have also given a one roll of something like a 200 meters, 150 meters, which we have specification, which we have given. One trial we have done with that, and then we gave the feedback of that, some small feedback. Then they have modified it a second time. They have given to some 50 meters. During that time, it was working good. That coating can be done. With that confidence is there when our country, we can able to produce aluminum foil and even copper foil. Copper foil, we had to receive the samples. So at this stage, we are also looking for some other supply chain, not only with the containers and a small tab connections and other important raw materials and important the components. All we are looking localizing. We are having some kind of a team looking into that. Where are the availability and what we can able to do that we are looking at. Once if all those things can be put together, probably we can have a lithium-ion battery with a much cheaper price. On top of it, we are also working on, as I already mentioned, we are also working on an aqueous-based ones. So that the electrode production, this thing can be done in a normal room instead of dehumidified room. So that will cost significantly. The cost can be reduced. So this also we are doing it. We have seen that first batch of aqueous binder electrode also worked well. The cell is also working good. So further, still it is too early to say. It is around 100 cycles or 150 cycles in the cross. So that we are working on all these fronts to make this things make a little bit cheaper. So with that things, the most important things what I want to say is everything we have to localize it according to the tropical regions of Indian, because we cannot directly follow the protocols from Western countries. There the temperature is totally different. We have developed a cells which we have tested even at 2C. So that means half an hour charge discharge process. There it was not changing. The temperature was only 5 degrees of our cells. We have made some internal modification of our cell design. So that has resulted in to give us a confidence. It gave us a confidence that we can able to make a good cell with as epicenter to Indian market kind of thing. So that's what I would like to comment on that. So all those things has to come with the localized point. But one thing is we have to definitely have to encourage the manufacturing the equipment. That is the major thing is missing. From my point of view, the equipment manufacturer, someone has to come forward to do these equipments. That will be then this will be really very a very good progress India can reach. So with that word, I would like to give it to the chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Can we request Jaswant Munat to come in? Is he in? Jaswant?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
See, basically, what I want to tell everybody out there is we talk of lithium cell. Which is a very generic name. We cannot do a lithium cell and think that we have produced a cell, because the idea is that India has requirement of lithium cells in different uses. So until and unless CMET decides that for a use, let me take an example of, say, power bank, or let me take an example of, say, LED lights which have got lithium cells, or we take another example of, say, consumer electronics requiring lithium cells. Every technology, every cell in these subgroups don't require very high-tech technology. Existing technologies which are there with CMET or with SICRI are good enough to produce cells in, say, consumer electronics. You have headphones, you have speakers, you have LED lights, you have power banks, you have many other components where your lithium cells can go. So the lithium cell factory anywhere in the world is always put up by an entrepreneur based on what the use is. So my feeling is that CMET should come out with, say, okay, for speakers, I have this possibilities. This will be the cost if you use LCO material. This will be the cost if you use NMC material. Same way if they do it for, say, power bank, and same way if they do it for, say, LED lights. There will be lot of people who will be interested in putting up a manufacturing base. Otherwise, we are just trying to say that we are coming out with lithium cells. We are bothered about the cost. We are bothered about what technology. See, requirement of lithium cells are in basically three groups. You have EV, you have ESS, and you have consumer electronics. Now, lot of focus in India is there on the EV. Everybody wants to make an EV cell and say that I want to put up a gigawatt factory. For EV cell, 1 gigawatt or 5 gigawatt factory makes a lot of sense. But when you want to do a consumer electronics, you don't require 1 gigawatt factory at all. You require lesser than 1 gigawatt factory. And that is a very easy way to get started. You can make cells for headphones. You can make cells for speakers. You can make cells for power bank. You can make cells for power tools. You can make cells for some small storage systems, for lifts, this, that, and all that with your existing technology itself. So I do not know what is the reason why we are not converting those technologies which are already available into commercial production. This is my thought after trying to put up a factory myself. I feel that a lot of importance has only been given to the EV sector. Other than the EV, nobody is talking about anything. And EV, everybody cannot make an EV battery. So when Mr. Chairman said that we require to move to the manufacturing, we need to identify the product, and then we need to know whether CMET or SICRI has got the know-how to make those particular cells. And you can say that I have this cells, and these cells can be used for this application. I think a lot of things can be done by just doing that. This is my observation. Thank you.
Dr. Ramesh? Is Dr. Ramesh around?
No, sir, he's not there.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Rajendra Sharma? Is Sharma around?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
And I was listening to Dr. Prakash and Mr. Munut also. So I would like to answer one part. I appreciate the concern of Mr. Munut. He is absolutely correct in his place. But here I would like to elaborate one more thing. Sir, manufacturing a button cell or a normal cell or a mobile cell or a EV cell, the basic process of electrode coating, that is not changing. The future processes are changing. So basically we are stuck up over there. Stuck up in the sense we are not stuck up basically. you can, like at Center of Excellence, our focus is that only. We have developed indigenous coating, we have developed indigenous material, and then equipments for that. And from there, you can manufacture any type of application of cell, because basic part, the electrodes, anode, cathode, everything, that is remaining same except for the construction part. So definitely we are moving forward on that, and very soon you will be seeing the result wherein some few companies are going to come up. And when I was listening to Mr. Prakash on this thing, I would request the scientific community and the research institutes all around right now. Basically, we have done a lot of chemistry. Now, what I feel, we should now treat chemistry as a supply chain if we want to really make a product. Because the chemistry research will go endlessly, that is no end to that. One particular set of people will be doing that, and that is, of course, mandatory. But once we suppose we develop the indigenous material, for example, lithium cobalt or lithium iron phosphate, then what we are doing, we are comparing that material to the material which is available in the Western countries or ready-made here. We should also focus on another part of that part, because India being a tropical country, whatever material we have developed, okay, it is at par with what is available in the West, but we should go beyond that. What I mean by beyond that, we should try to do some focus on making those active material or whatever raw material what we are using for lithium-ion battery to be more chemically and thermally stable, which will be more suitable for our tropical countries application. That is very much required. So what I have observed, we are just making the material purity and all that part. And then after that, we are moving on to some other chemistry. Let us, once we have developed that chemistry, let us put it into the use for the industry. And apart from developing the chemistry and other part, fabrication itself is a technology. That is the bottleneck what we have been seeing. And there the technology transfer will catch up. The moment we develop and we focus on fabrication technology, apart from the other material R&D work and all that, so definitely things will change. And that is the concept at Center of Excellence. We are focusing more on fabrication technology, manufacturing technology. In fact, at certain step, many times I feel like changing the name of CMET, Center of Manufacturing and Electronics Technology, like that, instead of material. Anyway, that is different. So for that, COE is already there. So I would also share one thing, because at Center of Excellence, whatever cells a CEMET team and CO team has made and the material, I'm very much positive about that part, because our internal resistance is definitely coming lesser than the best cells which are available in the market from Korea or other parts. So that is the achievement, and that is what industry requires. Industry is not worried about the chemistry. We don't care what chemistry it is. The cell should perform, the cycle should be this much, the temperature performance should be this much, the cost should be this much. So we don't have that kind of indirectly. Suppose if we talk about industry, I want a lithium cell, generic one. Okay, let it be lithium iron phosphate, let it be NMC, whatever, but it should perform, it should be cost effective, and the industry should make some money out of that by selling it. So now coming on to the economic model part, like it has been already 20 years, and we are dreaming of, we are thinking of starting manufacturing. 20 years down the line, already commercial manufacturing other part of the world has started. So for us now in this stage, to catch the bus and to be cost effective, our capex should be very less. And the capex can be very less if the equipments are developed indigenously. If we are buying the equipment from other parts, then definitely we may not be competitive, because those equipments are costly. And many times our policies are I'm sorry to comment on that. We are just talking about the gigawatt part, but we have not been made megawatt or kilowatt. So let us first walk, and as Mr. Muruth rightly said, I take his wording in that way. First, let us walk and then start running. So first, let us make the batteries for some smaller applications, and then we can start, because EV is a big game. Definitely, will require a lot of manufacturing unit if it is 10 gigawatt, sorry, 10 megawatt or something. So let us focus on to start. That's all. Let us not say we want to make gigawatt or something. Okay, 1 megawatt, 10 megawatt is fine enough. And that is what we are focusing on Center of Excellence. We are coming out with 10 megawatt plant to support the small industry, and that is very easily possible. So that's all. These are my comments. And thank you.
Dr. Srivastava? Is Dr. Srivastava around?
No, sir, he's not.
Okay, Yelangovan? Dr. Yelangovan?
Dr. Yelangon has an urgent meeting, so he said that I'll join at 4:30.
Okay, is Rane around? Dr. Rane?
Sir, we are the part of the CMET. So what I feel, what we are developing at our scale, industrial support or industrial testing is required. So unless and until industrial testing is not there, then actually what we are doing will not come to know.
All right, I'll
Chatterjee is supposed to join.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, Sandeep.
Sandeep, yeah.
Go ahead.
Sir, what I see, ministry actually through this Center of Excellence was interested to create a ecosystem of such a place where actually small companies can come work with our scientists, and whatever the level technology readiness level they are in different materials, they can try and develop cell with the facility we are creating in the COE, and try to go for a market and test it in the market. And Dr. Sharma is also mentioning about this. So if we can see the success, there are various, as Mr. Munod also mentioned, there are various application of rechargeable battery. We have to capture that market and show our presence, because there are 3 laboratories in the country who are developing materials in many years, and they are at some level which can go to the market, but the trust level from industry with this our researchers is missing. If you can create the trust level through this COE and have some early SMEs and startup from this Center of Excellence and showcase our chemistry is working on the ground, then it would be the success from METI side. And I think we want to work industrialists like Dr. Sharma and others who can just take our chemistry to the market. It will be very simple. We should work with our researchers are keen. They are interested to work with the industry in a cordial manner. And also another part, our secretary is all the time mentioning to us, if you face some technical challenge, that we should not deal only in COE. We should go for a grand challenge or challenge mode, so that for other labs, if they are having that problem solved already, we should bring this solution into the COE. So that also another issue. We should be having a free mind to work on the other laboratories, and then the IP of that part can be shared with those companies, or maybe companies or the research lab. So this mode, I think we should expedite the solution of huge demand in the country, and I think that would be the actually successful model. And Professor Athri is already there leading this project. I think that will be the success story, and we'll be happy from ministry side. That is all.
Yeah. Thank you, Deep. I want to raise one or two simple issues which so many of your experts on industry people should all put your head together and get me an answer. Somewhere in 90s, 91, 92, sitting at the defense headquarters, I raised a project on supercapacitors. Because just then they were talking about it, or it's not yet hit the market. Now, it's more than 20 years. The Department of Electronics itself is sanctioned several projects on supercapacitors. Yet, we do not see Indian design and Indian manufacturing of supercapacitors. Is there a reluctance from the industry to take the not so mature technologies of the R&D laboratories and convert them to a product? Why is that when we develop so much of science and technology, we are unable to productize is a question which I must answer. I think somebody should, would you like to care to answer this question? Will the same thing happen with our batteries? Who would like to answer?
Sharmaji can answer.
Let the one of the industries. Manat, what is the problem?
Yeah, sir. Sir, I would, because see, I have many answers available and the personal experience with respect to that.
Remember, Rajendra, we have talked about the capacitors ages back.
Yeah, we have talked about ages back. And sir, honestly speaking, without offending anybody, and this is my personal experience because I have been associated with many research institutes and many government-funded projects as an industry partner to the research institutes and academics also. So without offending anybody, it is a typical problem which we need to convey to a policymaker. Basically, everybody wants to be at different level. People sitting on top of that, they want to be politically correct. Somebody wants to be bureaucratically correct. Somebody wants to be scientifically correct. And in that correctness, we want to be very perfect on paper because there are many experiences which I have gone through. And when one instance, I don't want to name it one project, but sir, I will definitely try to convey without referring a specific thing, then you will understand what is the problem and where the things go down. With very renowned research institute, we were working with one project which Prime Minister has also appreciated. He himself saw that thing. And this project was sanctioned maybe 2 years before, 1 year before, when we faced that. And the funds got released after 1 year. But before the funds release, we were ready with the project. We made everything very this thing, and whatever deliverable was there. Suppose we have committed 1 gram in a week like that, then it was sanctioned. Then after doing that, all the thing without receiving the fund with our own resources, we presented to the concerned department, look, you have just released the fund, we have not utilized the fund. So we propose in a way, whatever project has been sanctioned, let us don't change the financial part of the project, but we propose around 100 gram per week with the same budget. So please allow us. It was a very simple thing, and the Basic Research Institute was also very so happy about it. So they said we'll put X amount from our side. We will not disturb the funds which has been sanctioned. So the scientific people, everybody, after a lot of this thing, they said, okay, you can go ahead with that, and we will allow you deviation. But it got stuck up in the finance, and we were told, look, You have to consume that thing on that particular head, carry out the work, and then apply for the fresh. We will sanction you fresh. Sir, trust me, from that day, we lost the momentum. That is the problem. Yeah, that is the problem. So this kind of things are always occurring. We need to take certain, convey the policymakers, keep, let us, and many times I have told the Department of Science also, you are giving 5 years for the project, you should reduce that thing to 3 years.
Rajendra Kumar,
Yes,
for a second, let me interrupt you.
Yeah,
this
yes,
is the
sir.
point. This is the point I am raising.
Yeah.
When CMAT or our laboratories do a project of developing a technology,
Yeah.
it's a laboratory model generally.
Right, sir.
Upscaling and manufacturabilities and other things have to be taken up by the industry, not by the R&D. So there is a certain amount of reluctance from the industry to burn their fingers with the not so mature technologies because it requires much more work. Whereas if you are doing a licensed production, it's already productionized elsewhere. All you are doing is process transfer. So why is this industry reluctant to look at the developed technologies of the R&D laboratories and look at production? That is my question. You are in fact supporting my argument.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, sorry for interruption. Sir, we have Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is there and Dr. Umesh.
One second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Jaswant, would you like to comment on my issue I raised? Jaswant Munat? Is Jaswant still around?
Yeah. I'm there. See, I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, simply because till we have a solution for a problem, industry is not going to produce. So I'm repeating what I said earlier, that we need to identify an application and then say that, yes, I have got a solution for this application. And if there's a demand for that application in India market, there will be many manufacturers who would be willing to put up a factory. Yes, we understand the cost of putting up a factory is going to be expensive, going for an automatic route, but there are a lot of ways in which you can actually do and leverage with Indian laborers by setting up semi-automatic routes. Every battery what we make in India is not going to be for an iPhone or for a Samsung, or it will not be for a BMW or a Benz car. There are applications for batteries which are required for a lot of other things. Currently, every battery is being imported from China simply because there is no manufacturers. So can we not say that, okay, we have a solution to make speaker battery, or can we not say that we have a solution to make a headphone battery? If you have a product and if you have a solution, I think getting manufacturers would be easy. But what we are doing is, we are trying to say that we have got batteries, but nobody knows that batteries for what.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
All I am saying is, technology is available for one battery, it can be converted to other technology. Industry should push the R&D to get those products, but industry shy away from doing it.
No, but
that's my question.
I would differ here when you say that if one battery which is available for, say, power bank, I can use the same battery.
No, I agree to some extent. But if the technology exists in the industry, which should pull the laboratory towards the application, isn't it?
Correct. I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to put forth is, today, it is an egg and chicken story. Now, everybody from the power bank industry today is importing batteries because they say it's not getting manufactured in India. Everybody with a smart headphone or a speaker is importing batteries because they is not available here. But we are looking at making a gigawatt factory for an EV vehicle. Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to say is
fair, understood.
That there are groups for making a lot of other application batteries. Can't we make 5 applications and say that
Correct.
we have a solution for these 5?
Look for a niche area. Look for a niche area of application.
Yes, look for some areas for application which have got demand in the country, and you will see a lot of people having interest in putting up the manufacturing plant.
Okay. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, would you like to jump into the discussion? Vijay?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, hi. Long time since I saw you.
Really, very long time, and I'm very pleased to see. I was telling Dr. Bharat Kare, I'm so pleased to see you and caring with same enthusiasm some 40, 50 years back. So, I'm first thing is that I would say that I've been interacting with Dr. Bharat Kare, CMET. Next to CMET is CDAC, the new building you see as you come in here. And there we are developing, I think, exascale supercomputers. You are very aware of them.
Yeah.
Supercomputing technology has been advancing by a factor of 1,000 per decade. 1,000 times. We began with the billion instruction per computing thing which we developed in the very beginning. Then we are talking from going from there to 1,000 times the next decade, and now 1,000 times and next 1,000. So we are at exascale supercomputers. That's a supercomputing technology mission. I'm referring to that because CMAT is associated with, again, I think the problem has shifted now. Problem in the supercomputing design in the exascale in this kind of trajectory is now become the power problem. So I'm very interested to see that it is a, of course, electronics problem, the way the microelectronics has developed, semiconductor technology has developed, and we are talking about 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer technologies and how to use them. And this thing has to be developed at not only at the systems level, not only at the subsystems level, but the hardware board level and also the chip level, including the design of new chips. Though, of course, we don't have foundry. We don't have foundry, and we are sort of suitably collaborating with Taiwan or suitably collaborating with the recent Intel factory, which is coming up. But we are talking of 3 nanometer technologies now, and these are being designed. There, the problem again was that the heat dissipation issues and the cooling technologies. Here, I think CMAT and CDAC is collaborating. So what I'm referring to that today's challenge has also moved from electronics to really the issue of cooling technologies. So the second thing I would like to say here is that I've been associated with CMAT right from day one when the Electronics Commission was formed, and I've seen the whole evolution which is taking place. Just the other day, I was with Dr. Bharat Kare and his team, and for this launch of Center of Excellence. So all things are constructing of the buildings and all the facilities and the initial thing how it will be. So I was in a way very pleased to see that the Center of Excellence is coming. And as we see that the whole tech is not the electronics issue now, it is the battery or power issue which is getting extremely important in all electronic design. And those power the designs also involve artificial intelligence and also some design of IoTs and other things for sensors and this one. So the problems have shifted in terms of electronic designs in a different way, and we need to collaborate with CMAT-like institutions. That's what I'm seeing, son. So I'm very happy that the center.
Vijay, let me stop you for a second. You remember 30, 40 years back when we were all much younger active scientists, we had an embargo.
Yes, yes.
The whole process of doing supercomputers started because we didn't have an access.
Yes.
We had to develop our own. Is this hurting us now that it's an open market, technology is available easily? So we don't have to really develop our own technology. Is this a problem? Because when you launched on the supercomputer program, we had no access to supercomputers.
I know.
You did a phenomenal job during those times.
Yeah.
Is this a reason?
Professor Atre, I would like to share with you. Now also there is a problem of a different kind now. The kind of technologies we want to, one was, of course, the national will to have our own design development, because without that, we'll never proceed on the hardware side, what we are talking here. We'll not be able to design those electronic circuits. We'll not be able to do the cooling technologies. We'll not be able to do the softwares associated with it, which are very critical. So I would say that the challenges of different kind, though it is available, I think we have been comparing this every time in the National Supercomputing Mission development. We have been always comparing this issue, whether to make or do it yourself. And we have taken that path off for many reasons for development. So this is a problem even today in a different perspective. So what I want to refer is that when we refer this, we wanted to develop exascale supercomputer. The challenge there was that the power envelope came to 4,000 megawatt. Means to develop one supercomputer of exascale, it will require a super power station to run it. And then that would, of course, would not be viable. And we have to come down to the, unless it is 40 megawatt, from 4,000 megawatt to 40 megawatt, this will not be viable. And I want to please to report that kind of thing. And that was the challenge. Can we develop that kind of electronics? Can we develop that kind of, which will give me that kind of power envelope which is affordable? It is in this capacity, the whole thing came to the, we can, but we require great cooling technologies. And here we are collaborating with CMET, I think, for that, and the IIT Bombay, and we are doing this. That is not important for this. What I'm trying to say is that organizing such a center of excellence and organizing such a conference, which I've seen for 3 days, several perspectives are coming to, and then there are inherent problems that we have with policy and with the industry and this kind of things surface out. I think they have surfaced out again here. Why are you not able to manufacture? And it is precisely this issue we have to address, and we have to involve the industry. Another thing, my experience in this whole perspective is that when you talk production technologies or well-engineered technologies, the kind of investments which are required for those projects, at least I think Dr. Bruce Arthur is very well aware of this one, 4 times more than what we invest on typical project to the really production technologies you have to develop along with the industry. It is not. So this is what we are not ready to put in the beginning, that no, this will be this one, and we are working with the industry, and it will require that kind of budgets to make commercial technologies available, and that interface has been missing so far, and we are not realized, still late, I would say, this one. And we'll have to, I think that's what center of excellence we're supposed to come, work with the industries. The industries are also supposed to invest, which we are not able to do because of the whole scales which are required. This one, I want to go to a positive note. So I'm very happy that the center of excellence is being set up on the batteries, which has become the most important issue. And we see that one of the most important issues, the electronic design. I think as we see it, cell phones, and the whole picture is coming to, we are making almost the whole population, and there is a mobile for everyone. And that technology and that kind of thing, consumption will be there. Similarly for the electric vehicles, that those kind of batteries which are required. So we need to develop that in the scale, and the industry has to invest. And we have to see that industry will not invest unless there is a really, we consider the whole thing, manufacture. And there are very few people of that kind, as we say, this one, to do that. But there are, you say, as people have brought out, there are smaller requirements in which industry can focus on and work with CMET and also get the product developed as they want. So this day, I think on first, I think you have called it first world rechargeable cell technologies. I think the rechargeable battery technologies, where so many people have come together, industry has come together, and international academics and research organizations also have been invited. So there is so much to learn. I think when the center of excellence, let us keep the center of excellence idea in place, involving researchers, etc., but also the industries. And industries also have to keep the whole viability for this whole development, because suddenly you require in that scale to manufacture, and we don't have that kind of investments going on. So this conference should surface, because they are surface these issues, and we have to solve these issues. So Dr. Bharat, I think we need to once again bring this issue to the fore, and also work with international people if required. I think on these things, you have seen that many people are ready to work with us, and you are a very good team. So I congratulate you that you are building a center of excellence of this kind. I have seen that you showed me around, and I'm really impressed that now the preparatory ground is there, and you'll be creating supercapacitors, you'll be creating the batteries of the lithium ion or different kind of sodium ion or potassium ion or different kind of batteries, and you have the current, I think, the knowledge how to. The problem is going to be the production, as Dr. Atre said, and Professor Rajendra Kumar also brought out how the industry involvement has to be so intimate directly from day one, and we are all trying to do that and establish examples of that kind. I will end with this. First, I would like to congratulate you for this organizing this first conference. So many people have converged together for 3 days. you have been discussing. This exposes us to many things. I think we know what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the other places, and how other Indian national laboratories also can collaborate together, or sometimes on the issues. And we develop this in a good roadmap for battery technology and what it should be. So thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to see Padma Vibhushan, Professor Athre here, and his, I think, the great guidance and mentoring, which require the experience that we have carried from the early days of in the 60s to till today. I think we need to do that. Today, I think the IT industry in India is $200 billion, and very soon it is going to be $700 billion. As per NASCOM figures, 10% of national economy will be done here. So I think we have to look at in that perspective. I think what kind of things field we are entering and what we need to do. So with these words, thank you very much for inviting. And this has been a learning experience, though I could not participate for the last 2 days, except for the beginning, things like that. But concluding remarks, I got some gist of it, which I will discuss with Dr. Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. Is Dr. Elagavan joined us? Has Elagavan? Yeah. Dr. Elagavan?
No, sir. Dr. Umesh is here, sir.
Okay. Dr. Ramesh?
Dr. Ramesha is also there. Yes, both are there.
Please, Dr. Ramesh. The floor is yours.
Hello, yeah, hello, sir. Yeah, I've been, it's very nice to listen to Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, such an inspirational personality. You know, when he speaks, we all have to just listen to him, such a great person. Yeah. Sir, there was a conversation whether, like, why in India is that batteries in industries are not coming up. This, Sikri's experience, we have been doing this developing, even the prototyping for almost last 6-7 years. So my understanding is, finally for an industry, it will look through the, the lens of economics. And one more thing, whatever laboratory, what we are doing, prototype, all these things, still scientifically, technically, everything will be fine. But that's scaling up. So this calculation is the one thing which I think most of us, will fail in the initial stages. Of course, last 6 years, 7 years, we also started to talk in a language with industry, want to listen. So I'm telling you, like in our TAPSON program, 5-6 years, we have been showing some cells making and all these things. And then immediately they will ask, what will the cost of your battery, and compare it with the China battery. So this question is very difficult to answer for a, maybe, you are making a center now. Congratulations to you. But, this question you will also be facing for many, for few initial years, then of course you will be able to find an answer properly. So we have to do this job for industry, as a scientist. Of course, I don't say that we should not do it, but, the economics. How to bring the cost of our battery, compare, and of course performance. One thing we have been comparing it with the world best batteries, Sony or Panasonic and all that, but still people the cost. Of course, we are making right now in we are going to make in mega scale, but still that is not enough to bring to make the cost calculation. So this is the one thing. And I feel that there is always a gap between industry, what it wants a ready-made. I'm sorry here, great industrialists are also there, and the Munot, whom we have interacted many times. He's the one courageous man. I should thank him that he straight away started, went ahead of even us to make some industry to work on batteries and all that. So. So there is a gap, what industry want to do right now, and what we offer, there is gap. So this gap is difficult for a institute, whether Sikri or even your institute, to fill this gap. Maybe from the, as a nation or from the government side, something, there is one gap. This gap need to be filled, so that the industry also will be comfortable. So this question will be very difficult to answer for, I think, for the National Institute or like even other universities and all that. So I think I will leave it to you now, sir, for further discussion on this topic.
Umesh Srivastava.
Yes, good evening to all the panelists here and all the participants of this wonderful conference. When I was listening to this question, I think the question is why industries are not coming up to take up the large scale battery manufacturing. I am the one unique person on this panel who actually represents a industry as well as who comes from a research institute. I am working for Indian Oil R&D Center, and if you all can believe me, this is a question which we also have to face internally. Whenever we develop a new product, whether it's a battery or it's I can take the example of a lubricant for which the Indian Oil R&D was set up way back in 1972. Unless there are two things. The one is a market pull, the other is a technology push. I think if it is a market pull, the product will definitely go into the market despite of all the disadvantages or a few minor shortcomings it may have, because market demands it. But if it is a technology pull, and I guess that's the case with the batteries coming out from the research institutes, if it is a technology push, then the road to commercialization is actually very, very tough. We also face it. When our marketing division demands some product from us, we make the product and we know that the product has some deficiencies or it may take more time to develop further, but because there is a hungry customer sitting outside waiting for the product, we give it to him and they take it forward. But if there is a technology push product like all our energy efficient oils or anything green product, green lubricants, then the problem of actually convincing internally and then our joint forces convincing the customers to use it is a real big development cycle. So coming to battery also, I feel my director spoke as a keynote speaker in this conference where he informed all of you that Indian Oil has intentionally taken a little different route of omitting lithium ion from its focus and then going ahead with the aluminum air battery. We started almost 1.5 years ago. We are prepared to put up the factory, and presently we are working with almost all the OEMs in the country to develop an application for it. So I have a feeling that the product which is there in the lab and the product that is required by the customer outside, there is a gap. What Mr. Ramesha or Dr. Ramesha just mentioned, that's the fact. So we all have to focus as researchers, not only to develop the product, not only to compare it with maybe 1 or 2 reference products and then wait for somebody to come forward and take it ahead. We have to actually develop enough application and enough data for the product so that it it is convincing for the end user or it is convincing for somebody to take up manufacturing. Definitely, industry will look for cost effectiveness. Industry will look for a niche application or something beneficial related to that product, which will help them sell. Unless until it helps them sell, they will not put their money into it. So taking an example of a lithium ion battery, there are so many gigafactories coming up in the world. There are so many, we all know China is taking a huge stride. Of course, South Korea and there are other countries also who have taken their strides in commercializing lithium ion battery. Of course, the battery itself is developing, but they have already put up the plants. So now people who are already buying batteries from one source, they would definitely like to source the battery from an alternate source if it offers them a commercial benefit. So we all have to, and that's what we have been doing in Indian Oil R&D. We have been trying to develop a commercial benefit of our product compared to any other product which is being used in the world. And I think that's what clinches the whole deal. So to me, if the battery from a lab has to travel to a gigawatt level factory kind of an issue, then it has to develop more into the technology readiness level. We all have to understand at what technology readiness level our batteries are, how much of data we have, how much of convincing we can do with the help of the data. And I'm sure there will be takers. And then, of course, at the end of the day, cost also is a factor. If you do not have the comparable cost at what batteries are available in the outer world, then we should have at least some benefit in terms of its performance or in terms of its life or something. Some additional benefit has to be, some USP of the technology has to be developed. Just developing a technology, I don't think will help in actually propagating. Even the government will wait for some niche applications or some USP in the technology that we develop. Only then they would be encouraged to support such initiative. So this was my feeling, and I also want to compliment Dr. Kale and his team for this first effort in organizing the conference related to batteries. And I wish this conference should see subsequent sessions also in the coming years. Thank you.
Has Dr. Elangovan joined us?
No, sir. He is not joined.
Okay, Dr. Kulkarni, you want to make some comments? Dr. Kulkarni? He was around. What happened? Is he around? All right. Anybody else wants to make any comments? Feel free.
Professor Balani is there? Dr. Rao? He's supposed to.
No, sir, he is not there.
Okay, he's not there.
Anybody else wants to make any comment?
Shankar?
Yeah, I'm Shankar here from Bangalore. This is a question to Mr. Munot that he had initially planned to set up a factory in Tirupati with an 800 crore investment. What is the status of that factory as of today? It's been over 3 years since the announcement was made in the internet.
Yeah, the first phase of the factory will get on commercial production in the last quarter of this year. That is at an investment of around 170 to 200 crores, and we are targeting to make power bank cells to start off with. So probably we will be catering to 50 to 60% of India's market for the power bank.
Apart from the power bank, what are the other areas that you are trying to attack?
On the next front, we'll be into commercial electronics. What I mean to say is that we are trying to do batteries for the small equipments like speakers, handphones, and for your watches and things like that. So we'll be making small batteries. Right now, we are going to make a big cell of 10 Ah, and later on, we'll be doing 250 mAh, 300. For which we'll be using the material LCO, and currently we'll be using material NMC.
So you are actually doing the cells from scratch?
Yes, we are doing cells from the scratch, right from the code. We do everything.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the information.
Anybody else, any comments?
Sir, I would like to say.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay, Rao. Okay.
Go ahead.
And sir, it's my observation looking at the industry side and the research side. One of the problem we are facing is that researchers don't talk each other. So the organizations, if they come and talk each other, it will benefit a lot. For example, we have 3 organizations participating in this particular conference, CMET, ARCI, and SECRI, all are working in NMC, all are working in LFP, and all are getting the same capacity, all are getting the same efficiency, and all are preparing a 48-volt battery. What are we getting out of it? So if somebody is working in some they should have spoken together, and they would have come up with a common conclusion. All are government organizations, they are not private. At least if we see that, okay, they are private organizations, they are working their own research, but this is the one which is lacking a bit, and from the government side or somewhere we have to have a kind of common platform where we work together, so that we don't have a duplication of the same technology and repeat it. And then that is one I am looking at, the one thing. And from the same from the industry side also, unless they come and invest a bit, the R&D scientist will not be getting any kind of motivation in doing research more in. That is what I understand. If not 100%, at least a few, a little bit of investment should come from industry side also. Yes, sir.
No,
I would like,
one general comment, looking at all the discussions we have had, there are 2 or 3 issues which are very important, which is applicable not only to batteries or any other technology. An academic environment or an R&D environment is not an ideal environment looking at products. What an R&D environment does is seeds an idea, seeds a technology, develop the technology to some extent, but they themselves are not directly involved in finding a niche area for application. A technology which doesn't have a niche area of application will have very difficult. Clearly, as Ramesh pointed out, if there is a market pull, even if you don't have the mature technology, it goes in. But when there is a technology push, you must find out a niche area of. I'll give you one example. Maybe a decade, couple of decades back, there was a display center set up in IIT Kanpur. The idea was to develop the display for cell phones. Part of the project was supported by DST, part of the project was supported by DRD. So we had a SAMTEL display center on IIT Kanpur campus. Initial 1 to 1.5 years was very good. We developed the display. But then we are making it a market which is already well established. The displays which were being put into the cell phone had a 3,600 hours of life. The display developed by Kanpur IIT was far shorter than 2,000, 2,000 odd. So Ramesh is right. If you want to sell to the market of a product which already exists, you must show some improvement, either cost benefit or a very particular maintenance benefit or something else, life benefit, or some other kind of benefit is again. The consumer will not select a product because it is imported or he doesn't care. He is looking at the utility of the surface. But in this particular case, the battery market is slightly different. As Jason pointed out, we should not look at a very wide, broad spectrum application for all batteries. What is the niche application we are looking at? If we are looking at it for 2-wheelers, let's concentrate on 2-wheelers and make it work for 2-wheelers. Make it much more efficient for 2-wheelers, much more cheaper for 2-wheelers. Easy accessibility, easy maintainability. And if you are looking for storage, for the huge plants for storage, you are going to compete with, for example, for a solar plant, then you are looking at a different issue. If you are looking at the consumer market, watches, hearing aids, cell phones, and so on, again, you are looking at a different market. There, the cost becomes a very important issue. And if you must make a cost-benefit analysis of the product. So Kale, when you are looking at it for two-wheelers and four-wheelers, I think we must look at a cost-benefit analysis also.
Yes, sir.
Somebody who has got to do that. But one other thing is, so there are enough number of people who, if a suitable commercial product are available in India, would use it in lieu of that. And especially the next few years, a very important issue. For whatever it is worth, the government is talking about manufacturing in India. Government is talking about self-reliance in India. And the government is supporting such projects in the Center of Excellence established. This is not a new technology. It may be a new technology to India. But lithium-ion battery technology is not new.
Yes, sir.
20 years back, we wanted to look at fuel cells. There are a number of programs centered on fuel cells. BHEL already had a fuel cell factory in Hyderabad. And DRDO had supported a factory in NMR in Bombay. We developed a 25 kilowatt fuel cell, but then we stopped at that. We never looked at whether it would go to the market or a special application. So a technology by itself, data by itself, and knowledge by itself is not good enough unless you can make it a profitably marketable products. A product which somebody else will buy, product which somebody puts money to buy. If that is the case, then it's a success. So now that we have launched on this Center of Excellence, we must look at how our product sees some market. If it doesn't see a market, an application, then okay, it's very good the research, we can publish papers, we can have IP rights and other things, but IP rights, if it doesn't become a product, it becomes useless. So in India, this is a huge gap. You must not look at, on the other hand, when I was working with defense, it was quite different because nothing was available, so we had to do it, and so we did it. And at that stage, even if there were some shortcomings, we argued with the user saying, you look, it's an Indian product, we can provide an improvement. So you must look at the totality of the things in producing cells. You are going to compete with giants like China and others. So if your product is not competitive, performance-wise or price-wise, just saying that we have a product, nationalism, buy it, will not sell. You must be very cautious about that. And also we must look at a market which doesn't, people do not attach to the market. For example, cell phone display, now we have lost the game. There's no point in looking at a cell phone display anymore. So these are the issues when you're looking at a product that must be considered. What can go to the market? How soon can it go to the market? Even a 1 or 2 few months variation could ruin the market. It's a timely product. So-called mind to market time has to be reduced. India is very long. And I have been talking to Bharat. We are talking about number of technologies. What are the technology readiness levels? Are they ready to be exploited by the industry? Or are they still in the R&D mode? If it is the R&D mode, I don't blame the industry saying they keep away from me, don't waste my time. And if it is the technology level is such that the industry can exploit it, convert it to a product, market the product. And also we must look at it. Some of the projects in India have failed because of the scalability, upscaling. It's excellent on a laboratory tabletop mode. Upscalability is a problem which you have to solve. Manufacturability, scalability, reliability, maintainability. All these lities have to be looked at in a very concentrated way before you have a product. That is why, to some extent, industries are very happy. This product already exists elsewhere, has been manufactured. All these problems have been solved. India has a market, so I will import the technology and manufacture and capture the Indian market. In one sense, if I was an industrialist, I would say, no, what is wrong with that? You can talk about nationality, but what is wrong with that? And if the industry doesn't show a profit, why would they take the technology? So these are the issues. In this particular case, I think we have done something different. We are very close to productizing it. And we were very close to marketizing it. And with the advice of people with industry who are looking at that, maybe we should look at that. Whatever niche area, the niche area pickup is very important. So I'm glad to hear that we are proceeding on this, and very soon we are going to market it. And if you say come back in 2024 or 25, we'll give you a product, it's too late. By end of this year, we should have, or early in the end of 2022, we should put it in the market. Then and only then, because as Jaswant pointed out, he is putting in the market something out in the last quarter. Maybe we should look at it in the second half of the 2022, we'll market it. And by the time the market catches, it will probably take 1 or 2 years minimum. And those are the aspects which we should start. India doesn't lack R&D potential. India doesn't lack product development. But this is the marketability and pushing it to the market, finding a niche area of application has been our problem. Here there is a huge requirement of batteries of all kinds.
Yes.
And we should find out what is the area which we are going to latch on. Kale, all yours.
Yes, sir. Sir, considering all the problems, that's why COE has been established, and in this COE we are taking industry along with us. So whatever may be there, TRL 5, TRL 6, or TRL 7 level. Like here in battery technology, we have 3 points, 3 key factors. One is the materials technology. Another is the coating technology. So you can coat the electrodes and all this, and make rolls and all these things. So this is one kind of industry can be involved only for electrode fabrication. One industry can be only for materials technology, because as soon as we are able to manufacture almost at least by half ton per day materials, cathode and anode in the country, then I think that will be the big thing for us to go for the manufacturing, because that is only the key factor. Other things are all automatic. Coating machine are getting automatic, then fabrication are automatic. But how to give the supply of materials, high purity materials like pure phase materials, which can give the high capacity. So CMET, our Center of Excellence, will concentrate more on materials, how we can give the very correct material so that it can be useful for the good capacity batteries. Other applications are when these three technologies are ready, then we are able to manufacture 4-wheeler battery, 2-wheeler battery, or any kind of battery, because only these 3 things are very important, and we would like to concentrate more on these three things. Basically, now we are talking about more on materials, how we can get the technology, we can ready the technology up to at some level, like a half ton per day or something like that. Like in COE we cannot do because we do not have that much fund, but we can go up to 1 kg per day or something like 5 kg for 1 day. But industry is there along with us. They can take it up to half ton per day. COE will help them. So accordingly, the process parameters and all this, the industry has to do, because their money involvement is more. We cannot, COE cannot support, or even government cannot support. So like in Korea and other countries, we found that industry is always along with the universities. One project like in Korea, Samsung and LG, they are sponsoring projects, but every time they are with them, and whatever we develop, they will take up further. So that is their responsibility. They said that we are 550 gram Pascal you are done, then further they will take it up. What are the problems they will when in 50 grams? What are the problems we have faced? Just we have to read. Just we have to give the report. So accordingly, they will work parallelly on a large scale. So such thing has to be happen in COE, and would like to go that kind of model, so that will be somewhere to have at least two-wheeler batteries or three-wheeler batteries in 2022 or 23. Maybe we are expecting this at 2022 is so early for us because of COVID situation, we're not able to do it. But materials technology would like to have that kind of skill, so that rest of the things will become very easy, because the other things are ready-made available. People are already doing for two-wheeler battery, so importing the single cells. So this single cell technology, when we establish properly with a large scale, then then anybody can do the four-wheeler battery. So two-wheeler battery, four-wheeler battery, or any kind of battery. So we are, and the COE will also have the capability to change the chemistry without changing any process equipment. So this is my view. So that's Rajendra Kumar Sharma is also helping us. He has a good knowledge of fabrication, all these things, but then we have materials technology things. So together we can, and one more industry also joining together now from the Mumbai. So they are interested in designing the equipments. So the equipments which is required for the process, like for coating machine or welding machine, we are getting from China and others. So whether we can do better machines, automatic better machines. So these companies is very much interested to do that. So I think with this combination, we can come up with some kind of technology. I'm hoping that, and I think you are the leader now. You are our leader in this COE, and day to day we'll see how we can proceed very fast to our goal. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Khaled, this is Ramesha here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate your your action plans. I think where now, we have been working on making the cells, or bringing to tier level of cell technology, and then we have come a place where now people are asking us for the large scale synthesis, bulk synthesis, and the filling up that supply chain and all that. I think you are starting from that point, that angle. I really appreciate, maybe, this is a great thing. If CMET can do this materials, scaling up, as well as, the equipment manufacturing, even the testing facility, all these kind of things. We all converge somewhere together, two, three different institutes.
We can make a cluster of
yes.
All these.
Yes, sir. I think that's the way how we have to look. Of course, I want to say that even if you do cells also, still our requirement is so huge, and so everybody can put in something, some new things and all that. So that competition is good also for our own country. So. That is one thing, but other thing what you told about the current focus in the scaling up synthesis material, I think that is the first step need to be done now in our country. Thanks a lot for that thought, sir.
Anybody else wants to say anything?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some technical problems, so I was unable to unmute myself. I'm Dr. Milind Kulkarni. Yeah, sir. Very good evening, other panel members as well. So definitely, we scientists feel that whatever technology we are developing at R&D scale, it should commercialize with the help of industry. And definitely, as our DG said, that we will, whatever small development we will do in the materials part. So we will collaborate with the industry with very strong interactions, and definitely what they expect from us. And in spite of giving entire technology from material to module and pack, we'll make the fragments, and we will give the technology like a material, coated electrode, and like that. So that is what I feel from my side, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Sir, like Ramesha told us that we can have a cluster, so that we can frequently discuss all these issues. What are the issues in the materials? What are the issues in the design? Because we are regularly doing so, that will help us, both of us, to the ARCI, overcome the problems. And I think because any experience.
Yeah, but Kala, in addition to that, one of the things which you have to look at is, yes, cluster is a good idea. Yeah. But also when you go to your manufacturer, you must also look at the ecosystem.
Yes, sir.
The complete ecosystem, is it available? The materials available today, material processing, material transportation, manufacturer, marketing, everything. It will come together, then only it will become a product.
Yes, sir. Yeah, everything.
So that is why an R&D laboratory alone is not capable of doing it.
So that's why, sir, like I told you that Aditya Birla and other people, they are huge. They are producing copper in huge copper foils.
Very good.
Aluminum foils.
So at least that is the role of COE we are doing, sir.
We have to just.
I hope we succeed. We have to set an example.
Yes. Like the Prakash already told, ERC is already doing that. They have some vendors. We can develop these vendors for this for large scale this one. We can like aluminum and copper. How much micron we need, or how much what kind of surface we need. All these things we can do in the center of excellence and perfect the chain. No problem.
Any other comments?
Professor Apte, I have seen one.
Sir, there is one,
Sandeep Chatterjee.
Pandey.
Yeah, first put his hand up. Yes, Pandey, please. You have to put up your hands up. Yes, Pandey?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. One thing I have agreed with Dr. Mellon, that is we must have a cluster, in the industry cluster. The way we have the industry set up in India, we do not think about end-to-end complete system in one place. We should have an overall cluster, and so that even small industries can work and take part, and overall it becomes a say like in my industry, I am in capacitors. A number of manufacturers have come up in different making different components and capacitors, and they come together and we produce capacitors. There was a time when I entered the capacitor, our field, there were no manufacturers of capacitor machinery in India, and today we get all sort of automatic machinery made in India. So even that is no problem if we make a cluster properly.
Okay. Sandeep, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. I've just seen one queries or other comment in chat about the technology transfer process and cost. So here I can mention in COE we have given some flexibility. There are two tier of monitoring committee. One is expert review committee and then governing council. And in another COE in Hyderabad, CMET Hyderabad, we have taken a decision for giving the lower cost of technology transfer cost and taking approval into stage. So I think if the companies are interested, there should be some dedicated website where the technology offerings can be given. And if the companies are coming, so suitable cost for the Indian companies can be thought of, and approval process will be faster in case of this COE system. That is what I can mention from METI side.
Okay.
There is a, I think there is a comment from Abhishek College something.
Please.
I would like to see there is a chat. It has come, sir, for you only. I would like to answer your question from the perspective we have the technology.
I answered that question.
Yeah. Okay, you answered.
Yeah. Prakash, you have put your hands up.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just,
please.
It was a wonderful discussion, sir. I really appreciated your comments, which focusing everyone should focus on a particular ecosystem. That is very, very important, sir. And one thing, maybe I can make 2 points. One in the case of what Dr. Kale was mentioning about, in fact, I also mentioned about the manufacturing equipment, indigenization of equipments in India. That will fetch the lithium-ion battery market is very, 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 very cost effective, sir. So for that, everyone has to look for, it is not necessarily to look at all the all the equipments can be manufactured by one player and all. So we see that, for example, in Siemens is very good in electronics. What I want to say is here the electronic things, one of the battery lineup, if you look into that, testing system is now one of the expensive system. So such an wonderful electronic equipments, electronic institutions. So Siemens can able to make testing systems, for example, formation cycle or kind of a different type of testing system. That itself, it will be a really very good market. People will come forward to do that. And in addition to that, each and every equipment will be manufactured in a different, because we have a very good mechanical things. So calendaring is coating is not at an issue. The only thing, the precision up to the microns level, or even something submicron level, that type of precision we have to learn. For example, if you want to fill electrolyte, that precision is necessary. So these are the things we have to identify and try to find them, and to give that. Some of them we already in the people, what we do is we call some of the identified vendors to show them the missions and try to work on that. Like that idea we are following. Some one or two person, they find that it is little interesting, they were working on it. So that is, we have to look into that. So that is one thing. And the second one is we have to have a kind of a consortium, so that in that consortium, the interested industries also involved in it. Then it will make the things much better, because the industry may not be knowing the exact status of each and every labs, what they are doing. So that is also a kind of a confusion among them. Dr. Prasad Rao was already mentioned about the different places are doing some kind of a same kind of a material they are doing everywhere, but we don't know what is the tier level which doing each lab to the other. There is no clarity among them. Even for the industries also, we don't know which lab has to go. They have to go for which lab to do this work. That is a bit difficult for them also. So if we have kind of a business workshop or business consortium and a ELA once or something like that, that will give you a kind of an overview status of all the R&D centers. We can also display each and every lab's or product, and they can come and visit and see that, okay, whichever this is good, that is good. They can choose it for a particular application. Yes, our Manish was mentioning about that. There's various applications. Various applications available. The particular battery may be suitable for different applications. That can be done, sir. So in that sense, it will be really a good initiative that I think maybe it can work in a future term, if we can able to get some kind of a coalition kind of thing, so that we can get a better product. Even if we create an ecosystem like that, even the companies, the industries can also have a kind of a center of centralized facilities. They can just work for their share. According to their share, the product can be distributed. They can, because the energy intensive here is cost intensive. The process of establishing a gigafactory and megafactory is a huge cost involvement. So that can be shared by them. According to their share, they can get the product. That is that kind of business model can also be developed, sir. So with that, I would like to thank Dr. Kale for providing this opportunity. It was wonderful discussion, sir. Your expertise has really helped us to look forward to it in different directions. Thank you very much.
Sir, we have also proposed a testing facility in the COE. So I think this one of the agenda, one of the objective of also COE. So we will have all testing facility in the center.
For your comment, Dr. Prakash, so we'd like to have a kind of industry and R&D organization meet, and we will demonstrate our products we developed, and we will showcase these products to the industry people. And we will try to have this type of meeting, industry organization, R&D organization meeting as soon as possible. That will help us really to know ourselves also what is going on in other laboratory. We will also know, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
I would like to
any comment?
I would like to comment upon Dr. Prasad's this thing that when the industry and CMET, this Center of Excellence meet will happen, I think the best way to convince the industry is comparable data, comparative data of the battery in actual use, not in the lab testing. Like,
Yes.
this is how we do that. If there is a particular reference battery which gives you, say, 100 kilometer of mileage, our battery should be giving 110 kilometer of mileage. That is the final litmus test for any product.
Yes, sir. We have to talk in industry language
Yes.
only. Talk in R&D language, it won't work.
Yeah, it won't work. That doesn't work in Indian Oil for our own internal products that we develop. So that's how it should be happening.
Sure, sir.
Anything else by anybody? If not, I will hand over to Prasad Rao to close the session. Thank you. Prasad Rao, all yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I think we had very good discussion now, and it's the first step towards formation of a consortium among the R&D organizations, and we call more industries, and we will move forward. And we try to do the best in developing the technology. And then I think I should have it, and we try to have a minutes of this meeting, and we will circulate among the R&D people and the ministry and the industry, and then we move forward. And then now I hand over to Dr. Ram to go for a vote of thanks.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ram. So I would like to thank all the panelists for giving their time for this panel discussion, and I would like to thank all the speakers, though they have accepted our invitation and given their talk in time. And at the last, I would like to thank all the participants for their giving time and their participation in this conference. So now I will declare that this conference is over.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Kale.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.